a full council meeting. I'm going to ask the chief exec to summons the meeting and attendance and apologies, please. Over to yourself, John.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, members. To all members of Derry City and Strabane District Council, you are hereby summoned to attend the monthly meeting of the Council to be held remotely today, Thursday, 28th of January at 4 o'clock. And as the Mayor has said, starting with the attendance list, Alderman Bresland.
Here, John.
Alderman Devaney.
Here.
Alderman Guy.
Here, John.
Alderman Hussey. Alderman Hussey. Alderman Carrigan. Alderman Carrigan. Alderman McClintock.
John.
Alderman McCready.
Here, John.
Alderman Ramsey.
Here, John.
Alderman Wark.
Here, John.
Councillor Jason Barr.
Here.
Councillor Raymond Barr.
Here, John.
Councillor John Boyle. Councillor John Boyle. Councillor Michaela Boyle.
And Shaw, John, here.
Councillor Burke.
And Shaw.
Councillor Carr.
Here, John.
Councillor Cooper. Councillor Cooper. Councillor Cusick.
Here, John.
Councillor Dobbins.
Here, John.
Councillor Donnelly. Councillor Doyle. Councillor Doyle. Councillor Duffy.
Shaw.
Councillor Durkin. Councillor Durkin. Councillor Edwards.
Here, John.
Councillor Farrell.
Here.
Councillor Ferguson.
Here, John.
Councillor Fleming.
Shaw, John.
Councillor Gallagher.
Shaw, John.
Councillor Harkin.
Here.
Councillor Jackson.
And Shaw, John.
Councillor Kelly.
And Shaw, John.
Councillor Logue.
John.
Councillor McCann.
Here.
Councillor Maguire.
And Shaw.
Councillor McHugh. Councillor McHugh. Councillor McKeever.
Here, John.
Councillor McKinney.
Here, John.
Councillor Mellon.
John.
Councillor Mooney.
John.
Councillor Riley.
Here, John.
And Councillor Tierney.
Here, John.
And Mayor, I'm just going to check over some of the gaps there. Alderman Hussey.
Aye, here, John.
Alderman Carrigan. Councillor John Boyle. Councillor Cooper. Councillor Doyle. Councillor Durkin. Councillor McHugh. Thank you, members. Oh, thank you, Councillor McHugh. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members.
Thank you, John. Members, item number 3 is the statement of remote meetings. Therefore, I would like to remind everyone who is in remote attendance that this meeting will be broadcast live via the Council's YouTube channel and will be available for viewing by the public and the media. This broadcast will also be available for repeated viewing at a later date. The broadcast may be terminated or suspended in accordance with Council's protocol. Members and approved speakers are reminded to only have their mics and cameras on while speaking and to use the chat facility to highlight a request to speak. By participating in this meeting, you are consenting to be filmed and to the use and storage of those images for broadcasting and training purposes, and for the purposes of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. A copy of the Council privacy notice may be found on the Council website at derrystrabane.com. Members, item number 4 is declaration of members' interests, and I've been made aware that Councillor Doyle has a declaration of interest in item 9, number 7, which is a notice of motion. And at that point, members, Councillor Doyle will be removed from the meeting and put into a waiting room. And then once that is voted and decided upon, he will be brought back into the meeting, members. Michael Cooper is in attendance, John, as well. If you can be marked present. Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Item number 5 is Chairperson's business. And as is stated in the remote statement of meetings, I would ask members to please be mindful of the time allocated while speaking. We all are aware of it, members, so please be mindful of that. Members, there's a few that have contacted me with relation to items that they wish to raise in advance of today's meeting, which I've said that's okay. But just before I do that, members, I've just had the privilege of visiting the Foyle Arena and seeing the massive effort that's going on over there in terms of the rollout of the vaccine. And whilst I was there, the staff from the Western Trust were extremely complimentary of the council staff over at the Foyle Arena. And one actually pointed out that it would be extremely difficult to do their job without the support of the council staff who are there on a daily basis. So if Karen McFarland or Barry O'Hagan is on the call, could I ask that our collective thanks and appreciation to all of the council staff who are over there are passed on to them, and let them know that we greatly appreciate the work that they're involved on over there. Thank you. John, Mary Durkin, John Boyle. Oh, you've seen that, sorry, my mistake. You've seen that. Right, starting off with Chairperson's business, Councillor Doyle, if he's online. Councillor Doyle. He's not online, hasn't indicated that he's came on late, member, so moving on, Councillor Donnelly.
Thank you, and just to be associated with your remarks there regarding both council staff and the health service, I want a proposal that I want to make, Chair, and I'll put it into the chat box. Just
thank you, Councillor Donnelly. I just see it there in the chat box. Teresa, if you're online, can we see that on the screen, please? And Councillor Gallagher is second in that proposal. Councillor Donnelly, do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, Chair. Chair, look, Cuba has an excellent record of medical internationalism, which has seen dozens of medical missions dispatched overseas to support humanitarian efforts in the wake of all forms of natural and man-made disaster since the formation of the Henry Reeve Brigade. These doctors specialise in disasters and serious epidemics. In 2005. Since then, 28 groups from the brigade have carried out humanitarian missions in some 27 countries via almost 8,000 medical professionals fighting the effects of floods, hurricanes, earthquakes, conflict and epidemics, including 3 teams that faced the West African Ebola virus epidemic. Over the past 15 years, Cuban doctors have treated an estimated 3.5 million patients abroad, while offering free medical training to overseas students in Cuba. Chair, in recent times, the brigade has travelled to Italy and Portugal to fight the COVID outbreak. And I just think that you know, I'm hoping that so given the group has also been nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize, and the corporate position of our council is that we unanimously supported their efforts to obtain that prize. So, Chair, the motion, I think the motion is read, and I believe that should this new proposal carry, the district should avail of the support of Cuban doctors, nurses, and medical staff to help the ongoing efforts to battle the current pandemic in this council area. Very my organ.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me, and I'm going to keep it really brief. Because we have gone through a lot of the things that we could be saying about the Henry Reeve International Medical Brigade. They are international heroes, so just in terms of ourselves, no problem at all in supporting this proposal before us. They are. If we could get them to come to our council area, fantastic job.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Alderman Guy.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me in there. No bother supporting this call for help. We'll take help from wherever it comes, whether it be British Army, Irish Army. Robin has stated that in the past. And if it comes from the Henry Reeve medical team, then so be it as well. We're not in a position to turn anyone down. And I'd just like to say that obviously Cuba have their own problems, and they seem to be dealing it with slightly different from the rest of the world, and it seems to be working well for them. And they've taken on 28,000 medical students to help out. So We realise that Cuba has its own problems, but we'll accept any help that comes this way. Happy to support that there motion. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Guy. Councillor Riley.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. I'm conscious this is Chair's business, so we'll not delay the meeting overly long, but happy with the proposal. I'm glad to see that Councillor Gallagher, or sorry, Councillor Donnelly has included now the aspect of engaging with the Western Trust in relation to this, because the original proposal that he made some weeks or some days ago, it didn't have that included in it, and I think that that's the right thing to do. Given the additional line towards the end of the proposal that wasn't contained in the first time he presented it to this chamber, I think that it's one that we can support, because we all know our doctors and our nurses and all the staff within the Department of Health are under severe pressure. So any assistance and all hands on deck that can be brought to bring them support would be appreciated, I'm sure. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Alderman McCready.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, I welcome and support the motion as it stands. You know, I'll never turn away help for certainly any of my constituents or anybody else within our city and district. I hope it is a seamless request and I hope it follows through. I do question, why is this not done earlier? I wish it was. I do find some point of interest, I suppose, whether this was done as a result of the Department of Health's request for military assistance to civil authorities with the 110 medics, which I equally support. And just to be clear, whenever there was the ambulance service support from the Republic of Ireland, I welcomed it. I still do. So be under no illusions, members, that we'll always accept help, in particular during the pandemic and in these trying times. I just do find a sense of undertone with tit for tat. But that aside, welcome the proposal. Let's get it through and get on with it.
Thank you, Alderman McCready. Councillor Harkin.
Thanks, Mayor, for letting me in. Yeah, People for Profit will be supporting this proposal. I want to commend Councillor Donnelly for bringing it forward. And I suppose, it shouldn't be up to Councillor Donnelly to come up with creative ideas about how to help the health service. That's what we're looking to Stormont for. That's what they're supposed to be doing. But we're in a situation where there's a crisis in our health service. Red flag surgeries are being cancelled. Other life-saving surgeries are being cancelled. So we as a council are trying to come up with proposals to ease that burden. And I think that this is an excellent one. And if we should be disappointed, we should be disappointed with the executive for not coming up with it. I'm going to be backing Gary's proposal 100%. And I'm going to put my proposal that I tried to bring in on Friday to be discussed separately, and I'm hoping we can do that, Mayor, because it's very much connected to the urgent crisis that we face in our health service. I believe that the key thing right now is that we bring the private hospitals within the health service so that everybody who needs an urgent operation can get it, and we're not in a situation where people can pay or could pay to receive help while other people have to stand in line, and who knows when they're going to get their operations. But I will put that in separately. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Councillor Harkin, the only members that I'm hearing from today on their chair's business are those who have contacted me in advance. They are Councillor Doyle, Donnelly, McKinney and Michaela Boyle. So there'll be no proposal going separately at any other time to discuss a similar issue.
Can I just make a point in that, Mayor?
Yeah.
Fair enough, but I will point out that in these discussions, you've allowed other people to bring in related items if it's related. So I want to just make that point. I've put my motion in there.
Councillor, you're more than welcome to put that as an amendment if that's what you wish to Councillor Donnelly's. What I'm saying is that those that have contacted me in advance are the people and the topics that I'll be discussing. If you want to put an amendment to Councillor Donnelly's, you're more than welcome to do so. But I'm not having a debate twice on the same issue. Next indicated speaker, Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Mayor. And well, agree the which I will support. I do have to reiterate, I suppose, what our group leader, Alderman Guy, has said. Robin Swan, the minister, has already indicated that he will accept help from any source that it comes from in this current pandemic. What does disappoint me about the motion, though, is the insular nature of the motion, in that it only refers to Derry City and Strabane District Council area, because this pandemic is being tackled by our health service on a Northern Ireland-wide basis, and we're aware that hospitals are sharing resources and transferring patients whenever necessary. We've also got to be mindful that our area is serviced not alone by Altnagalvin, but also by the Southwest Hospital at Enniskillen. Our part, the southern part, is serviced by that hospital. And I know personally from our own family's experiences that my father-in-law was transferred from Altnagalvin to Royal Victoria Hospital. It's an integrated system. And that is not acknowledged within the proposal. And, you know, if Councillor Donnelly wanted to expand on that, I would certainly be pleased, but I'm prepared to accept the proposal as it stands, but mindful that the National Health Service is an integrated, fully Northern Ireland service. And, you know, we can't just say, right, we'll take the help and to hell with the rest of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Councillor Gallagher, last indicated speaker on this topic.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, just on Councillor Hussey's comments, I would say is let's get them in. Let's get them in the Western Trust, and then the Trust will allocate them where they're most needed and where the services are most required. Following on from that, just that I would say to the councillors here that Dr. Tom Black has been on record very recently. He's been speaking on radio and television saying that Altnagalvin is working beyond its capacity. And that's the reason this motion is coming forward. And that's why he's talking about Altnagalvin. And he said that he would welcome international intervention and support from anywhere. So it most welcome the Henry Reeves, because the Henry Reeves have a proven track record working throughout the world. And I'm glad that by all indications that members are supporting this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Alderman Kerrigan, your attendance has been noted. Thank you very much. Councillor Donnelly, do you wish to sum up on your proposal?
Yeah, Chair. Listen, I'd just like to show or put on record my appreciation for all the speakers and the support. Just a quick comment on Alderman Hussey, Chair. You know, I'm an independent councillor in this council. There's nothing stopping Alderman Hussey, whose party is 6 county wide, to take the same proposal and put it before, you know, whatever they've councillors in all 11 councils. You know, I don't have a party or I'm not, but that proposal can easily be adopted by any other councils that's interested. But again, thank you and appreciate the support on the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Members, I haven't heard anyone speak against it, so I'm going to take it that it's unanimous, unless any member wants to make me aware now via the chat box. No. Thank you, members. John, cannot be recorded as unanimous. Thank you. Next is Councillor McKinney.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me in. Can I just just say a few words here first? Right, many of the councillors in the chamber have another profession where they would finish work and attend the meeting. Many of these council meetings can run on for considerable time and overrun the working time regulations of 13 hours in a day, with the odd exceptions. I know that Sharon and Philip were to come back to us with a proposal on it, and I would like to ask them, either Philip or Sharon, for an update as to where we are with this, because we would need to sort of get some guidance on it pretty soon, please. Thank you.
Just bear with us. Philip's having some technical difficulties, members. Just bear with us.
Mayor, if you'd allow me to come in then on Philip's behalf. We are currently looking at that issue, Councillor McKinney, as an overall review of the standing orders, and we'll be bringing some suggestions to members in due course, hopefully quite soon.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Councillor McKinney. Councillor Michaela Boyle.
Thank you very much for allowing me to chair's business, and I put the proposal into the chat box. Basically, I'm asking if council would write to O2 regarding the disruption to phone signal in parts of Strabane, mainly the Lisnaghlin area and Ernie Road area of Strabane. Residents have been raising their concerns with elected representatives, and my party colleague Melissa McHugh has wrote to O2 in regard to this. They're paying for a service which they're not receiving, and O2 have told residents that there seems to be an issue with one of the masks, and engineers have been on the ground, and this has gone on since before Christmas. It hasn't been sorted, and we're asking, I said that I would ask council to write to O2, asking them to support the residents and getting this resolved as soon as possible, given the length of time residents have been out without proper signal in the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. I think that's been seconded by Councillor McHugh. Yep, Councillor McHugh has. Councillor Rachel Ferguson has declared a non-pecuniary interest in this topic as well, folks, and that can be noted, please. And Councillor Stephen Edwards.
Mayor, thanks for letting me in, and I welcome this proposal, and indeed I raised it in Health and Communities, especially Derry Road area in Castletown and Strabane, and I believe a letter was sent off by Kevin O'Connor. I checked with him last week and he still hadn't received a response yet. I think O2 are the main problem with Vodafone, I think, as well as some issues around mobile phone contact. And a few days ago, Mayor met with representatives from the mobile phone networks, and they've told us that there's plans underway to try and fix this problem. But still, nonetheless, I do welcome this here. The more pressure put on the telephone companies, the better, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Alderman Devaney.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in, and totally support this proposal going forward here. But I've got complaints about O2 as well. But even my own network, I'm getting complaints all across and around the Strabane area regarding EE as well. Now, I don't know whether O2 owns EE. I don't know the mix or what happens there. But as Councillor Boyle has said, with the EE and O2, this problem has been going on since way before Christmas. And any time that I have contacted my provider, EE, they have told me that there's 2 masts down and they get one not working and the other drops again. And I'm just wondering, would Councillor Boyle be happy maybe to tie in EE in this as well? Because I'm not sure. I think O2 owns EE, or EE owns O2 as well. So would you be happy to include EE in that?
Yeah, happy to do that, Alderman Devaney.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jason Barr.
And thanks to Michaela for raising this very important issue and around Strabane, particularly even where I live here on the Derry Road. It's very, it's dire, it's awful. And I know people that rely on mobile phones for their work, especially those on the front line who take important phone calls to help other people. People can't get through to them because of the lack of signal. So definitely fully support this proposal today, and thanks again for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. Councillor McKinney.
Mayor, for letting me in there. I'm having even IT problems in here. But anyhow, I will thank you very much, Michael, for bringing this to the attention of the council. But I would ask you, maybe could you just put in for the whole area and all the network operators? Because to be quite honest, I only live 9 miles away from the city centre here, and I have no signal either for my phone or for my internet at times, and therefore that's why I have to come into the city to take part in these council meetings. Thank you.
Yeah, Mayor, yeah, I'm happy to do that. Maybe after rectified, to put in a new paragraph to address all the. Sorry, go ahead, Mayor.
Yep, thank you, Councillor Boyle. Based on Councillor McKinney's remarks, I'm going to need a formal amendment to your proposal. Proposed and seconded, and I need it on the chat box so that the committee clerk can add it to the screen. So, Councillor McKinney, if that's what you want to add on, I need a formal proposal. Or amendment.
Well, I'm very slow typing.
Okay. Just bear with us, members, please.
Excuse the grammar, Mayor.
You're all right, Councillor McKinney, thank you. Teresa, can that be added to the original proposal from Councillor Boyle, please?
I'll second that, Chair. Alderman Wark.
Thank you, Alderman Wark. Alderman Hussey, you want on, but on this issue, not directly, but after the vote. You want on after the vote?
Chair, it's on the issue of communication as opposed to the IT, the mobile phone issue, and it's relative to a meeting that you hosted earlier on today, and basically to ask, would you be able to give an update to full council on the outcome of that meeting? As you can see, it's a communication issue, but slightly different. Thanks, Chair.
Right, let me deal with this first, then, please. Yep, it's been seconded by Councillor Alderman Wark, and as before you, members, there's no indicated speakers. So can I get a feeling on the amendment first of all? No one speaking against the amendment, so I'm going to take that as unanimous. At this stage, no further indicated speakers. So I'm going to ask Councillor Michaela Boyle if she wants to wind up on it.
Yeah, no, just to say thank you to the comments that have been made. I am aware that there are issues right across the district in respect of poor signal, but happy for the amendment to come along with that as well too. Thank you to Councillor Philip McKinney for that.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Members, the proposal is now in front of you, has been seconded by Councillor McHugh, and I'm going to put it to the floor. And again, I think it's going to be unanimous, but I'll give you a few seconds. Yep, that can be recorded unanimous, John. Thank you. Now, just in relation to Alderman Hussey's point around a meeting that I held this morning, or sorry, this afternoon, with members, elected representatives from the Strabane and Derry DA. It was in relation, members, you will remember it in Chair's business in one of our special meetings. I can't recall off the top of my head which one, but it was in relation to the closure of the Castle Derry sorting office and moving into Strabane. I had written to Royal Mail after that meeting and had received a response, and I wanted to update the members of those DAs with the response before we came to full council. The response members basically said that it was moving, and if that's what we wanted to discuss, there would be no real value in a meeting because Royal Mail had made their decision. I met with members of those DAs this morning, and I've further agreed that I will again contact Royal Mail and raise some of the concerns that members had around what level of consultation did Royal Mail carry out with unions and staff, what safety precautions they were putting under the Strabane site in terms of expansion due to added numbers coming under that site. Members, so that's where it's at the moment, and I will update members when we receive a letter, as was agreed at that meeting this afternoon. So I hope that satisfies you, Alderman Hussey, on that point.
Mayor, thank you for your initiative this afternoon, and I think it's important that all members of council are aware of the situation with Royal Mail. Thank you.
Yep. Councillor McHugh.
Yeah, Mayor, just to thank you as well for facilitating that meeting. The issue's been ongoing now for quite some time, and just to record again, as I did at the meeting earlier, my disappointment at the attitude of Royal Mail to the general public, and indeed us as representatives of that public. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McHugh. Councillor Raymond Barr.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to endorse what Councillor McHugh has just said, and the dealings that I've had with Royal Mail over the past few months, and there's been quite a lot. The one thing that stood out was the arrogance and contempt shown by Royal Mail to members of the public and the public representatives. So I would just like to go on record as stating that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. Sorry, my apologies, Councillor Gallagher. I didn't see your comment there, but I'll bring you in now.
No bother, Chair. Thank you. And again, I'd like to thank you for facilitating the meeting today. I think all the councillors there had a good input on that. And while we mightn't be in a position to resolve it, I would like you to endeavour and stay with it to see if we can resolve the issues, particularly for the health and safety of the workers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Gallagher, at the meeting this afternoon and this morning, now, I'm committing the writing to Royal Mail as another first step to see where we go, and you can rest assured that I will stick with it to see what we can do to support the workers in that vein. Councillor Harkin.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I attended that meeting that was held, I think, in December regarding what was happening in Castle Derry. That was attended by a number of councillors from across the district. And it was very disappointing that Royal Mail chose not to turn up at that meeting. And that while there was representatives there from the communication workers. So I didn't know that this meeting was happening today, but I'm glad to hear that Royal Mail are still being pursued on this, because I thought it was very arrogant that they decided not to show. So good to hear the meeting happened. Disappointed I didn't know about it, even though I'm not in either of those DEAs. But we'll be talking to people from the CWU as part of the follow-up.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Councillor Harkin, I had in the update at the special council meeting advised that I would be inviting representatives from those two DEAs, the Strabane and the Derry, to that meeting. At that point, if you wish to be invited, you should have let me know or contact me prior to the meeting taking place, but I'm aware now, so we'll get that rectified. Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Mayor, thanks, and I'll keep it brief as you don't want the issues rehashed here, but just like to say that the SLP are also disappointed in Royal Mail's attitude, especially around the future of Castleberg and of Strabane. I want to thank you for calling the meeting today, and also thank you for the additional actions you're taking, and it's good to see as a collective voice from this council going forward. They try and have some sort of accountability with Royal Mail. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards and Alderman McKerrigan. Sorry, your comment is noted as well. Thank you. Moving on, members, Councillor Doyle is now online, I understand, and has an issue that he wishes to raise under Chair's business. Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor, and apologies for being late. As communicated and as we discussed very briefly at one of the special council meetings, I would like to propose a 2-minute silence to remember the victims and survivors of mother and baby homes, both north and south. And I just take that as read, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Councillor Doyle, can I have that in writing in the chat box, please? And members, just if I can just point out that we do have a motion later on in our agenda, which will discuss more in depth, I suppose, the issues around the mother and baby homes. So if we can keep our comments, I would respectfully ask if we can keep our comments around this issue to that motion. It would move us on swiftly, I think, if members were agreeable. And once Councillor Doyle puts his proposal in the chat box, I'm going to need a seconder for it. Teresa, can that be put on the big screen for us, please, Teresa? It's just on the chat box there from Councillor Doyle. Councillor Riley, while we're waiting on that to go on the screen, and I just note that Councillor Paul Gallagher seconds that proposal. Councillor Riley.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, for bringing me in. I was happy to second it as well. But I was just going to ask, I think that, obviously this meeting has been broadcast online and we're all meeting virtually. So rather than us having a minute's silence where the screen is just blank, could we ensure that the officers keep on the screen the fact that this is a minute's silence or a 2-minute silence, so that people watching online will be aware that that's what is being discussed and being thought about at this time, so that for those watching it back, that is not seen to be any other item or any other technical glitch. So I think it would be important that we do that for the purposes of the webcast, that the proposal that's on the screen remains on the screen for the 2 minutes, please. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Riley, for that. Members, we're just going to put it on a holding presentation. Is that right? That we're taking a 2-minute silence for that reason. All right.
Mayor, Councillor Boyle here, John Boyle. I think perhaps if we give ourselves a wee minute, Councillor Riley suggesting that a form of wording is put on the screen to explain what's happening.
Yes, John. We're
Sorry,
doing that. We're doing
on that, right? I wasn't following your direction, Mayor. Apologies.
We're doing that. Paul's just working on it at the moment. Members, there'll be formal words on the screen to let any member of the public know who's watching it now or watching it back that we've taken a 2-minute silence. But we have to vote on it, members, first of all, before we do that. So I'm going to put it to the floor at the moment as it stands in front of you, members, and I can see a lot are indicating that they're happy with it. Yep, so that's passed. John, if that can be noted, again, unanimous. Hope this unanimous keeps going throughout the meeting. Will be laughing. Paul, is that graphic ready? Yep. Okay, members, we're going to go into a 2-minute silence, and I'll come back and let you know when we're ready to go again. Thank you, and that proposal from Councillor Doyle has passed. Thank you, members. Okay, members, thank you very much for that. If we can let us, Paul. Yep, thank you. Members, item number 6 is the confirmation of the open minutes of Derry City and Strabane District Council, 17th of December, pages 1 to 38 for matters arising. And if I could just ask anybody who's proposing to shout me out their name so we can take a note of it. So for accuracy, pages 1 to 38.
So proposed, Morris.
Thank you, Alderman Devaney. Seconder.
Second, Mayor.
Thank you.
Councillor McKenna.
Thank you. For accuracy, Councillor Harkin, are you looking in on accuracy?
Matters arising, Mayor.
Okay, matters arising. Go ahead, Councillor Harkin.
Thank you. This is in regard to C477/20, protection of workers' rights. As members will be aware, this was a motion that we discussed to give support to workers at ENI who have opted to join Unite, the trade union. Now, at that meeting, it's been pointed out to me by many constituents that DUP made many derogatory remarks about the workers who have joined the trade union there. And I wanted to give the DUP the opportunity now to reflect on those comments and retract them, because I've checked on the DUP's policies, and it appears that nowhere do they actually oppose workers' rights to join a trade union. So I think that there's a problem here where they are castigating workers, and there's many of them who've joined Unite for joining a trade union, but they do not have an official position that says that they're against workers joining a trade union. So I wanted to offer them the opportunity to withdraw those remarks about workers who've joined Unite.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. I'm sure that members of the DUP are reflecting on your comments on that. Alderman McClintock, is it on this issue, Alderman McClintock? Yes.
Mayor, thank you. It is. Just very briefly to say there were no derogatory comments made by the DUP about workers. I would absolutely refute that, and I'll just leave it there, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman McClintock. I'm not getting into the debate whether there was or there wasn't. Your point is noted. Thank you. Councillor Fleming on a separate issue.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, it's on C456/20, which alludes to the Ben Cave report, which has obviously come in to council before around the health impact in terms of Lough Foyle, Maydown and Culmore. And it's just in relation to that, Chair, there's an issue has arisen down there in recent days, which has caused a lot of concern in terms of the possible implications of it. So I'm not going to get into it in detail, but I just do want to flag it up in terms of the Ben Cave report. The very first issue refers to council through its LDP and planning in terms of ensuring that where industry and the community are in close proximity, that we work to try and ensure that there's issues doesn't arrive that industry is overly empowering onto a community, and certainly, albeit a commercial decision taken down there recently, has caused a fear of that happening in the future in relation to what might be built on there. And there's certainly in the Lough Foyle area in the last week, there has been a lot of concern in relation to that. So we as a party, along with others, reserve the right to bring this issue back to council and quite possibly in the form of a motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Fleming. Your concern and the concern of the residents in Lough Foyle and the surrounding areas are noted, and we look forward to a possible notice of motion in due course, I suppose. Can I also point out that both Alderman McCready and Councillor Jackson have declared an interest in that report that Councillor Fleming has mentioned. Thank you, Councillor Fleming. Councillor Farrell.
Thanks, Mayor. It's relating to item 453, which was responses to motion, particularly around McGee expansion. So it's 1 year since the New Decade, New Approach document was published. It's 1 year since the executive committed to bringing forward proposals around the expansion of McGee. And 1 year on, we've had no proposals. We've written to the First Ministers 3 times in the last 10 months about the commitment to expand McGee, and we've had nothing back. We've had no feedback. We've had no response. We've had no acknowledgement. We've had nothing whatsoever. They're ignoring our council. They're ignoring the 150,000 people that live in this council area, and they're ignoring the issue of McGee expansion. I am aware that this was raised at the executive committee last week, and a civil servant said that it was within the territory of the Department for the Economy, and that they were still waiting for a finalised business case from Ulster University. And whilst I accept that, I don't accept that we've written to the First Ministers repeatedly and that they have ignored us repeatedly. People act on what's important to them. If we put this in the context, we first wrote to the First Ministers in March of last year. Since then, they have responded to 100 written assembly questions from Jim Allister, and they haven't responded to any of our letters about McGee expansion. And I hope that that doesn't mean that Jim and the issues he raises are of more importance than our council, the 150,000 people we represent, or the wider issue of McGee expansion. So I've got a question to the Chief Executive regarding Paul Bartholomew, the Vice Chancellor of Ulster University, and his proposed visit to our council. I think it was said previously that he would attend in February to governance and strategic planning. So is that still the plan? Can we expect him here next month?
Thank you, Councillor Farrell, and through you, Mayor, I can confirm that we have been in touch with the Vice-Chancellor's office on a number of occasions. The Vice-Chancellor has contacted our office in the last day or two to advise that he will attend Governance Committee on Tuesday the 2nd of February and is listed in the documentation that has just been issued. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Councillor Farrell. Councillor John Boyle.
I'll make it a quick question for probably the Director of Environment and Regeneration. C469/20, Mayor, would there be an update on the current situation in relation to discussions re the Craigan Reservoir? That's it. Word.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Karen.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Members, thank you for the opportunity to provide members with an update in relation to this matter. Members, you will all be aware from previous reports that officers have been working closely with Department for Communities, Department for Infrastructure and Craigan Country Park to seek a resolution in relation to the issue with the structural issues in reservoirs. And since the resolution by Council in December, officers have closely prioritised this work in order to progress the resolution as quickly as we possibly can. Members, Council had commissioned a structural study of the reservoir and a specific flood study, which concluded on the 15th of January. Members, it's a very complex issue. It's progressing very well and it is moving swiftly. Our officers have been in regular contact with the officials from DFI and DFC in order to consider the timing around submission of an options appraisal for central government funding in relation to this issue. We anticipate that will be submitted imminently within the next week or so, and members, I will be in a position to provide a further update to Environment and Regeneration Committee in February. Thank you, Chair.
Mayor, can I just thank the Director for that response, and obviously we'll all keenly await further update at that particular committee. So again, thank you to Karen. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Harkin on the same issue.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, thanks, Karen, for the update. And I think we can all agree, based on the last discussion, that there's a great urgency with figuring out the structural issues there in order to allow other projects to move forward. Now, I have talked to residents in the area who are a wee bit bemused by the great urgency now, because they've been raising issues about the area for a long time. Paths, upkeep, and areas that are shut down and blocked off, and lights that don't work. So I think we have to approach that with the same urgency as well, and do both things at the same time.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Members, moving on, item number 7 is the adoption of the minutes of all of our committees. So item number 8. Starting off, 8A is governance and strategic planning, Tuesday the 5th of January, pages 39 to 44. Can I get a proposer and a seconder for accuracy, please?
Propose, Michaela.
Michaela Boyle.
Seconded Martin Riley.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. And for accuracy, for matters arising, Councillor Sean Harkin.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, so this is GSP 8/21.
Be quiet. Be quiet. I'm watching the show. Be
Martin,
quiet.
Councillor Riley, can you mute your mic, please?
I was enjoying that. Yeah, so this is GSP 8/21, the Northwest Regional Development Group and the Northwest Strategic Growth Partnership. I would like to propose that we asked for a feasibility study to reopen the Sligo to Derry rail link. As everybody knows, this is the only part of our rail link across the island that isn't linked up. If you look at any map, there's a great gap there. I think a study about that particular part of the rail network would be very useful. That would cost it, that would look at the benefits of restoring that part of the rail link. And I think that this would be a very useful thing for those Northwest bodies to take on as soon as possible. So I wanted to propose that we asked those bodies to produce a report on that.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin, for that. Councillor Harkin, I'm sure that you will appreciate that that's a massive suggestion that you're asking us to undertake. And I think elected representatives need an opportunity, which I don't disagree with you, just point that out first of all. I think elected representatives need a time to consider what your proposal actually means and how we do that. And I would suggest that that is a notice of motion that is brought forward at the next council meeting on that basis.
Okay, I appreciate that, Mayor. I think we've passed motions at our council in support of a all-Ireland rail network. So I don't think I would need to bring forward a new motion on that. I think that's our corporate position. We can go back and look through them. I believe Councillor McCann brought a motion to that effect forward quite a while ago. Yeah. So this is really about how do we as a council advance this, and this would seem to be the appropriate bodies to be asking for a feasibility study on it.
Yep. No, sorry, who's that?
It's Sandra, Councillor Duffy.
Yep. On this issue, Councillor Duffy.
On this issue, yes. I have put my name in the chat box, but I was afraid that you might think it was on a different issue, but it's on. It's on this particular issue. In terms of the Northwest Regional Development Group, we have discussed the rail links along the Western Corridor. Right down, we have had into the west come and present. We have the other lobby group, and their name escapes me right now at this minute in time, and we have asked that they come and present as well. We are pursuing a feasibility study, so there is work ongoing within the Northwest Regional Development Group on this very issue, which I agree with completely, and I have spoke favourably at both meetings in terms of the Northwest Regional Development Group and the Northwest Strategic Partnership on the issue. I do think that it probably isn't a proper notice of motion, but there is work that is progressing through the groups in terms of rail.
Thank you for that, Councillor Duffy. Like I said, members, it's my view that that's a separate notice of motion. It's a big piece of work that we're asking officers to undertake, and I would prefer that we were doing that in the full knowledge of what we were actually voting on. So on this issue, I'm going to ask Councillor Harkin that he bring that as a full notice of motion, which I look forward to debating in due course. Any other matters arising from our Governance and Strategic Planning Committee? No. B is the monthly planning committee held on Wednesday the 6th of January, pages 45 to 54. Proposer and seconder for accuracy.
I'll second Alan Bressler.
Proposed Kieran Maguire.
Thanks. Matters arising, same pages. No matters arising. The reconvened planning committee held on Thursday the 7th of January, page 55 to 62 for accuracy.
I'll propose that, Mayor McKinney, Philip McKinney.
Thank you, Philip.
I'll second Sean Minnie.
Thank you, Sean. Same pages for matters arising. No matters arising. D is Business and Culture Committee, Tuesday the 12th of January, page 63 to 72 for accuracy.
Michaela, Mayor.
I'll second it, Aileen.
Thank you both. Same pages for matters arising. No matters arising. Thank you, members. E is Environment Regeneration, Wednesday the 13th of January, page 73 to 100.
So proposed, Morris.
Seconded, Derry.
Thank you both. Alderman Hussey with matters arising.
Thank you, Mayor. On page 84, ER 12 bar 21, car parking fees. I had brought this up at E&R. Of course, it was the wrong committee to bring it up at, but it's now there before council. During the first lockdown, there was an easement on car parking fees, as I understand it, offered to our residents throughout the area and those visiting the area where car parking fees were withdrawn during that period, to the best of my knowledge. And I think we're in the middle of a second lockdown, and ask myself, why was that not again reinvigorated or brought out again, that we would have a relaxation in car parking fees during this extended lockdown that we're enduring. And I would propose at full council that officers would look at that and bring forward a proposal to remove car parking fees as they had done the previous lockdown. Thanks, Mayor.
I'll second that, Mayor. Darren.
Okay, thank you both, members. That's the proposal. Can I ask that we get a report back to the Business and Culture Committee on that issue, please? Yep, thank you. Moving on, Councillor Riley.
Mayor, I had a second point there.
Sorry, Alderman Hussey. Sorry, go ahead.
And it's immediately after that on funeral arrangements. I'd raised the issue of the need for funeral corteges to be at cemeteries by 1 p.m. Realizing, of course, the difficulties that can present for our own workers who would have to deal with the closing of the grave, etc. But, and I don't mean this the way some people might take it, Catholic funerals tend to be in the morning. The Protestant faiths tend to have their funerals in the afternoon. 2, 3 o'clock would be a sort of normal time. We're not in normal times, of course, and understand that. But with a restriction that the cortege has to be actually in the cemetery by 1 p.m., if it's held tightly, it causes a great concern, particularly on a Sunday, when our ministers, and I know my own minister and several other ministers, are taking more than one service. And they may be finishing a service wherever it may be in their second congregation or whatever, at 1 o'clock or after 1 o'clock. And it presents a difficulty, particularly on a Sunday. And I would ask that consideration be given to that going forward, that that council are mindful of the needs of the various faiths and their normal procedures when conducting funerals and burials. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. I'm sure Sharon and Connor will be very happy to look at that and get back to you on it. Thank you for raising that point. Thank you. Councillor Riley.
Thanks, Mayor, for bringing me in. Can I ask under ER 21/21 on page 90, that's the Green Infrastructure Action Plan. People may be aware that Minister Mallon this week has announced that she has written to the Chief Executive of all the councils across Northern Ireland in relation to trying to transform our alleyways and to green the alleyways by investing in in transforming these spaces. So it's with that in mind Mayor, that I would ask that the council engages positively with the correspondence that came from Minister Mallon, and brings a report back to the next Environment and Regeneration Committee about how and where across our council region we should try and roll out these types of improvements, because right across the council area, I'm aware that we often talk about back lanes and the problems that back lanes have with fly tipping and so on. So in the pandemic, it would seem to me to make perfect sense that we utilise any public space that we can to allow people to meet outdoors in a safe space, and if there is their money from DFI to help direct that type of improvements in our district, then we should be availing of it. So I'd ask that officers engage with the Minister positively and bring in a report to ENR as soon as possible. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. I'm sure officers will engage positively and bring a report back in due course. Councillor Cooper on the same issue.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Again, I think Councillor Ramsey is seconded that, but I was happy to do it myself. I mean, in terms of the Glen Development Initiative, for example, I've been working on them the last few years on the Mews Lanes and the Rosemount and Lower Glen areas, and they now have their own social economy project, which partly focuses on renewing the Mews Lanes, not just cleaning them, but also putting in place planter boxes and other items that mean that the lanes will be used. That's been very successful, but it's only a few lanes because resources have always been at a premium. So the fact that there's now hopefully a direction of travel where we can get some sort of system in place for the whole city, where private Mews lanes are an ongoing issue, that's all the better. So if the report is coming back, hopefully we can get not just a sort of idea around the framework of it, but also what finances should be available, so that groups in the city can hopefully apply and successfully roll out projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Karen, can a report be brought back in due course with those concerns on it?
Yeah, through after the report, an initial report to come back to the next ENR committee. Members, it will take us a little bit of time to scope all of these issues, because obviously we will need to gather further information, but we will bring an initial report to ENR and allow the members to feed their views in through the committee, which will enable us to actually bring back for a further report with far more information on how this will actually work. But certainly from an officer perspective, it's a very welcome initiative by the Minister, and we're absolutely delighted to be involved in this.
Thank you, Karen. Councillor Carr on a separate issue.
Separate issue, yes, Chair.
Yep.
It's
Thank you.
PR10/21. Sultans. Can I be brought back to the next meeting from the adverse weather group? As I raised at that last meeting, the communal salt bins, to me, they're not working. We've just had a bad weekend again, and to the start of this week. And for me to access salt for some of my constituents, I have to go through 2 or 3 people, which I don't think is right. So I would like a report brought to the next DNR on the workings of the adverse working group. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. I'm sure Karen will ensure a report's brought back in due course.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Just members, we'll have to just double check the committee that comes to, because the adverse weather working group is sort of cross director, but we'll ensure that a report is brought back to members as soon as we possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Members, moving on. F is monthly Health and Communities Committee. Thursday, the 14th of January, pages 101 to 138 for matters arising. For accuracy, first of all.
Proposed, Sandra Duffy.
Seconded,
Thank you both.
Mayor, sorry, I came in there just to have it in the chat box about accuracy for H&C, please.
Just come on to Councillor.
Thank you very much. It's HC6/21, page 115. Just in relation to the PSNI, I think just some of the words there just a bit out of context. What I had said at the meeting was that I had been advised by the neighbourhood inspector when I had met him, once I had joined this council, that he would undertake any complaints that I had with regards to tactics of the police that I had raised this issue in supermarket as well as he didn't bother to come back to me, is what the point I was making. So if that could be recorded, thank you.
Chair.
Yep.
Councillor Gallagher, could I come in just in matters of raising?
Yes, I'll come to you now, Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Doyle, that'll be noted. Councillor Edwards, first of all, on matters of raising.
Mayor, thanks for letting me in. It's HC 1121 condolences. In addition to giving my condolences to the families of Marion O'Neill and James O'Kane at the Health and Communities Committee, I'd also like to give my condolences to Dr. Peter Thompson, who sadly passed away last week. Dr. Thompson served the community of Newton Stewart for 40+ years as a GP, and he was instrumental in bringing in vital out of our service across this district. It'll be sadly missed by the Newton Stewart community, and my thoughts and prayers are with his family at this time. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards, for that. Councillor Gallagher.
Chair, for letting us in, and it's HC 1321, page 122. Chair, and I was at this meeting, and there was a long discussion on dog fouling and where it's at. Chair, if you bear with me, because I'm not on that committee, but I would like to make an amendment to the council. The proposal was made at that meeting around council adopting a zero tolerance, and I'll stick it into the chat box. Chair, this was discussed at the last meeting, and there was widespread social media on it, and it was overloaded with major complaints around dog fouling. And what I'm getting at locally is in the Strabane area, every street that you go to, there's dog fouling on it, and it's like people are just really up to their neck sick of dog fouling. Women pushing prams, people in wheelchairs, joggers, the whole place is getting covered. And we've talked about dog fighting for a long time and what we're trying to do to address it, but the people are not seeing action from council, who's got a responsibility. I've talked to people in Oman Fermanagh. I've talked to our Hitchinor, and we have a lot of staff out on furlough. We have a lot of casual staff that we previously employed that weren't in contract, and they're not able to avail now of furlough return time. But they could be out on the streets in a physical presence, acting as dog wardens, acting as a physical presence, acting with the possibility of handing out leaflets around information on dog fouling and the potential dangers of it. They could be acting as having a presence. They could be handing out food bags. They could be doing a lot of work around the district that we could be making available. And I'm asking as a positive action, councils to address this particular issue that we could do as to support the proposal that I'm making. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. I note that that's been seconded by Councillor Doyle in the chat box. Teresa, can we get that on the screen, please? And I'm going to bring in the Chief Executive just on this issue.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm not sure if my colleagues are on the line, Seamus Donaghy, for one, but just to let members know that we've already acted in terms of the comments from Health and Communities and indeed the comments in social media. We are already putting additional resources on the ground. We are looking to reassign staff. Members may have seen that there's a very substantial social media campaign at the moment. There's physical signage being put along the riverfront in both Derry City Centre and Strabane Town Centre on a number of hotspots and places where this practice has been witnessed as increasing recently. And you will maybe see some of the major billboards also advertising in relation to the issue and fines. So members, obviously, depending on your views today, we are very happy to take action forward. I would suggest we bring a further report just outlining exactly what we're undertaking. But rest assured, members, that we are already acting on this issue, given the increased footfall along some of those areas as well. And there are staff on the ground and will be on the ground in increased numbers in the next number of days.
Thank you for that, John. A number of indicated speakers on this issue, and then I'll come back to Councillor Harkin on a separate issue. Councillor Edwards.
Mayor, thanks for letting me in. And I do completely agree with Councillor Gallagher and support his proposal. I think Dogfield, it has got out of hand, and in the Health and Communities meeting, I referenced some figures about our council areas in terms of fines, and I definitely don't think we're doing enough handing out a handful of fines a year, if even. I don't think that's enough. Mayor, I would like to put an amendment into this motion, if that's okay.
Yeah, is it in the chat box, or can you put it on the chat box for me?
Yeah, it's in the chat box. I just think that we should also be looking at additional action. I know that they'll be putting signs up and things, but I think that they do need to look at new ways of detecting dogfighting, like DNA testing, for example. I know some council in England's using it, and even CCTV. I just think that all the options should be put on the table, the cost and everything. So I would just like to see that added in. Yeah, if Councillor Gallagher doesn't mind, it might need to go in his amendment, but I would like to see that in. Thank you, Mayor.
Chair, 100% agree.
Thank you for that, members. As the Chief Executive has already pointed out, we're already acting on a lot of what has been proposed before you, and I'm wondering, would members be satisfied if we agree that we bring a report back based on what's on the screen to the next available committee? Yep.
Chair, if I come back in, and I appreciate what the Chief Executive says, but what this proposal is about councillors and about elected representatives giving a bit of leadership on this issue and endorsing what council's doing. So that's, when I welcome what's happening behind the scenes, it's good for councillors to be endorsing this action. Thank you, Chair.
Yep, totally agree, and hopefully that's what will happen. So you're still adamant you want to take it to a vote on this? I'm just thinking and trying to speed things up here for us.
Yes.
Yep, okay. Councillor Michaela Boyle.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. No, thanks for letting me come in on this. This is an issue, obviously, that's very close to my heart, given that I am blind in one eye as a result of toxoplasmosis with dog dirt. So I think I'm very well versed in speaking on the issue, but I just want to concur with what John, the Chief Executive, has said. I mean, basically, I had recently spoke with Enda Cummins on this issue. And as Councillor Gallagher quite rightly pointed out, we need to be endorsing exactly what council is doing behind the scene in regards to this issue. I do know billboards and signs and more hotspots areas and more dog fouling bins all goes in some way to help, but there needs to be clearly an education to the people out there. And I welcome the fact also, obviously because of the pandemic, our schools are closed, but I am aware that our officers were due to go into schools to give an educational talk on the impact of dog fouling. Children are very, very good at taking home a message, and we've seen that with the reuse and recycle. It was parents who learned of their children. So I think this is one way. Education needs to happen as well. And I would even go as far as saying maybe we should even be looking at some sort of an ad, a televised ad in this regard, if not through our local government here, maybe through regional government. But I think DNA testing, yes, but it's not just black and white, and there are issues and costs to that. But happy to support the motion in front of us, the proposal. And just on the subject, because Councillor Gallagher raised it, reassigning our furloughed staff, maybe at some stage, Mayor, if we could get an update on how many staff we still actually have furloughed currently. Thank you. Happy to support.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Alderman Wark.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say, sort of going back to Chief Executive, I obviously mentioned myself in Health and Communities meeting a reference to buildings and Macromission area, and I know there's a lot of hard work happening behind the scenes with council officers, but I do agree it had to get out to the public as well. See with the one there with CCTV, now it's Seamus Donny phoned me after the meeting too, and obviously about these hotspots, and what they were looking at was the CCTV side of things there. They more or less stopped the problem, but also talking to him is he was telling me about the amount of dogs aren't registered with dog license in the district, and it's another worrying thing too. I think it's something we need to get the message out. I know council have put a lot of stuff on social media over the last couple of weeks on this here, but it is a major issue for a lot of the councillors here. I was at the council buildings today, came outside, the main door, what's on the ground doctored. So it's a major problem, and it's definitely the education of people, and anything coming forward in this, they more or less, obviously, they get these people, they get this problem solved would be welcome, but it's not all dog owners too. It's just that minority of people are constantly doing this here, but it's a major problem in council.
Thank you, Alderman Wark. Alderman Devaney.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to echo the sentiments by my colleague there, Alderman Wark. And we have no problem in supporting this proposal going forward here. And when we look at the issue, and I welcome a report coming back on the HR issue about reassigning staff back in. And we look at all the mechanism around that. Dogfouling is a serious issue at the minute. And one thing I would like to ask, Mayor, and I've heard Councillor Gallagher talk about this DNA for quite a while now. I think we should explore seriously this DNA, and somebody needs to bring a report someday, or give us some information at the Health and Community how DNA works. The finite details of that, because as Alderman Wark did say, yes, you can have your dog licensed and stuff like that there, but there are thousands of dogs out there that are unlicensed. And I would like clarification, maybe if Councillor Gallagher would allow me just to add on here that we bring forward information, more detailed information regarding DNA and how it works. And how we look at it and how that measure would fare out, Mr. Mayor. Thanks.
Alderman Devaney, you'll be aware that we already have an amendment to the motion, so I've got to deal with that first of all. But I think the outworkings of the amendment and the motion is that a report comes back, which will include how we should be using and how it is used in terms of DNA. So I think it's covered within the proposal that's before us, but it's a fair point that you make. Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Mayor, and totally 100% endorse the proposal. Though I'm concerned when the Chief Executive described the actions being taken, there was a concentration on City and Strabane Town. The second part of the motion is very welcome in that it looks at actions to tackle dogfouling across the district. And, you know, to do that, signs, etc., don't work on their own. At the end of the day, you need boots on the ground. We have the opportunity through COVID of staff who are furloughed and casual staff. And it's a perfect opportunity to get those boots in the ground, tackle the problem. And finally, then on the issue of unregistered dogs, etc., I know towards the end of Strabane Council's life, there was a scheme whereby, and I'm not sure if it came from the department or whatever, whereby there was free chipping of dogs via local vets. And perhaps that could be included in looking at additional actions that might be undertaken with regard to at least knowing more about the actual dogs that we have as opposed to those unregistered. It was a free service provided by our local vets, and indeed there were road shows which were very successful and achieved a lot of proper registration of the dogs in our area. Thanks very much, Matt.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Alderman Guy.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me in. And I'd just like to concur with all the speakers that have gone before, fully back this as well. But my question is to John, just about the paper that's being brought forward. Has the Green Dog Walker Scheme been included in this paper? I've looked and it's reasonably inexpensive, the run, and obviously the local communities can get involved when they're out walking their dogs and take part in it, and actually drive that message home to people who are not following. Thanks, Mayor.
Yeah. Mayor, if you just want me to clarify, we'll ensure that a comprehensive report is brought forward dealing with all of the issues raised today, should this notice of motion pass, obviously, which clearly it will.
Thank you, John. Alderman Ramsey.
Mayor, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yep. Just now that we're on the subject, I had to actually order one of the portable cameras today for Play Park, believe it or not. So that's how serious this is. I was sent photographs of a culprit, but unfortunately, no good. Need a video, need proof. So the camera's ordered, and also the posters that are floating about now with a £80 fine in the posters. Ordered a number of them as well, because the community groups now you're actually looking at them posters to get them around their estates, which I think's a pretty good idea. And I know I've ordered ones from council, because they are a very good poster, very prominent. So just to let you know that unfortunately a camera has to be put on their Play Park. It is serious. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Alderman Ramsey. Councillor Donnelly.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I'm not disputing the levels of dog fouling and you know, the annoyance of it and the serious aspect of it, Chair. Welcome report, but Chair, I do have concerns about CCTV and putting video cameras in children's play parks. You know, Councillor Gallagher has been talking for a long time about this DNA and that, but Chair, I would like, you know, more information on the CCTV, because, you know, just and this is after residents have approached me in the past about possible erection of CCTV in their area, and if we could get information on, you know, how it would work, who would have access to it, and, you know, just if that information could be included on it, Chair, I think it's important. Thank you.
Yep, that'll be included in the report, Councillor Donnelly as well. Thank you for that. Councillor Raymond Barr.
Thank you, Mayor. As the councillor who proposed the adoption of a zero tolerance policy, I support the proposal in front of us here totally. As we all know, dog foul is a major problem district-wide and has been for a number of years. Additionally, I would like to see a bit of emphasis put on the control of dogs and walking areas as well. I've seen myself on a number of occasions children being frightened and intimidated by dogs running loose, and I think, you know, equally that's a serious problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. Councillor Mellon.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me in. Councillor Donnelly already touched on it, but I suppose I have an immediate concern. I would maybe urge Alderman Ramsey to maybe clarify whose camera it is that's going on to a play park. There's a real safeguarding issue there, and the process or policy that comes alongside it. This is a public meeting. I don't want people to feel that they can erect cameras where they feel that they need to catch culprits. That's not the job of the public to do it. And again, I have a real safeguarding issue around cameras in play parks.
Sorry, can I come in, Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead.
The camera I'm talking about is our cameras, the council portable cameras that we purchased for this issue. Sorry, I should have probably made that more clear. That's what the cameras are for. And I know there's issues around play parks, but the fact that we have dog fouling in play parks, if we don't catch the culprits, some child is going to end up blinded. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Ramsey. I hope that clears that up for you, Councillor Mellon. Members, there's no further indicated speakers. I think this is going to be unanimous, both the amendment and then the full proposal, but I'm going to put, first of all, the amendment to you. Yeah. Okay, that's the amendment carried. And now, obviously, the full proposal.
Chair.
Sorry?
Can I just sum up?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just to say, I welcome everybody's support in this. I think that we can all go out to the public and say that this council is going to and is taking action on this issue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Members, I'll put the proposal to you now, and I would suspect it's unanimous, but I'll give you a few seconds. No, that's carried unanimous. Councillor Gallagher, thank you very much. Matters arising from health and communities. Councillor Sean Harkin on a separate issue.
Thanks, Chair, for letting me in. Yeah, so just a point on HC 521, which is the deputation that we had from the Zero Island group. I just want that. I'm sure councillors and aldermen have looked at that report and looked at the discussion, and there was discussion there that was unanimously supported, and I really want to encourage parties to now argue for that strategy through Stormont and Westminster, and if they have partnerships in the Dáil. There's been a lot more coverage of the zero COVID strategy in the press recently, and I think that people were talking earlier about new ideas. We're nearly a year into this crisis, and I think if people look at New Zealand, they're asking why weren't we able to do that. So that's the point I wanted to make in that. And then on HC 721, we, as we have said over and over again, are in an emergency situation with our health service, and I think that this was dramatically put when Minister Poots said that he had cancer and was considering paying £15,000 for an operation. Now, a lot of people are going to be in this situation because red flag cancer surgery, as people know, in many places across the north have now been suspended, which is why I've been attempting to bring forward a motion, and I'm going to do so again right now, basically calling for that our council should call for the executive to bring private hospitals into the health service, under the direction of the health service, to make sure that all red flag surgeries are carried out and any life-saving and necessary procedures and surgeries don't have to be suspended. We're in the middle of a pandemic. Not everybody is £15,000 or anywhere near that to even consider going to a private hospital. And I think we have to call on Stormont to call for to suspend healthcare profiteering at this point. It's really unfair on people that they would be told you can get your operation if you can afford it, but you can't, even if you're more in need of an operation. So, you know, I want to, you know, Councillor Donnelly's proposal earlier was an excellent one, and there was a question asked about why haven't these ideas been put forward. This idea has been put forward. It's been put forward previously. I think the way that we try to get that discussion happen in Stormont is by passing a motion here to urgently do this. I mean, this has happened in the last couple of weeks. So, delaying this further, I think, means that we miss an opportunity to actually put forward a proposal to the executive and the health minister about how we can actually help ease the crisis in the health service and help our health service workers and also save lives. And I think that that's what this is about.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin, for that. Councillor Harkin, I just want to point out that I was never trying to stop you bringing this motion. It was just finding an appropriate point in any given meeting that you put up before us. I think it's related to the item that you've raised, and I'm happy that we put that to the floor now, providing that we're able to find a seconder for it. So, Teresa, can that be highlighted on the screen, please? Thank you, Teresa. And Councillor Gallagher is suggesting that he'll happily second it. So, members, it's before you. I have no indicated speakers at this point. Alderman Devaney.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me in here. And I just want to speak to the proposal. And I think it's important that in the crisis that we're in at the moment, that every tool in the cabinet to deal with the issue, even this calling on the executive to look at the issue of the private healthcare, and we know the costs around that. And there are those out there, look, even without a COVID pandemic, there are many out there can afford to go and have operations done, knee operations, hip operations, and there are those who really don't. It's good to see that Councillor Harkin here is looking for additional help, because I think his party, when the Minister of Health brought in the stipulation that he was going to bring in the British Army to help, they reneged on that. So I'm just wondering why they reneged on that there, and they're calling for help everywhere else. Mr. Mayor, we have no problem in supporting this here. And look, I would encourage as well, when I'm on here now, that we ask people to abide by the rules. And I could say, Mr. Mayor, when we look at a number of events over the last week, we see a lot of people not abiding by the rules.
Hold on, stick to the proposal, please.
That's it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Don't be getting carried away. Councillor Duffy.
Apologies, I didn't realise it was next. Yeah, look, happy to support the proposal in terms of what's in front of us. Happy to do whatever it takes in terms of addressing the crisis and saving lives. Health is what is most important here. I know from talking to the Trust this week myself around red flag surgeries and all the rest of it, that they are actually using private healthcare at the minute and referring people onto it. So it is happening in a way, but no, more than happy to support the proposal as it stands.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Councillor McCann.
I just wanted to make I'm in favour of the proposal, of course. I wanted to make a sort of what is, I believe, the most important underlying point, which is about sort of the need to eliminate the private sector, to eliminate for-profit procedures from the delivery of health service aid to us. If there's one thing the pandemic has done, it has shown the absolute inefficiency of the private sector when it comes to dealing with health on a mass basis, and the relative efficiency of the public sector. We all praise all the time, and rightly so. We praise the heroic work of the National Health Service. It's the envy of Europe at the moment when it comes to delivering health, and we all call them heroes and so forth. Keep in mind, that's the public sector doing it. When we look at the role of the private sector broadly and over the period of the pandemic, what do we find? We find across the water, we find that rapacious companies like Sheriffco, for example, are given contracts to run sort of test and trace and isolate procedures, and have made an absolute mess of it. It scarcely exists sort of in many parts of the land. The people who are qualified to do these matters are local authorities like ourselves and local health services. That's who does test and trace, for example, when it comes to STIs, when it comes to other infectious diseases. That's who does it. That's who can do it, sort of right across these islands. So I'm in favour of this, not only because I'm in favour of the specific proposals in it, but I think that we ought to be arguing all the time for public health to be a matter for the public service. The private for-profit sector should have nothing to do with the health service. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor McCann. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor, and I just want to put on record that we're happy to support this also. We have no problem at all asking for extra help and support during the pandemic. I must point out that before the pandemic in health and communities, the Trust had come and say they're prioritising the waiting list, and I know there's many people out there waiting currently, so hopefully this support and this call will see past the pandemic when we return to normal surgeries too, because I know like my own mother was waiting 7 years for 2 knee replacements, and many more other people out there living in pain. So hopefully after the pandemic we'll also have this huge support to bring the public and the private sector together to eradicate these waiting lists. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Riley.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. A lot of what I wanted to say has been covered already, but I do think that it is important that we note that the pandemic has brought into sharp focus the difficulties within our health system, but it in no way excuses the extent of the waiting list that we had prior to the pandemic, where we were the place with the longest waiting lists of any place across these islands, and indeed ministers would have resigned in other places for lists of the extent of what we were experiencing here. So I think that we need to be real in relation to this, that as well as trying to make changes right now during the pandemic, which we're supporting in terms of the motion that's before us tonight, we also need to look back at the fact that after the pandemic, we do need to have a far better health system and health service than what we had previously, and that's on all of us across all this chamber and those in the executive to make our health service better, because we had a number of years where we had no government at all, and it was only through the campaigning and the actions of the unions and the staff in the health sector, who demanded rightly that they get adequate pay, that we found ourselves back in a situation where we had devolution restored. So I think that we need to honour all of that work by ensuring that we build back a better health service for every single person right across Northern Ireland. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I concur with much of the content of Councillor Riley's comments there? I'm mindful of the executive sitting in the executive when Michael McGimpsey warned that the health service was under strain and that it wasn't financially being supported the way it should be. That's how far back this goes. It wasn't until Robin Swan took on the mantle that our party had any input into health, and others have a lot to answer for the deficit in resource application to the health service that existed in between, not least indeed the present Deputy First Minister, who of course held the health remit in her time. There has been a big deficit and a clearly identified need that has existed within our NHS service for a long, long time. That hasn't been addressed. I'll give credit to our current minister, who is trying to address that. And his first act was with regard to the pay issue that was crippling health service with strikes, etc. And he dealt with that. And I believe he will do going forward, and has already intimated issues of concern with regard to care homes and bringing them fully into the system. So we need to be careful going forward that ministers responsible, and particularly in finance, are aware of the need for health service and that they give it the priority it deserves. So agreeing and endorsing comments from Councillor Riley there and enhancing the service going forward is one that we cannot ignore. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Councillor Donnelly.
Thanks for letting me in. Chair, no, a lot of what I was going to say has already been said, but just to commend Councillor Harkin for the motion. You know, whether we agree with the systems in place or not, they have a duty to look after its citizens. And I think, you know, that whoever's in charge needs to be doing all it can to ensure that you know, the people under its control or within its jurisdiction are given, you know, proper health care. So just happy to support the motion and commend Councillor Harkin for putting forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Councillor Harkin, would you like to sum up on that, please?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Look, I'm glad to hear everybody's going to, it sounds like, support the motion. But I'll be honest, unless this is argued for in Stormont, it becomes somewhat meaningless because, you know, it's one thing getting through this meeting and not being seen to oppose this kind of motion that the vast majority of people outside of here will agree with. So I'm hoping that the members of the 5 executive parties actually encourage their ministers to have a serious discussion about doing this. I mean, look, a lot of people are at home right now and they can't believe that the executive has hundreds of millions of pounds that they're not spending on the health service, that they're not spending on people here when they're in desperate need. And I think that, you know, this is the kind of thing that will make a difference. And this proposal's been around for quite a while. Consecutive executives have cut funding, haven't prioritised it. We're not going to get into the game of blaming one minister against another minister. We see this as the collective responsibility of the executive, and the state of the health service right now is really the collective responsibility of the health service. So, you know, it's only meaningful if parties here who vote for it actually begin to argue for it in Stormont and have that debate publicly and see if there's action that can come out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Members, the proposal in front of you has been seconded by Councillor Gallagher, I think it was. So I'm going to put it to the floor. It seems unanimous, but
point of information, Chair. I know it's not a point of order, but can somebody confirm that private care hospitals already are being used by the NHS with regard to the present emergency?
Of course they are, and the NHS is paying the going rate on the market for those procedures rather than them being paid for by the general taxation.
Thank you, Councillor McCann. Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Thank you. Members, I'm putting it before you. I think it's unanimous, but we'll give it a second or so. Yep. Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Members, moving on. Item number 9 is our notices of motion. And the first one is in the name of Councillor Stephen Edwards. Councillor Edwards.
Take the motion as read, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Can I get a seconder for Councillor Edwards' motion, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I'm McCready.
Thank you, Alderman McCready. Councillor Edwards, go ahead.
Mayor, thanks for letting me bring this very important motion to Council this evening, and I do so on behalf of the Irish soldiers and their families that have been badly treated following the siege of Jadotville, which happened in the Congo in 1961. I'm honoured to be taking this motion to Council on behalf of the soldiers of Jadotville and their families. This motion links into an all-Ireland campaign across councils to get these men the honours that they truly deserve, and this motion is the first to be debated in the North. By way of background, Mayor, in September 1961, Commandant Quinlan led a force of 155 strong Irish soldiers, referred to as Company A, to the town of Jadotville as part of the UN deployment, with orders to protect the mainly Belgian settlers in the area. The soldiers came under attack from an estimated 3,000 Katangan soldiers after the UN forces seized Katangan locations near Elizabethville in Operation Martha. The attack on Irish troops lasted 5 full days until they were forced to surrender due to no support or reinforcement from the United Nations. Miraculously, there was not one Irish soldier fatality. What happened, these brave soldiers after their release, is absolutely reprehensible. Indeed, Instead of being given a hero's welcome and medals for their bravery, these men were called cowards, Jadotville Jacks, and they were shamed, and many faced severe psychological issues as a result for decades after. Mayor, our council area has a direct connection to the siege of Jadotville. Privates James Patrick O'Kane and Joseph Alfonso O'Kane are from Strabane town itself, with the latter being recommended for a Distinguished Service Medal by Commandant Pat Quinlan. The late John McEnany is also from Derry City. He played a pivotal role in Jadotville, and I've spoken to the families of all these brave men in recent weeks who are fully supportive of the motion before us tonight. It is only right that the Irish government finally intervenes by awarding them the full honours they deserve. While a review body has been set up by the Irish government, I do believe this decision could be taken immediately with the appropriate political will. That is why I'm calling on the Taoiseach and the Irish President to intervene to ensure that this great injustice is finally undone. The motion before Council calls on the Irish government to award the medals to the soldiers. These men have suffered from humiliation, from degradation for far too long. I hope that this motion, along with the other motions in councils across this island, will go some way in influencing the Irish government to act. And Mayor, I want to thank our veteran soldiers for raising the issue with me, including Mr. Frank Coyle from Castlederg, for bringing the motion to me. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to wish the many Irish soldiers well from across this island who have gone overseas to serve the country in recent months. I urge support for the motion, Mayor, and I look forward to the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Alderman McCready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can wholeheartedly welcome and support Councillor Stephen Edwards' motion on a topic I'm very familiar with, and indeed from my previous military experience. Commendable for those bringing it forward from the Irish Defence Force veterans. And not only do I speak on this motion as a councillor, I do so in a privileged capacity as this council's veterans champion, albeit statutory to the UK Armed Forces. However, I do recognise and support Defence Forces Ireland veterans, and I routinely engage with them as part of my efforts as UK ROI veterans are going through very similar issues and struggles post-service, and in particular their mental health, which Councillor Edwards has mentioned specifically. And on reflection of the events, of the battle and the siege of Jadotville, it is clear that the members of A Company, who are local men, under the command of the late Colonel Pat Quinlan, they served with the distinction, selfless commitment and bravery in an unwinnable situation. This is testament to the calibre of soldiers that both the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland produce into the profession of arms, which is evident through history. Look at the 16th Irish Division, 36th Ulster Division, and the case in point, the men of A Company at Jadotville in '61. Secondly, Mayor, soldiers are too often let down and forgotten about by their governments, and in particular when operations go horribly wrong or politically sensitive thereafter, at no fault of the soldiers. And this is the case with the siege of Jadotville. And it is something I have seen throughout my time with the UK government and the MOD through my career. It is only right and proper that they are recognised for their valour, gallantry and outstanding bravery, and that the Taoiseach and his Minister of Defence posthumously award medals to those who have sadly died since, and award the medals to the remaining 8 men, of whom are recommended by Colonel Pat. In recent history, I've had the privilege to serve alongside members of Defence Forces Ireland on United Nations, NATO, ISAF operations around the world, and I can say to members within this council that they continue to serve with professionalism and distinction. And just lastly, Mayor, as I sum up on my contribution, as part of my duties as a Veterans Champion, I personally would like to extend an open invitation to Irish Defence Force veterans, and specifically those who were at the siege of Jadotville, to the City and District, and it'd be my privilege to host them at Londonderry's Veterans Hub when it's safe to do so, because they'd be very welcome and have nothing to be ashamed of. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman McCready. Councillor McKinney.
Thank you for letting me on, Mayor. I too, like Alderman McCready, have served alongside the guys from the Irish Defence Forces and found them to be very brave guys. What I'd like to say is the bravery of these guys that were on UN peacekeeping mission is unquestionably You know, we can't question their bravery. It was incredible. They were very let down by the United Nations. They took on, as you know, a force of over 3,000, which did not just have militia. It also had highly trained men from France and from Belgium who were mercenaries. And I also just like to point out that since the siege, 4 of the veterans took their own lives, and the families of those veterans seem to think, well, have asked not seem to think, they expressed that this siege had something to do with it, and basically the lads were suffering from PTSD. So we would fully support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKinney. Councillor McHugh.
Mayor, thank you, Mayor, and I wish to acknowledge Councillor Edwards in bringing this motion to the council. He's quite right. These men should be honoured for their bravery. They were under-resourced and undermanned, and as Councillor Edwards said, it's quite remarkable that there were no fatalities of the Irish soldiers. So I think it's only right and proper that they do be honoured for their efforts. I don't obviously speak on behalf of the Irish Army, but I don't think they would appreciate the comparison to the British Army. The Irish Army were there as peacekeepers, and they have never invaded other people's countries or oppressed them. But I just want to make that point. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McHugh. Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Mayor. And like others, congratulations to Councillor Edwards in bringing forward this motion. We did have a telephone call about when Councillor Edwards was considering this. Totally support all of the sentiments contained within the motion. The shameful treatment of these brave soldiers on their return from this particular engagement, both, as has been said, nations and indeed by the Irish government, to me is on a par with the shameful treatment that was given to Irish soldiers returning from World War I. Alderman McCready mentioned the 16th and 36th Ulster, and not forgetting, and I'm sure Ryan would agree, not forgetting the 10th Irish, who were among the first in action during the First World War. But similarly, soldiers returning from that theatre of war, albeit before Irish independence, the Republic of Ireland going independent, were treated in a shameful manner as well. It is only right and proper that these soldiers are acknowledged for their bravery and for their peacekeeping efforts, trying to protect civilian population in the face of overwhelming battalion forces, and as Councillor McKinley has rightly pointed out, professional mercenary soldiers who were of a special forces level in the training that they were bringing to that engagement. Totally support the motion. Well done, Councillor Edwards, and thoughts with those who are no longer able to enjoy what we hope will be a proper recognition of their efforts at that time. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Councillor Donnelly.
Thank you, Chair. You'll not hear me too often speaking highly of the Free State Army, but Chair, in the spirit of this motion, these men, the bravery of these men was, it cannot be taken away. Facing the odds that they were facing, the bravery that they was shown, and eventually only surrendered after they ran out of bullets and drinking water. Inflicted heavy casualties on their attackers. The odds was greatly against them, Chair, and the spirit of the motion, that cannot be undoubted. And the men were used as cannon fodder. No problem with the mission that they were on, but you had despicable individuals like Conor Cruise O'Brien and possibly those above him who treated these men very, very badly. And I think they spent, I think it was at least a month in captivity. So hats off to them, Chair. And as again, whilst I have no sort of respect for the structures that they fought, that they belonged to, I do think that that was their choice and fair play to them, and that they should be within them structures recognised. And if that means, giving them a medal and recognising that bravery within them structures, then I have absolutely no problem with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Members, no further indicated speakers. I'm going to ask Councillor Edwards to sum up.
Thanks for letting me in. I just want to thank everyone for the support, and Councillor Donnelly is right in one thing, that they were left hung out to dry by the United Nations at the time. Although I don't necessarily agree with some of his other comments, but in terms of Alderman McCready as well, and I do welcome his support for it. And I've been speaking to John McEnany's daughter Kathleen and Leo Clinton, who's Pat Clinton's son. They are actually trying to get an event in Derry when the restrictions lift. It'll probably be next year, this stage, hopefully, just to do a talk on the siege of Jadotville. But hopefully that goes ahead, and we can share all the details and all the information with the local people of the district. But thanks everyone for the support, and thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Members, I'm going to put Councillor Edwards' motion to you now. I believe it's going to be unanimous, but I'll leave it for a couple of seconds if anyone wants to make me aware. No. The motion in the name of Councillor Stephen Edwards is passed unanimously. Members, it's just turning 6 o'clock, and I'm going to propose at this stage that we take a short interval for approximately 15 minutes where we can get up and stretch our legs a wee bit. And just to make you aware, members, I'm going to take a more substantial break at 8 o'clock or thereabouts for 20 minutes as well, just to, again, refreshment break. So members, I'll see you back online at about 6:15. Thank you. All right, members, thank you very much. If you're all back on, we'll kick off once again with the motion in the name of Councillor Emmett Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I ask for a seconder?
Mayor, I'm happy to second that. Ryan McCready, please.
Thank you, Alderman McCready. Go ahead, Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Alderman. Members, I think it would be fair to say that we all recognise that this city and district is caught in the grip of a crisis in poor mental health, that it has manifested itself long before the pandemic. The recent consultation for the mental health strategy for the next 10 years makes for stark reading. Acute inpatient mental health facilities have been operating over and above safe levels. Older people don't have access to statutory services despite a huge proportion suffering from depression. And young farmers even have identified that poor mental health is one of the biggest issues that they face. 10% of the mental health budget must be ring-fenced for child and adolescent mental health. And we must aim for a 30% increase in the per capita mental health spend. That's not a recommendation from Intu, rather it is from the interim mental health champion, which our party met this week. I previously moved a motion that the executive and in particular the Department of Health prepare wraparound services for those whose mental health has suffered as a result of the pandemic. And it's imperative that we keep that in mind in the course of our work. We would like to see a full mental health screening programme for both children in schools after the pandemic and those who have experienced the rise in domestic abuse in all its forms are given access to the services they need. This motion asks you to declare a mental health emergency, but I can't be clearer. This is not a cry for help from the district. It's not an admission of defeat from those who work on the front line. Instead, it's a way for us to demonstrate to those we serve that we understand the pressure they're under, that we in this chamber are with them, and that we actively support work to address a crisis. I'm proposing that we establish an all-party working group to draft a response to the strategy consultation. Parties and independent members may wish to submit their own responses, but I'm of the opinion that this is one of the most important documents issued in recent years, and as a city and district, it is merited, and our constituents deserve nothing less. Members may remember the debacle around the citing of rehab and detox services when this council did not make a submission to the consultation, and as a result of a resolute campaign from OMA, the services were retained there despite more people from this district now using it than anywhere else. That brings me to the third tenet of the motion. Members, the third ask is that we do what our constituents expect of us already. I refer to the rehab and detox services and to how a concerted effort by another council area resulted in services being cited in their jurisdiction as opposed to here in this city. The mental health strategy contains a commitment for a new regional crisis service. It's absolutely imperative that we see the Northwest Service cited in this city. For too long, the term regional has meant outside of Belfast and as such, outside of Derry. We cannot allow that to continue, and so as a commitment to fight for that service and any others that our constituents need as a council, it's an important marker to lay down. It's also important that we use the experience and ingenuity of services of groups in this city to demonstrate how we have led the way in many practices, from holistic community-based therapies to the services of Foyle Search and Rescue and the Foyle Prevention Team. The fact that we need citizens of good faith in this city to volunteer their time to save lives is in itself a demonstration of where we're at. I joined Foyle Prevention Team over the new year on a patrol of the area around the river, and I have never been as convinced that we need to act. The time has now come for us all to speak with one voice and take into our own hands as much as possible the future services available to those in this city and district who need support for poor mental health, psychological traumas, and long-term behavioural disorders. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Just put me dead there. Thank you. Members currently on the list, I have Councillor Raymond Barr, Councillor Mellon, Ferguson, Farrell, and Alderman McCready. If I haven't called you, members, you're not on the list, could you please let me know? Councillor Barr, Raymond Barr.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Doyle, for bringing this motion before Council. Pre-COVID, our communities were faced with a serious and worsening problem with mental health issues among young and old in our society. And as predicted, we're now seeing this problem exacerbated with the consequences of lockdown. Bereavement, isolation, job losses, and fear are contributing to an increase in mental health issues in our community. Our young people are suffering from the impact of absenteeism from school. Alcohol and drug abuse is leading to problems ranging from insomnia, anxiety, and loss of confidence and self-esteem. I can only speak for what I see in my own area in Strabane, and I can say it's my opinion, and it's an informed opinion, that the need for mental health care intervention is a bigger priority in the town than the problem food poverty presents. The Quorum Centre is currently facing unprecedented demand for counselling service, while SHIP, Strabane Health Improvement Project, whose supply face-to-face counselling has seen 64 clients since June, with each client having 6 sessions. The age of these clients range from 7 years upwards. This illustrates to me the seriousness of the situation. I have no doubt the situation is no different in the rest of the council district, with agencies like HORT and ASSERT being overwhelmed. Given the underspend quoted by the Finance Minister last week, I would just like to add to the motion, make a small amendment, that council write to the executive to ask that funding be made available to address the need for mental health counselling in the Derry City and Strabane District Council area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. Councillor Barr, can you put that amendment into the chat box for me, please? Do we see if we can get a seconder?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councillor Raymond Barr and Councillor Jason Barr for seconding that amendment. Teresa, can we get the amendment on the screen, please? Thank you. I note Councillor Doyle saying he's got no issue with the amendment. Councillor Doyle, the amendment still has to be put to the floor for a vote, whilst you may not have no issue with it, we still have to take it through the process. Councillor Aileen Mellon, next speaker.
Mayor, I'll wait until the amendment speak to the substantive motion. I have an amendment as well.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mellon. Councillor Ferguson on the amendment.
Mayor, I'll speak on both if you don't mind.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor George, for bringing this forward. Mental health is a top priority for many of our councillors, and many have spoken on it passionately in this chamber. I think bringing a working group together as quickly as possible for the consultation is a fantastic idea and a real way to have a robust conversation around what we feel is important for our city and district. I think that within that working group that we have the possibility of doing 2 other aspects, which we as a council could contribute to that. Our community and voluntary sector is a vital part of the mental health strategy. I mean, you've seen many services out there that our GPs rely on in social prescription, but I think that we aren't aware fully of exactly what we have. So any support that we can offer on a possible service audit would be a great idea. So that we are also know what's available out there. I think also in our own corporate, we do really well with our Be Well. And I think in everything that we do going forward, we must consider a mental health impact, whether that's with council staff or with requests from the voluntary and community sector. And finally, once we feed back into the working group, I think that it's a vital part that all departments, all statutory agencies are responsible for the mental health in every aspect that they do. We've seen that recently. I was with Siobhan O'Neill this morning, and we were talking about how every department has paid in a contribution towards having her interim at the moment. And I know the Justice Department is currently working on an intense mental health strategy for anybody engaged in their service. And I think that is everybody has to take the responsibility within their department, that it's intertwined. We see it in our children and our education. And I was only speaking about the mental health of children going through assessments at the moment, having to wait 2-3 years before they actually can access anything, and how that could be intertwined with our community and voluntary sector whilst they're waiting for the statutory involvement. But no, I completely we completely support the motion. We're happy to support the amendment and look forward to see any further amendments coming in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Next on the list is Councillor Farrell, but he's got a further amendment, so we'll come back to you, Councillor Farrell.
Yeah, that's correct. I do have an amendment. Thanks, Mayor.
And Alderman McCready while supporting the amendment wants to speak on the substantive motion. So members, no further indicated speakers on the amendment, so I'm going to put that to you now for consideration, if members can indicate. No one speaking against it, so I'm going to take it as read that that amendment from Councillor Raymond Barr has passed unanimously. Reverting back now to Councillor Mellon with a further amendment, I understand.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I've already provided the amendment to Teresa earlier today.
Thank you. Can we get a seconder? Can we get the amendment on the screen and then get a seconder, please?
Happy to second.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Go ahead, Councillor Mellon, just while it's coming up there.
Yeah, do you want me to wait until it's up or to go
No,
ahead?
no, go ahead.
It's only a small amendment to the motion. I want to thank Councillor Doyle for bringing it forward. I'm sure when the amendment, it's additive and not taking away anything to it. It's so that it's inclusive to our children and young people. Councillor Barr spoke about the impact that COVID has had, but we see for the last decade the levels of mental health for our children and young people is soaring throughout the city and district. We can see it when we're speaking about eating disorders, anxiety, resilience, and we speak to any healthcare professional who's in that field, and they would echo them concerns as well. So that was my reason for putting that in. I did also have an earlier that we should release the child-friendly version, but it has been since in the last few days being released. I would like to add a wee bit of concern to that also, that this document was released in December for an adult version, so the same process should be made for children and young people as well, and not 2 months after. So I do want to thank Councillor Doyle for bringing the motion forward, and I hope again he appreciates the amendment. First of all, I want to pay tribute to the fantastic work that organisations and individuals in this field of mental health are carrying out, and also to the people within our communities who are currently suffering or have a loved one suffering from mental health issues, and my thoughts are with them all. Mental health knows no boundaries, no community, nor political divide, and it should be a collective drive forward to create positive change. It certainly does not skip our families, our friends, or our communities, and it's so important that we all use any platform that we have to advocate for effective change. That mental health does not continue to be seen as an issue or item on the health agenda, nor any other department for that matter. And whilst we recognise the great work that goes on and the help that is available, we need more. We need to address the need for dual diagnosis, and we've heard tonight that crossover between mental health and addiction, but the need for dual diagnosis so that we can remove barriers to treatment, to reform access to service, and for better transition from child mental health services and the adult services, and a better collaborative approach for everyone who has a responsibility to look after those most in need. Again, thanks, Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Councillor Mellon. Members, there's no indicated speaker on Councillor Mellon's amendment at this stage. As I said, Councillor Farrell and Councillor McCready, or Alderman McCready, sorry, I prefer to wait. Darren Guy, on the amendment, Alderman?
Mayor, yes.
Go ahead.
Happy, looking through it here, happy enough to support this amendment as well, and also thank Councillor Doyle for bringing the original one forward. Totally agree. Children are being put through the mill at the minute, missing friends and so on, and mental health is a major issue and will become worse in the next few months. And the child services are seriously underfunded in the northwest area, and I have no bother supporting this and asking for more funding to be made available to help out with mental health counselling. Thank you, Mayor. I support the amendment to the motion.
Thank you, members. I'm going to put the amendment from Councillor Mellon to the floor now, members. If anyone's not supportive, can you please let me know? No, I think that again has carried unanimously, the amendment from Councillor Mellon. Councillor Farrell.
Thanks, Mayor. The SDLP is in broad agreement with the key outputs of Councillor Doyle's motion. will participate fully in the working group to prepare a response to the draft mental health strategy. We'll lobby for improved services, and we believe that we should thoroughly monitor implementation of the strategy. They're all sensible proposals. I've spoken on numerous occasions about the mental health waiting lists across this city and district. I spoke at length at Health and Communities in terms of the consultation. Mental health needs to be given political priority, and it needs to be given adequate resources and funding. The North has the highest rates of mental health issues across the UK, but has the lowest rate of funding. And the actions detailed in the draft strategy will address those pressures on existing services. However, we have concerns around the language used in the opening paragraph of Councillor Doyle's motion. We're worried about the potential impact on people suffering from mental health issues if we were to declare a mental health emergency across Derry and Strabane. We accept that the situation needs to improve and improve immediately, but labelling the situation as an emergency could have an unintended detrimental impact on people that need support. We're here to help people, we're not here to scare them. This is an emotive issue, and we need to be very careful about the language we use and how it will be perceived by the public. What we don't want to do is create a state of panic. People read headlines, they're not going to read the statements in detail that come out of today's meeting. Any mention of an emergency could lead people to believe that services have collapsed completely, that medication isn't available, or that help or support has just evaporated. So with that in mind, I've got a different form of words for the opening paragraph, which I'll put up here.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell. Members, can I get a seconder for Councillor Farrell's amendment, please?
Second, Mayor.
Councillor Cusack, thank you. Members, just bear with us while Teresa's putting this on the screen for me, please. Councillor Doyle, I'll bring you in now shortly. Okay, members, it's on the screen. Thank you very much, Teresa. Councillor Doyle on the amendment.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate all the comments that have been made so far. What I would say is that I can't support this amendment because in my experience, both as a member of this council beforehand and as someone who has consulted widely around the language, we are in this city and district experiencing a mental health emergency. We know that because we have seen, even in our responses to motions in our pack, that the Western Trust have said that people are suffering badly as a result of the pandemic. That's on top of the waiting lists that Councillor Farrell has referred to, as well as the fact that even our inpatient acute services, who are only supposed to operate at an 85% capacity, according to the Royal College of Psychologists, operated for a time at the end of last year right across the region at almost 102% capacity. That is an emergency. The language is deliberate because it should focus minds with regards to those decision makers and those commissioning bodies that we recognise there is a problem. Our citizens recognise that there is a problem, and we are being proactive in not only saying that there is an emergency, but that we are taking very clear and robust action in the forms of words that I put forward, plus those that have been put forward by the previous two speakers who have put forward amendments to address this. And I don't believe that the wording with respect to Councillor Farrell really gets to the core of what this motion is trying to put across. I do understand where he is coming from, but I think that the language is there specifically to highlight the realities on the ground across, as I say, from a range of stakeholders that I have consulted with who have no issue with the word emergency, because in fairness, in homes all over this city and district, I think the word emergency would be one that would be aptly used. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. I have Councillor Mellon, Harkin and Donnelly, and I'm assuming it's all on Councillor Farrell's amendment. Councillor Mellon.
Yeah, it's on the amendment. Thank you, Mayor. Whilst I completely understand where Councillor Farrell is coming from, sometimes it takes the wording on the screen for it to become real. It's the ugly truth. It's where our constituents are at. It's where our family, our friends are at. This can't continue any longer, and it is an emergency. An emergency is something that needs addressed straight away, and that's where that's at. But I would also say that in the same vein, I understand in terms of reporting, and for people who's in the media and the press, they should watch and fully explain the context of the motion if it was to be put out, and likewise for councillors and members to do the same. That there is help out there. It might not be enough. There might not be enough of it, and it needs investment. It is our responsibility to make sure that people know there's still somewhere to go and there still is help, albeit it needs reformed and there needs to be more resources put in place. But I can't accept I can't vote on the amendment either, because I think we need to be genuine and real. I don't think this is going to come to a shock to anybody within our city and district.
Thank you, Councillor Mellon. Councillor Harkin on Councillor Farrell's amendment. Councillor Harkin.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, look, I wouldn't support what Councillor Farrell is proposing. We have said here many times before that we have a mental health crisis. And if we have a crisis, we have an emergency to address. And not only do we have a mental health crisis, we have a deprivation crisis in this district. We have a child poverty crisis in this district, and all of these things have become far worse since the pandemic has hit. So I think the proper language that we need to use is emergency. Now that means if you say that there's a crisis and an emergency, it actually means there needs to be action. Unfortunately, I'm not confident at all that our executive has a plan to address any of those crises. And I think some of the most progressive stuff we've been doing has been coming out of these discussions in our council, but they're not matched by what's happening in the executive. You read now about the impact of the pandemic on young people. 45% of 16 to 25-year-olds say that their mental health has got far worse as a result of the pandemic. 1 in 4 young people saying that they can't cope. I would call that, a crisis that requires emergency action. So, look, everything that's in the full motion, I support, and we're going to support this. But we can't see mental ill health as an isolated issue. It's not a surprise to me that our district has such high ill mental health. We're also on the high. We have high levels of deprivation. These two things are connected, and any strategy that hopes to address mental health has to also address deprivation. We actually have to have prospects for people. We have to have hope. So all these things
Harkin, can you bring your remarks to a close, please?
Yeah. So I think all these things are tied together. I think we have to try and put this as sharply, and it's really about those who are in a position to take action.
Councillor Harkin.
Listen up. Thank you.
Councillor Donnelly.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I can support this amendment. I have no issue with the motion as it stood before that. I'd like to thank Councillor Doyle for bringing it, and Councillor Mellon for amendment. I think this wording, Chair, dilutes the seriousness of the situation. I'm not saying that's the intention, But unless you live under a rock in this city and district, you cannot help but see that there is a huge crisis in mental health. And if we have a crisis in mental health, then it requires an emergency. Like Councillor Harkin, I don't share I'm not too positive that the cavalry will be coming from Stormont, but they do have a duty there in governance. They have a duty to look after, and I think Councillor Harkin's also right in that not only do we can't be just putting bandages on the wound. We need to be looking at what causes mental health problems, and we need to be trying to prevent it rather than just catching them at the other end. So can't support the amendment, but happy with the motion as it was pre the amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor. Where I'm sympathetic and fully understand the impact of our words can make ripples within our city and district, I do agree with some of the previous speakers where I think we've been able to declare a climate emergency because it's something that is important and something needs addressing. And I don't think this would come to a shock to many people, because even before council, many people would come to me and say that mental health was on its knees here, and it was an emergency that needed to be addressed. So as I say, I'm fully sympathetic to the fact that we do have to be aware of the wording that we use and how we're responsible for that message. But I think in this case, we do have to have that stronger message go out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Raymond Barr.
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, well, I fully appreciate where Councillor Farrell is coming from, and we see the result of reckless and exaggerated reporting every day. But as Councillor Duffy says, sometimes we have to call a spade, and there's no doubt about it. Mental health as a pandemic on its own at the moment, and nowhere more so is that illustrated in our own council area. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barr, for that. Members, there's no further indicated speakers on the amendment. So I'm going to put the amendment to the vote and ask John to take us through it, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Alderman Breslin. Alderman Breslin.
Against.
Alderman Devaney.
Against.
Alderman Guy.
Against.
Alderman Hussey.
Against.
Alderman Carrigan.
Against, John.
Alderman McClintock.
Against.
Alderman McCready.
Against.
Alderman Ramsey.
Against.
Alderman Wark.
Against.
Councillor Jason Barr. Councillor Jason Barr.
For.
Sorry, thank you. Councillor Raymond Barr.
Against.
Councillor John Boyle.
For.
Councillor Michaela Boyle.
It's John.
Councillor Burke.
Against.
Councillor Carr. Councillor Cooper.
Against.
Councillor Cusack.
For.
Councillor Dobbins.
John.
Councillor Donnelly. Councillor Donnelly.
Against.
Councillor Doyle.
Against, John.
Councillor Duffy.
Against.
Councillor Durkin. Councillor Durkin.
For.
Councillor Edwards.
For, John.
Councillor Farrell.
For.
Councillor Ferguson.
Against.
Councillor Fleming.
Against, John.
Councillor Gallagher.
Against.
Councillor Harkin.
Against.
Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Kelly.
Against.
Councillor Logue.
Against.
Councillor McCann.
Against.
Councillor McGuire. Councillor McHugh.
Against, John.
Councillor McKeever.
For.
Councillor McKinney.
Against, John.
Councillor Mellon.
John.
Councillor Mooney. Councillor Mooney.
John.
Councillor Riley.
For, John.
Councillor Tierney.
For.
Mayor, that's 11 for, 29 against, so the amendment falls.
Thank you, John. That amendment from Councillor Farrell falls and we revert back to the original motion. And Alderman McCready.
Thanks, Mayor. Firstly, I want to welcome and support Councillor Doyle's motion unequivocally. An important topic, that we've discussed at length and on multiple occasions within Chamber and virtually, it is persistent around mental health, and which in any normal set of circumstances, it's a very serious and enduring problem we face within the community. But the fact that it's compounded further as a byproduct from the COVID-19 and indeed from some of the other reasons laid out by Councillor Doyle and other members who did input, which I agree. I don't take any offence or any issue with the SDLP's. I think it was quite thoughtful and considerate in terms of the language that we use. I suppose now more than ever, it's vital that we convene an all-party working group in order to bring a full comprehensive response to the mental health consultation. And crucially, we as a council must be prepared to follow through, with any and all provisions that we could enable or reasonably deliver in partnership with the Department of Health and local trusts. I just wish to commend all local groups out there, an organisation currently at the front line, day in, day out, dealing with mental health, because it is not easy, and there's a huge lack of resource structure and policies to support them, given the points that were raised. But on a lighter note, I do also want to recognise and welcome the news that our local council area is one of only 4 areas in the UK to gain access to £3.29 million fund, which will aim to improve mental health and well-being. And the Ideas Fund is available directly in the community support, which is only the tip of the iceberg. It's certainly not a plaster or a bandage, to borrow some of the analogies which has been used here tonight, but certainly it makes a start and it is moving in the right direction. I welcome any further funding application support in support of mental health. Thanks, Mayor and Councillor Doyle and all those who inputted constructively towards this motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Alderman McCready. Alderman Hussey, is that an amendment to this motion?
That's the amendment I wish to propose.
Okay. Have you got a seconder for it? In fact, it's a bit complicated the way you've got it there. If we take a couple of minutes to allow Teresa the time to get that on the screen for us correctly, because there's amendments to 2 different paragraphs in it, members. So just bear with us for a wee second, please.
3 paragraphs.
It makes it even more complicated, Alderman. Thank you.
Mayor, I'll second that if nobody has seconded it yet.
Thank you, Alderman Guy. Okay, members, you'll see there throughout paragraphs in the red text is Alderman Hussey's amendment. Alderman Hussey, do you wish to speak to your amendment? Which has been seconded by Alderman Guy.
If I may, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. The amendments before you, members there, and I do congratulate Councillor Doyle on bringing forward his proposal. But his proposal is totally focused on our district rather than where the service for those in our district comes from. We mentioned the OMA unit, and I'm very well aware of the OMA unit because I was active in working for that mental health and addiction unit within OMA, both in my time as a West Tyrone MLA and indeed my added time on within this council, because they provide a service to the electors of our area. They provide to the needs of our citizens. I think it's totally appropriate that council should be seeking for additional service to the citizens of our area and appropriately located within the city and district. We cannot be ignoring the fact that the mental health and addiction unit at OMA is still not completed. It was developed under the Developing Better Services program, but the project team was stood down about 3 years ago. And at the time, and at a time when reports of mental health and addiction issues are on the increase, it's surely despicable that there would be any postponement of the development of a new unit of this sort, even though it is outside our area, but it services the citizens of the district. And that unit was being associated with OMA's local enhanced hospital provision to provide mental health for those impacted, not alone in the OMA area, but further afield and very much impacting on our district. And there seems to be an agenda on the Western Trust, or worse still, that unit could actually be cancelled. So phase 2 was to be a continuing part of the work of the Developing Better Services business team. So it's imperative that the unit in OMA is also completed along with provision provided directly within the council area. So I'm not saying nothing for the city and district. I'm saying all services need to be enhanced and developed for the benefit of our citizens, wherever they happen to be sited. The second part is obviously.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. We're running out of time here. Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Councillor Doyle on the amendment.
Thank you, Mayor. And I know where Derek's coming from, though I can't support his amendment. In terms of the language that I've put forward, particularly in what is now the 4th paragraph, there is where possible cited, and I believe that is in itself appropriate to the needs of the city and district means to me the same thing. I note that Alderman Hussey has mentioned about the detox unit in OMA. I frankly represent the people who live in this city and district, and it's my job to fight for them, as has been demonstrated through the sentiments of other speakers. We all know too well the campaign that went on to get a detox centre in this city. People wanted it in this city. There was a campaign in this city to have it. It's not an affront to OMA to say that it is there, but I have information from the Trust that would show that the overwhelming majority of people who use that service are from this city and district, so therefore it's only appropriate that we ask, where possible, that services that are needed by the people of this city and district are cited in this city and district. And in fact, I very specifically worded that paragraph so that it will be the corporate position of this council, where, for example, services are put out in terms of a business case, that this council lobby for those services to be cited in this city. No one is expecting, for example, for Belfast to close the Royal Victoria Hospital and site out to Clooney Road. What we're saying here is that we fight specifically for services that our people need. I do understand where Derek's coming from, but I can't support his amendment. The other aspect, sorry, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. You've run out of time. Thank you. Members, no further indicated speakers on the amendment. So I'm going to put it to the floor. Sorry, just before that, Councillor Mellon.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be really quick. And as I said in my speaking notes, I don't choose to make this political. It's everybody's business and everybody's responsibility. But I would just like to maybe ask Alderman Hussey if he would like to use his influence with his minister in the Department of Health to bid and spend the money and maybe put a good amount to it in the mental health where it's supposed to go in light of the conversations we're having here.
Thank you, Councillor Mellon, for that. Members, I'm putting the amendment to the floor. I'm going to ask John to take it to a vote for it, please.
Alderman Breslin.
For.
Alderman Devaney.
For.
Alderman Guy.
For.
Alderman Hussey.
For.
Alderman Carrigan.
For, John.
Alderman McClintock.
For, John.
Alderman McCready.
For.
Alderman Ramsey.
For.
Alderman Wark. Councillor Jason Barr.
For.
Councillor Raymond Barr.
Against.
Councillor John Boyle.
For.
Councillor Michaela Boyle.
For, John.
Councillor Burke. Councillor Burke. Councillor Carr.
Against.
Councillor Cooper.
For, John.
Councillor Cusick. Councillor Cusick. Councillor. Sorry, was that Councillor Cusick?
Yes, John, that's for.
Thank you. Councillor Dobbins.
For, John.
Councillor Donnelly. Sorry, Councillor Donnelly.
I'm abstaining, John.
Thank you. Councillor Doyle.
Against, John.
Councillor Duffy.
For.
Councillor Durkin.
For.
Councillor Edwards.
For, John.
Councillor Farrell.
For.
Councillor Ferguson.
For.
Councillor Fleming.
For, John.
Councillor Gallagher.
Abstain.
Sorry, Councillor Gallagher, just say again.
Abstain, John.
Abstain. Thank you. Councillor Harkin.
Abstain.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Kelly.
For.
Councillor Logue. Councillor McCann.
Abstain.
Councillor McGuire.
For.
Councillor McHugh.
For, John.
Councillor McKeever.
For.
Councillor McKinney. Councillor McKinney.
For, John.
Thank you. Councillor Mellon. Councillor Mellon.
John, for.
Thank you. Councillor Mooney. Councillor Riley.
For, John.
Councillor Tierney.
For.
John, it's Tina here. Yeah. I had to log out. Can I be recorded as for? I put it under the notes there.
For, did you say, Councillor Burke?
I lost my sound, so I had to log out and log back out.
Thank you.
All right.
Mayor, I have recorded 33 for, 3 against, and 4 abstentions. So the amendment is passed.
Thank you, John, and thank you, members. Members, there is no further indicated speakers on the motion, so I'm going to ask Councillor Doyle to sum up.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to first record my thanks to all members across parties and none for supporting the thrust of this motion. I know that we may fall out and we may argue around a range of issues pertaining to the future of this city in particular, but I know that all members will share concern about the current mental health emergency. Again, like to say that for all those who have put forward amendments, carried and not, totally understand where you're coming from, and there's no ill feeling with regards to those. I think that we have set an example here, where other council areas hopefully will follow us, and in making it a corporate position that we will lobby for services, I think that we are adding to the solution. And again, my thanks to all those who spoke, both for and for amendments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Can I ask Chief Executive to take us through the vote? Members, is there anyone that wants to indicate whether they're going to vote against? I think this may carry unanimously and we'll just save a wee bit of time. So we'll take it as read as unanimous unless anybody wants to let me know now. No? Happy enough, John, to record that as unanimous. Thank you. So the motion in the name of Councillor Doyle passes unanimously. Now, the next motion is in the name of Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Gallagher, you wish to propose your motion there, please?
Yes, Chair. Can we take it as read?
Yep. Can we get a seconder, please? Councillor Donnelly, second that in the chat box. Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Councillor Gallagher, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll not keep it too long because it is what it says in the tin, but I see under the current restrictions we find ourselves, this has really come to the fore. We have kids that are under restrictions, they're homeschooling, and it's coming to my attention they're getting no access to education because they haven't got the hardware. And some of the families that do have a piece of hardware, some of those larger families, they're coming into conflict because they've one piece of hardware that has to be shared, and it causes many an argument in the household. None of that, Chair, and the corporate position of this council is around the climate emergency, and we have to be doing everything in our power to reduce the carbon footprint that we are creating. Chair, I brought this motion because I've made some inquiries, and it's my understanding over the last number of years there's been hundreds of hardware getting disposed of, and we need to change this. If we can make any use of it at all, if the community sector can make use of it, can get it out to those working poor who haven't got access to equipment, then that's what we should be doing, Chair. And I would ask the councillors in this meeting to support this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. On the list I have Councillor Riley, Ferguson, Michaela Boyle and Alderman Kerrigan. Councillor Riley.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, for bringing me in, and just to record support for Councillor Gallagher's motion here this evening before us. It is at the right time to be looking at how we handle our IT and to make sure that we're putting it to the best use at all stages of its life for the ratepayer. So if there is a way that we can assist our ratepayers locally with this kit to make sure that it has been recycled, then we should do so. I think it's also important, Mayor, that we also congratulate people like Owen Barr, the local teacher, who initiated a campaign for households who might have their own IT that they don't need anymore, to donate it in and in turn get that put back into use as well for those who need it. So as well as congratulating Councillor Gallagher on the motion, I think we should also be noting that there are citizens out there doing good things like Mr. Barr, and he should be congratulated as well. And we're fully supportive of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Gallagher, for bringing this forward. And I'll echo the sentiment of Councillor Riley there, and congratulating Owen Barr and with his work with the devices and the 4 hours. I think this is definitely one that needed to be highlighted, and it was highlighted last week with our special council meeting, committing to £10,000 to work with the 4 hours. But I think it's completely correct that we should look at what we can do within council and what devices that we could supply and recycle back out into the community. I would also like the council officers, when looking into this, consider the fact that we do have a number of parents that have children that have different learning styles that don't necessarily work with the laptops or the devices, and parents are having to print a large amount of paper, which means that they need printers and ink. So if there's a way that we could maybe look at ink cartridges and whether we can actually get that to a supplier for refills, and whether we can supply old printers to these communities, families, I think that would be another added extra to this. So I would really look forward to seeing this come back, and I think in the future it would be great for us to do it and lead the way, and also ask all of our businesses and our tech companies around us to also donate into this to the scheme. But we will be fully supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Michaela Boyle.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and I too would like to thank Councillor Gallagher for bringing the motion forward. Indeed, it was my intervention to council to extend the 4 hours recycling campaign, and thanks to Owen Barr, as mentioned, for doing that, and we got it extended to Strabane, where people in Strabane could avail of the service, where they can drop off their old iPads and laptops. I suppose many individuals and organisations and businesses are now following and taking the lead and upcycling iPads and laptops and donating them to many families across the district. Many families who are disadvantaged with no digital devices in their homes, or maybe only a smartphone is the only device that they have, with a single device in a household that's been shared with maybe one or more other family member. And I suppose just to say the benefits of council doing this is reducing the amount of council waste, I suppose, to incinerators, and conserving resources also, and preventing pollution by reducing the need to collect new raw materials for future iPads and laptops and stuff. So it's a good initiative, and the initiative will enable children to learn, and those children who are disadvantaged at the minute because of remote education, that they will get the same access as other children with these devices. So we will be supporting the motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Alderman Kerrigan.
All right. Councillor Gallagher's motion, there's no problem that way. Just as long as it will obviously be the case that all software before it's handed out is cleared of any information that could be retrieved in relating to council activities on it. But also, Mayor, it's the issue is that it is acted upon quickly, because the whole point of this motion, in my understanding here, my reading of it, is that it's for the need now, Mayor, and you know, it could be the case that schools could be back on that the 8th of March, which isn't really that far away. So it's to act on it quickly. And Mayor, as has been raised as well by Councillor Gallagher, and a point I would have noticed also, there's even when this is passed, there's got to be something maybe to look at about continuing something like that, because from what I'm being told, there's a lot of some of that IT equipment that's maybe stored that could be put to good use, but under council policy, some of it is just being sent away to be recycled, or you know, so it's something that could be looked at even outside of the current pandemic as well. But no, happy to support Councillor Gallagher's motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Kerrigan. Councillor Harkin.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, just wanted to speak in favour of Councillor Gallagher's proposal. I think it's a very practical proposal, and a very good one. And as Paul said, it's both because we unfortunately have many people because of deprivation can't access IT equipment, and if we can help in any way, we should. And that's why this is such a good practical proposal. And then obviously, as Paul said as well, this is a small contribution to the council's effort around the climate emergency. So I hope everybody backs it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank Paul for the motion again. Supporting in the motion, and as others have hinted there, we approached on this last week with the tranche 3 of community funding, community support fund coming through. So it is something that I know council officials are aware of, but it is welcome to see it in writing that we effectively recycle whatever we can. And indeed, I'm sure Councillor Gallagher will agree, we encourage all bodies to do similar. The issue has been also mentioned with regard to we're talking about recycling as opposed to just dumping. And I agree with Alderman Kerrigan with regard to this isn't just a COVID issue, it's one that needs to carry on through, because the issue of IT poverty does exist out there, and if we can assist in addressing this going forward on the long term, so much the better through this proposal. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. I'm going to go to Councillor Gallagher to sum up.
I'm just happy that everyone is in favour of this motion. As soon as it's rolled out, the better. I think that people are crying out for access to this, so thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Members, it appears to me that this is going to be unanimous again. So if you're not in favour, let me know now, or it'll be recorded as unanimous. No, I think it's fair to say that's passed in the name of Councillor Gallagher. Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Next motion is in the name of Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. Take it as read. Just wait for a second in there.
Yeah, thank you. Seconder. Councillor Duffy, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. So a number of years ago, this council did adopt a policy whereby bilingual signage could only be installed on an address within our city and district if 66% of eligible respondees supported the proposal. The UN Charter on the Language Rights of Linguistic Minorities acknowledges that the low threshold that exists where it is considered practical and reasonable to provide bilingual signage varies between 5 to 20%, with low thresholds being usually associated with minority languages which have a form of official status, which obviously applies in particular to the Irish language. The current situation where 2/3 of responding residents need to support the proposal for bilingual signage is obviously contrary to that sentiment. The Charter also states that the use of bilingual signs by public authorities demonstrates inclusiveness, and a number of other councils across the north have been progressive and agreed to reduce their thresholds to similar levels to encourage inclusivity. And as it stands, this council is obviously clearly going against the grain on that issue. This proposal would require just one resident or the local council to come forward with the request to erect a street sign. And if it was again to support of 15% of residents on the electoral register, then this would suffice to allow it to go forward for approval by this council. Derry has obviously been central to the own growth of the Irish language. Gaelic is part of the fabric of our city, as seen with the continuing growth of the Gaeltacht quarter in Great James Street and the growing number of unionists now embracing and learning the language, and obviously as well with the increasing demand for bilingual signage to be installed. But we do believe the current threshold is prohibitive. It's contrary to the principle of inclusivity, and it's contrary to the threshold levels that have been adopted in other councils across the north, where there has been an increased demand for bilingual signage. And obviously we urge this council to be progressive and support the proposal. Just another point of information, when it comes to the idea of a councillor making a request, from our perspective, that is only in a scenario where a resident doesn't feel able, for privacy reasons, whatever, they bring forward the proposal themselves, and we expect further papers will come forward if this proposal is passed, which would sort of basically suggest a framework around proposals being made, so it would prevent any elected rep from abusing the process or trying to overload the process in terms of the numbers of requests. So we expect a framework will be developed around that. Another point you make is we also envisage this policy could also apply to other languages. They allow other groups from other nationalities and ethnic groups to apply, which can only further increase inclusivity in the city and district. So on that basis, we commend the motion to the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Councillor Ramsey, and I understand you've got an amendment, Councillor Ramsey?
Yes, I have an amendment.
Alderman Ramsey, sorry, my apologies.
Teresa has a copy of it there, because whenever I tried to put it on the chat, it doesn't show the changes, if you know what I mean. I have them highlighted and in red, but it doesn't do it in the chat, so then it would be complicated. So if Teresa could maybe put it up.
Mayor, I'll second the amendment.
Thank you, Alderman Guy. Teresa, can we see the amendment up there, please? There we go. Go ahead, Alderman Ramsey. Alderman Ramsey?
Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, I wish to speak to the motion. It's as read there, or as seen. The new decade, new approach is slow and moving forward, and this motion is putting the cart before the horse and attempting to preempt considerations and outcomes from the future appointed commissioner. First of all, although there has been an increased demand in 2020 for bilingual signage, it is not consistent over the DEAs. Clearly, bilingual signage is not a priority in mixed community areas. As an example, it is quite clear in the Waterside DEA, where in 3 years, 2017, 18, 19, only 7 streets had applications for bilingual signage and 4 failed to pass the policy percentage. This motion is seen as an attempt to undermine the system that exists and not in line with Council's equality scheme. Change is always a challenge, and it's clear this is not a major issue for our communities. Less than 50% in most cases even submit a reply to the consultations under the existing policy. 15% is too low a margin for a mixed and settled pluralistic society. There is no doubt that this will have an adverse effect on community relations in the Waterside and other DEAs, and also major implications on rates at an average of £1,000 per sign based on Belfast City Council's figures. This council has responsibilities, and the European Convention of Human Rights is clear that public authorities have the responsibility not to remove the cause of tension by eliminating pluralism. In other words, ensuring we coexist peacefully through democratic compromise and ensure competing groups tolerate each other. Also, from a starting point, Belfast City Council, where this motion first appeared, are in a different place on language rights. They are currently in conflict with the spirit of the Minority Language Charter. We are already ahead of what is required, and we currently have 2 Irish language officers but no Ulster Scots officer. I acknowledge that Council will match fund an officer, but we have not yet got a commitment from the Ulster Scots Agency. Article 7, paragraph 3 of the European Convention of Human Rights, there says there is in the Good Friday Agreement a commitment to promote by appropriate measures respect, understanding and tolerance of minority languages. This council does this very well and ticks all the boxes. This amendment is needed so this council can reconsider this motion and attempt to achieve cross-community support, which is at the heart of all agreements, including the new decade new approach. Please consider supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Ramsey. Councillor Mary Durkin on the amendment. Councillor Durkin? Or on both? Councillor Durkin?
Sorry, Mayor. Mayor, I'm happy to speak on both the substantive motion and the amendment.
Yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
So, being with Jake Teku, Leishan Rune Shaw, being SDLP, Teku, Leishan Rune Shaw, agus bhí ar daceach an rún héine a mé firste na Maliath. I want to thank Councillor Cooper for bringing this motion, and I think he has set out very well the framework and the context of this motion. And as we have heard, this recently was before Belfast Council. We will not be supporting the amendment. We do not see the value in setting up a working group. A lot of the issues raised by Councillor Ramsey or actually have been addressed. There's a framework, as Michael Cooper has pointed out. It's the UN Charter, the language rights of linguistic minorities. Conru na Gaeilge, CAG, have done a lot of work on this. And, you know, I'm an Irish language speaker. I have a passion for the language, but I don't see this purely as an Irish language issue. And Councillor Cooper made that clear. This is about linguistic diversity. So bilingual signage or any feasibility of linguistic diversity should not be a threat. It should not be a threat to the pluralism that Councillor Ramsey talked about. It should actually reflect the inclusiveness of communities and a demonstration of mutual respect that's so important. So on that basis, we're happy to support the motion as put, and we will not be supporting the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Durkin. Councillor Gallagher on the amendment.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll not be supporting the amendment. I think it's very rich, come from the DUP, about talking about good relations, equality, democracy, and talking about bringing a working group, when we've seen in the not too distant past them bringing forward proposals that completely undermine the work that this council is doing through working groups just to satisfy their own needs. They are not one bit interested in good relations, equality and democracy, and their speeches in these meetings well prove that. So I'll not be supporting this motion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Gallagher. I assume you mean you'll not be supporting the amendment as opposed to the motion?
Chair, thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Councillor Cooper on the amendment.
Well, like all our speakers, Mayor, will not be supporting the amendment. We actually already have a language working group, never mind setting up any more. But the whole point of this is to be ahead of the curve. Councillor Ramsey says we shouldn't be preempting what any new commissioner will be proposing. As far as we're concerned, we're preempting what is coming down the tracks when it comes to the thresholds that we currently have and what that commissioner will be suggesting in due course when they're appointed, because of the fact that this is enshrined within the conventional minority rights, as I've already stated. So from our perspective, there's no need for a working group, and by taking this approach now of setting this new figure, we're already preempting what's coming down the line. So we won't be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Councillor Donnelly.
Thank you, Chair. Not be supporting the amendment. I think it's very vindictive. It's not an inch mentality, and it's not good for community relations. Regarding working groups, like Councillor Gallagher, Chair, I think the credibility of any working group is now in tatters after a recent meeting. Happy to support the original motion, Chair, and it falls within the guidelines, even the 15%. It's my understanding that's well within the threshold. It could even be lower, but happy to support the original motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Alderman Guy.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor, for letting me in. Listen, there's a lot of divisive issues that arise from time to time in this council, but in most times we actually set examples to other councils. So when I heard Belfast City Council took the decision to introduce a policy on bilingual signage at a threshold of 15% requirement from residents, my immediate thoughts were typical divisive moves by Belfast, which will only create more division in Belfast itself. I looked at our own 66% threshold and I thought it shows equality and good relations exist and allows for areas to easily reach the threshold for bilingual signage. In many incidents, the 66% isn't even reached, but no objections and the request is granted anyway. Have we ever considered, the residents that don't want this language? I'm happy enough if people want the language and it reaches this thing, that's fair enough. It's there in the process. But I was recently contacted by a Protestant family who live in the city side, and they've lived there for most of their lives. And they said when they got the letter in from council that they felt uneasy and quite intimidated. They weren't aware of such a process even existed until it was explained to them. A change to the 15% threshold would severely damage community relations in our council area. Road signs for years have been vandalised, with the London being sprayed out of Londonderry. Financially, could we as a council hold out to similar vandalism of bilingual street signage in areas where it isn't wanted? If there's an increasing number of requests for bilingual street signage, then surely there's no need to lower the threshold to 15%. I believe that there's scope in this here for us, everyone, to sit down in an appropriate working group. There's no doubt that it could be brought down in that case, but 15%, there's problems will arise from that in areas of the water side, and we all know that, and it's not the way to move forward. Me and my colleague will be supporting the amendment. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Guy. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to speak on both the amendment and the original substantive motion. We won't be supporting the amendment. In our eyes, this completely makes it a two-community issue. This, for us in our council and Belfast Council, was a progressive move that would consider all multicultural backgrounds. This amendment makes it a green and orange issue. So for us, this is a progressive motion. We are looking at a city and district that is becoming more diverse. People are moving away from the old politics and trying to live in harmony together. Allowing people in communities the options to have their identity reflected in their street signs is a great way of becoming a truly multicultural city and district. The UN language charter, which has been mentioned, recommends a 5 to 20%, and the 15% seems to be a fair option. And also there is a move that it will be able to come before council if there is any contentious and overseen by the councillors. We've also understand that there are worries, but this isn't about Irish street signs. This is about a community requesting that they want their language, so whether that be Spanish, whether that be Mandarin, whether that be Ulster Scots, that's what we're talking about here. So I do want to say that it is disappointing that it's got to this point straight away. I was hoping that it wouldn't be made a green and orange issue. I was hoping we would have a conversation that will allow all cultures to come forward, as we do have many ratepayers out there that don't identify with either community and identify from multicultural backgrounds. So as I say, we won't be supporting the amendment, but we are in support of the original substantive motion.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Members, my apologies. Councillor Doyle, I skipped past you there, so I'll come back to you. Councillor Doyle.
You're all right, Mayor. Thank you. I won't be supporting the amendment either. I think, and Councillor Donnelly took the word right out of my mouth. Working groups and their credibility lie in tatters after the meeting we've had this week. This is another kicking the can down the road exercise. Look, this would be a whole different conversation if people wanted to put up signs in Irish in areas where they were not wanted. That's not what this motion's about. This city and district is very, very good and always has been good at reflecting the different cultures that have existed within it over many years. I only wish that I had been given the opportunity while at St. Joe's 50 years ago to learn Irish, and it's a pity that that I didn't have that opportunity. But I can assure you, I would be delighted to see my own street sign in Gaelic and fully support the original motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Alderman McClintock.
Let me in. It really is an interesting debate here to hear the people that yesterday were expounding the benefits of having working groups doing about turns within 24 hours. Now, for some reason, they don't want something to go back to a working group. I'm really disappointed as well in the Alliance, who sort of don't seem to not want to have further conversations. Conversations in these matters are absolutely what are needed. We have before us here a motion by Councillor Cooper today that will really adversely affect good relations and a whole section of the community. You know, to say that signs in Irish don't be put where they're not wanted. There have been attempts within the waterside, and most of the attempts, I think Councillor Alderman Ramsey gave the figures that 4 out of 7 attempts to put Irish language into streets in the waterside failed. Therefore, it's not a case of people put up these notices whenever they think they're going to pass. They just put them up for the sake of it, and it is very much an orange and green issue. But of course, there's no surprises with people changing their mind from yesterday to today about working groups. We are very used to the mixed messages that come out of Sinn Féin's mouth, and this is just another one of them. So I think it's very unfortunate today if we can't think about good relations, but would rather ram through what is another orange and green issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman McClintock. Councillor Harkin.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I'll try to keep my remarks brief. We won't be supporting the amendment, and we will be supporting the original motion. I think that this is an issue of equality, and this is about encouraging people to have ownership and participation in their communities. I think that this is presented as divisive. But the issue that's been divisive is the disrespect, really, for the Irish language. And there is a very vibrant campaign for respect for the Irish language that is, that many people from different backgrounds are involved in supporting. So I think that this is about, this is not about encouraging division. This is about encouraging equality and participation. And those that make it sound divisive, that is an attempt to make it a divisive issue. So I'll leave my remarks there.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Councillor Mellon.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to pick up on a few points that Hilary had commented on. I think that this motion is a fully inclusive motion and it allows for everyone. It's a bilingual one. It's not just around the Irish language. And Hilary talks about adversely affecting people. There's a big difference in adverse effects and intolerance, and maybe we need to question that.
Thank you, Councillor Mellon. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Mayor. Mayor, I'm going to be very brief. It's just as a waterside councillor, I just want to put it on the record that the waterside is not anti Irish street signs, because I know speaking to other elected or listening to other elected reps speak today, you wouldn't recognise the waterside as being the multicultural district that it is. In respect to the good relations that the DUP are trying to give us a lecture on, we need to acknowledge the fact that there's divisive flags and emblems that are put around our council district that the DUP conveniently ignore, and that's something that I think that they can't come on here and give us a lecture in good relations and continue to ignore how divisive the actions of some within the Loyalist community are having on good relations. So, Mayor, I just wanted to come on and just make the brief point that the waterside is multicultural, and that's something we should be proud of, and we're going to continue the welcome diversity going forward, despite what the DUP try to do.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Alderman Devaney.
You, Mayor, for allowing me in. And look, I want to support just my colleagues. And we, as I say, I'll be supporting the amendment here. I just want to say here, Mr. Mayor, this is a stance by Sinn Féin, and it clearly almost says here, whether you want Irish signage or not, you're going to get it by reducing the percentage down to 15%. I think what we had it at was a very fair mechanism and a very open and transparent one that was very fair for everyone. But I would say to Sinn Féin, I get many comments from people who live in Republican areas that they don't want Irish signage either. And I want to go back to Mr. Doyle's comment. No one has ever had any offence. I know my party I have no offence against anyone speaking Irish. When it's used as a political tool to bang us into a corner, that's when it's an issue. But Mr. Mayor, I do believe that, as Hilary has said here, good relations. We talk about good relations from one issue yesterday, today, and this city was built on good relations. And you know, when you look back at the comments of the late Mr. McGuinness, who used to often say, you know, we led from the front here. But I can tell you, Mr. Mayor, this is going backwards. Thanks, Mayor.
It's Councillor Doyle, Morris.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Members, there's no further indicated speakers on the amendment, so I'm going to put that to the floor and ask the Chief Executive to take us through it, please.
Mayor, I was looking to come on just at the end there, can I? Before you vote.
You don't get an opportunity to sum up on an amendment.
I was hoping to get speaking again, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. Alderman Breslin.
Are we voting on the amendment?
We are, Alderman Breslin, yes.
For?
Alderman Devaney.
For.
Alderman Guy. Excuse me, Alderman Guy.
For.
Alderman Hussey.
For.
Alderman Carrigan.
For.
Alderman McClintock.
For.
Alderman McCready.
For.
Alderman Ramsey.
For.
Alderman Wark. Alderman Wark.
For.
Yes, I can. Thank you. Councillor Jason Barr.
Against.
Councillor Raymond Barr.
Against, John.
Councillor John Boyle. Councillor Michaela Boyle.
Against, John.
Councillor Burke.
Against.
Councillor Carr.
Against.
Councillor Cooper.
Against, John.
Councillor Cusick.
Against.
Councillor Dobbins.
Against.
Councillor Donnelly.
Against.
Councillor Doyle.
Against.
Councillor Duffy.
Against.
Councillor Durkin.
Then against.
Councillor Edwards.
Against, John.
Councillor Farrell.
Against.
Councillor Ferguson.
Against.
Councillor Fleming.
Against, John.
Councillor Gallagher.
Against.
Councillor Harkin.
Against.
Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Kelly.
Against.
Councillor Logue.
John.
Councillor McCann.
Against.
Councillor Maguire. Councillor Maguire. Councillor McHugh. Councillor McHugh. Councillor McKeever.
Against, John.
Councillor McKinney.
Against, John.
Councillor Mellon.
John.
Councillor Mooney.
Against, John.
Councillor Riley.
Against, John.
Councillor Tierney.
Against.
Mayor, I've recorded 9-4 and 29 against, so the amendment falls.
Thank you, John. Members, the amendment falls, and we refer back to the original motion from Councillor Cooper. The first indicated speaker I have is Alderman Wark.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me on. And obviously, a very big impact on good relations. And
And just to bring something up here, Mayor, obviously I heard it from Councillor Doyle and Donnelly about the meeting yesterday. I wonder if the city solicitor explained to me about confidentiality. If there's something done in confidentiality, does it not go on the social media? Because I can see well clear that a lot of stuff from yesterday's confidential meeting went on the social media. Is there any code of conduct on that? But through this motion, it's a big impact on through the relations on it. And obviously, Councillor Jackson mentioned about flags. There's quite a number of flags throughout this city and the rest of the district. Does he not see them, which people could find disrespectful? And if we're talking about language here, I do find it disrespectful that members of this council can't use the proper name of the city, Londonderry, or call the country by its proper name, Northern Ireland. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Work. Alderman Work, I note your comments around yesterday's meeting. I don't think it's appropriate to ask a council officer to comment on the social media conduct of all our members in an open meeting. I would advise, excuse me, I would advise that if that's something that you want to raise with the city solicitor, that you do that in a private forum. I'm not asking them to comment on it here and now. Thank you very much. Alderman Ramsey, were you looking to come back on there?
The reason why I was looking to come back on was just to express my disappointment at the attitude and the fact that this seems to have been railroaded. 15% is ridiculous, to be quite honest. Whether we like it or not, we are a mixed society, and we do try our best. But what basically is happening here is the politicizing of the Irish language has been used now to try and roll it out throughout the city, no matter whether people want it or not. I have the list of places over the town streets and all that didn't even vote for Irish language bilingual signs. So it's not just in the Waterside that are rejecting this. This has been rejected all throughout the city because people see it as being politicised. And, Sinn Féin cannot deny that they're politicising the Irish language. And we were looking for fair. That's what we were looking for. And what we were looking for also, which is very, very clear in the Good Friday Agreement as well, is achieve cross-community support. So we were actually going on there looking to get support for an agreement about bilingual signage, which may have reduced it from 67% to something else. But Sinn Féin have come in here from 67% to 15%. To me, it is actually, it's really disappointing. Not surprising, I suppose, after what we've seen in council over the past number of months, and it seems to be continuing. But very disappointed, and once again, it's another slap in the teeth for democracy and for basically for good relations. And today at the Bill of Rights meeting in Belfast, the Sinn Féin representative made it clear that equality comes first. Equality comes above good relations, even, right? So
Thank you, Alderman Ramsey. Your time's up. Thank you, Alderman Ramsey.
Yes, and what I was on about was equality. That's why I wanted to take it back on to a working group and find cross-community support for it. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Alderman Ramsey. Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor. I was really hoping we would avoid all this nonsense at this meeting tonight. We might actually get back to reality. Some of the language here again is, I don't want to call it laughable, but no, it is actually laughable. Call it, referencing railroading and democracy in the same sentence. I think Alderman Ramsey wants to catch himself on, because what it comes down to is the determination of this council is what stands. He got a vote, I got a vote. That is equality. With regards to Alderman Work's comments, I'm quite happy if he wants to send them the address for the local government ombudsman. But I'm quite happy to stand over anything and everything that I put on social media. Whether he is or not is a different story. But when it comes to equality in this council, if Alderman Ramsey, UP, want to bring forward a motion that will give people the opportunity at 15% for Ulster Scots signage, bring it forward. I'd be more than happy to second it. That is what equality is about.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Alderman Guy.
For letting me in. I'm disappointed in the vote tonight. I have to say now. I have to say, listen, there's not much show of compromise, equality, and good relations on show tonight. I was very proud of the council and the fact that it had the 66% threshold, and I sort of, I says to a lot of my colleagues in other parts of Northern Ireland and other councils, we can talk. We're willing to compromise. Do you know what I mean? And you knew this 15% would come in soon enough after Belfast brought it in. But we were willing to compromise. We were willing to take this to a group, and we knew the 66% wasn't going to stay. But we were willing to work at it for what was good for all the citizens of this town. And tonight, I'm just disappointed. I have to say that. And Councillor Doyle mentioned earlier about what the way we feel about the Irish language. We may not be big supporters of the Irish language, but it doesn't bother me. I think it's great. Mary Durkin, and here, came on the council, same time as me, speaks Irish, speaks it very eloquently, and I actually enjoy listening to Mary. Now, I wouldn't speak it. I've never been great with any sort of language, but I do enjoy listening to Mary speak Irish. I'd just like to say that. So, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Guy. I'm sure Councillor Durkin is flattered with your kind remarks. Members, no further indicated speakers, so I'm going to go to Councillor Cooper to sum up on his motion.
Agus Tasúlar go Iwan run Shaw tactic and Corey Shaw. Very hopeful that this motion now will get the support of this council, and it is about inclusivity. The language isn't a threat to anybody, and the mention about the water side about trying to sort of it's been attempted to bring it in here and bring it in there in different streets. The fact that the vote for signage was voted down by the residents, that's democracy, and nobody imposed it once the vote was taken. That'll apply as well, but as I mentioned earlier, this is about us being ahead of the curve of what is coming down the line. We could bring this back on the working group and discuss all sorts of figures. Bottom line is that the commissioner that will be in place at some stage, hopefully this year, as a result of new decade, new approach, and the agreement that the DUP also joined in terms of ourselves around the Irish language and Ulster Scots. We anticipate that the 15% figure will be what the commissioner will recommend. And from our perspective, because the DUP signed up the NDNA approach around language, we would hope they wouldn't cherry pick and decide that 15% recommendation wasn't what suited them in terms of our council areas, because the commissioner will be recommending for all 11 councils, not just for here. So far as we're concerned, we're ahead of the curve. But again, it's not about Irish language only. It's about all our ethnic minorities, all our nationalities who want to avail of the opportunity to express their own identity by having their language reflected in the street name. And we have to keep emphasising this again. This isn't about removing the English language from street signs. It's about being inclusive and adding to that. That's not a threat to anybody. It should be celebrated. And, again, we've had this lecture about us politicising Irish language. It's the opposite. We're trying to put it across to people. Irish language doesn't belong to Sinn Féin, doesn't belong to SDLP or any particular party. It belongs to everybody. And people should have the right to express their identity, their Irish language identity, in a whole range of fashions, which this council has done through its policies in general. But street signage is just one example of that. And that shouldn't be a threat to anybody whatsoever. So very, very happy. Hopefully this motion will be supported tonight. And we, like Belfast, are ahead of the curve in terms of what's coming around the approach of the forthcoming commissioner to the language. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Members, as opposed to going through another roll call for the vote, would it be fair to say that those who voted in favour of the amendment are going to vote against the motion, and the same vice versa? So you're effectively reversing the result of the amendment.
That's fair comment, Mayor. That's fair comment.
Yeah, okay. So if that can be recorded, John, just reversal of the...
Okay, thank you, Mayor. We will record that as 29 for and 9 against. So the notice of motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you, members. The next motion is in the name of Councillor Sandra Duffy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll wait till it comes on the screen.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Can we get a seconder, please?
I'll second that, Sean Mooney.
Thank you, Councillor Mooney. Go ahead, Councillor Duffy.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Since the partition of our country, we have had an ongoing dispute regarding the ownership of Lough Foyle. It has been raised many times over the years with concerns around fishing rights and marine life. After the Good Friday Agreement, the Lochs Agency was set up to oversee the regulation of the loch, but unfortunately this has not had the effect it was hoped, as it has been stymied by the ongoing dispute. We have seen the loch be referred to as the Wild West, particularly when it comes to oyster farming. Since 2014, we have seen the proliferation of the unlicensed and unregulated oyster farms along the Inishowen shore of Lough Foyle. The number of oyster trestles has grown from 2,000 in 2014 to now well in excess of 60,000. These oyster trestles have no licence to operate, no regulation is taking place, and the local community were given no opportunity to have their say in these developments. The Wild West scenario is not sustainable for the oyster farmers either, as the EU food safety rules, licensing and regulation of the food product is required. We are deeply concerned and frustrated at this issue and the impact it is having on the local marine environment, causing untold damage to the marine and local wildlife, with the destruction of the loch shore also impacting on migrating birds. It is outrageous that more than 20 years after the Good Friday Agreement, the dispute over the jurisdiction of Lough Foyle continues. The British government still claim ownership of the entirety of the Lough Foyle on behalf of the Crown Estate, and the Irish government does this claim. Just to make that clear, the Crown Estate believe that they own the whole of Lough Foyle up until the high tide mark on the shores of Inishowen. So if you go to Mayville and you stand on the beach, the Crown forces believe that they own that land, or the Crown Estate. The dispute has meant that the issue of agriculture and the foreshore licensing is at a standstill, and the Lochs Agency can only stand by and watch these oyster trestles grow to tens of thousands, making a mockery of the sustainable management of the immense resources of Lough Foyle for all. This council declared a climate emergency. This destruction of our natural environment on this scale of mass farming is contributing to that climate emergency. The dispute over this territory has gone on long enough and allowed for the destruction of this natural asset. So I ask that this council support my motion that we write to the Dublin government and the Derry Minister asking that they urgently engage with the British government on this issue and reach a resolution. I would like to finish by thanking my Donegal colleagues for bringing this motion to our attention, and we should add our voice to theirs and seek an action to protect the Lough Foyle for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Members, can I just note that Alderman McCready, Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Jackson have all declared an interest as commissioners in Foyle Port. Councillor Mooney.
Yes, Chair, thank you for allowing me in, and thank you to Councillor Duffy for bringing the ongoing of oyster trestles on the western shore of Lough is having an effect on both the environment and society in that community, and we would support Council contacting both the Derry Minister and the Irish Government to impress on them the need both to engage with the UK Government and seek to resolve the jurisdictional issue that is outstanding. A lack of enforcement, traceability and accountability needs to be addressed. Between Muff and Mayville, there are a plethora of migrated oyster trestles. Lough Foyle is a major habitat for native and migratory birds, a large area which is a designated special area of protection under the Birds Directive. It is of cross-border and ornithological importance and regularly supports in excess of 20,000 migratory birds. For historical reasons as outlined already, Lough Foyle, as we know, is part of a territorial dispute between the British and Irish governments. And now with Brexit, both governments need to resolve these issues relating to the loch in order for it to be properly regulated and to allow it to realise its full potential. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mooney. Councillor Donnelly.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the issues outlined by the two previous speakers, I agree 100%. But where I have a problem, Chair, is that, you know, the issue over jurisdiction, it's a lot larger than this single issue. And, you know, there's a lot of other issues. I'm not diluting the issues outlined there, but, you know, I would feel uncomfortable writing about a single issue when we have a lot more problems regarding the violation of sovereignty. So I could put an amendment, Chair, but I'm not going to play politics and take away from the issues that you know that the two previous speakers have spoke about. So I agree that there is an issue. I agree that with the analysis of where the problem is, but I'm going to abstain for the reasons that I've outlined. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Alderman Devaney.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in. And I have to say, this is Sinn Féin once again, in our opinion, playing politics and headline grabbing here. And, you know, I have been in contact with the authorities that carry out conservation and enforcement, and they ensure me that this work is still ongoing. And they do say they don't catch everyone on the law that is doing wrong, but there are people being caught and brought to book in Bishop Street. I've just listened to Councillor Duffy mention that our colleagues have been involved in this, our Donegal colleagues. I think it would be prudent if Councillor Duffy spoke to her Donegal colleagues and got her colleagues out there, as their Sinn Féin colleagues, to speak to these people who she maintains are proliferating the oyster trestles out there, to stop them and advise them that this is wrong. But then Sinn Féin once again probably make rules and they'll be the first to break them themselves when we see what happened this last week at the McCourt funeral. But Mr. Mayor,
stick to the motion, please, Alderman Devaney.
Mr. Mayor,
disgraceful.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Alderman Devaney, that's twice in this meeting that you try to bring up that particular issue, and I'm not going to allow it. So I'm going to ask you to stick to the topic of the motion, please.
Sometimes the truth hurts, Sinn Féin, when you.
I'm going to ask you to stick to the motion, please, Alderman.
But what I would say, Mr. Mayor, we will not be supporting the recommendation coming forward here tonight. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Devaney. Councillor Philip McKinney.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me in. Look, Lough Foyle is an area shared by people from both jurisdictions. And I'm not going to go on about what Councillor Duffy and Councillor Mooney said. They said what was really needed to be said. This issue needs to be resolved, and resolved very sharply, so that we can all move on and work together within the restrictions of Northern Ireland now being part of the staying member of the EU. And also we need to resolve other fishing things about exporting to GB, etc., which is affecting all fishermen throughout the island. So I think we should just keep pushing and try and get this resolved, and maybe bring in the executive and see what Derry have to say about it, and if they're going to push this issue as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKinney. Members, no further indicated speakers. I'm going to go to Councillor Duffy, and I'm going to ask Councillor Duffy if she can stick to the motion, please, and not the comments made by Alderman Devaney. With respect, Councillor Duffy.
Yeah, thank you. Just to comment that the comments were out of order, using a grieving family.
Thank you,
Councillor
Duffy. Councillor Duffy, thank you.
I would also like to comment on the allegations that Councillor or Alderman Devaney touched on in terms of my Donegal colleagues. I think Alderman Devaney was skirting a little bit close to the wind with those, and I can assure Alderman Devaney that I have been in contact with my Donegal colleagues as early as this morning in terms of this issue, and they are addressing it. I don't know why he's getting or where he's getting information that people who are involved in the oyster farming along the western shore of Lough Foyle are being brought to Bishop Street Court, because that's nonsense. We have also been in touch with the Lochs Agency and with the Director of Marine Life and Aquaculture there in terms of the trestles. they are a complete proliferation from Culmore right down to Maville. They are using now sandbanks out in the middle of the loch because they have run out of land on the loch shore. So this is now a danger for our shipping lanes. Well, this is an issue that needs to be addressed. I appreciate where Councillor Donnelly is coming from, but it would be nice to get support on this. How do you eat an elephant, Councillor Donnelly? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy, for that. Members, I'm going to ask the Chief Executive to take us through the vote on this.
Thanks, Mayor. Alderman Breslin. Alderman Breslin.
Against.
Alderman Devaney.
Against.
Alderman Guy.
Against.
Alderman Hussey.
Yes.
Alderman Carrigan.
Against.
Alderman McClintock.
Against.
Alderman McCready.
John, I just wrote a message to Phil Kingston just asking advice. I am unsure whether or not I can cast a vote just because of my link. So I was going to have to abstain in absence of feedback from Philip. So could you take my vote at the very end, please?
Yes, I'm happy to do so. Alderman Ramsey.
Against.
Alderman Wark. Councillor Jason Barr. Councillor Raymond Barr.
For.
Councillor John Boyle. Councillor Michaela Boyle.
For.
Councillor Burke.
For.
Councillor Carr.
For.
Councillor Cooper.
For.
Councillor Cusick.
For.
Councillor Dobbins.
For, John.
Councillor Donnelly.
Abstain, John.
Councillor Doyle.
For, John.
Councillor Duffy.
For.
Councillor Durkin.
For.
Councillor Edwards. Councillor Edwards. Councillor Farrell.
For.
Councillor Ferguson.
For.
Councillor Fleming. Councillor Fleming. Councillor Gallagher. Oh, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gallagher.
For.
Councillor Harkin.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Kelly. Councillor Kelly.
John, I voted for because I don't believe that my position within the port has any bearing on this vote. But I'm happy to review on the back of legal opinion.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly. Councillor Logue.
John.
Councillor McCann.
For.
Councillor McGuire. Councillor McGuire. Councillor
Sorry,
McHugh.
John, for Kieran Maguire.
Thank you. Councillor McHugh.
For John.
Councillor McKeever.
For John.
Councillor McKinney.
For John. For
Councillor
John.
Mellon.
For John.
Councillor Mooney. Councillor Riley.
For, John.
Councillor Tierney.
For.
Coming back to yourself, Alderman McCready.
Thank you. The city solicitor gave me advice, which I will take. I'm allowed to vote as I don't have a pecuniary interest, and I would vote against the motion, please.
Thank you. Mayor, I have recorded 28 for, 9 against, and 1 abstention. So the motion passes.
Thank you, John, and that motion passes with the figures the Chief Executive just read out, members. Members, at this point, I'm going to suggest that we take a comfort break, and I'll see you all back on here at 8:25. Thank you.
Who's making all the noise?
Alderman Ramsey, your mic's still on there.
Who's making all the noise?
Okay, members, thank you very much. We'll get going again. And the next item is a motion from Councillor Sean Harkin. Councillor Harkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I take that motion as read, please?
Yep. Can we get a seconder for that motion, please?
Happy to second the amendment.
Oh, okay.
Councillor Doyle. Go ahead, Councillor Harkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so as people probably are aware, yesterday was International Holocaust Memorial Day, and people marked it all across the world. We ourselves in our house, we put up a candle at 8 last night. That's what people were calling for and doing. And I think that the Holocaust is obviously one of the darkest times in human history. 6 million Jewish people lost their lives, along with another 6 million people across Europe that the Nazi Party deemed to be inferior human beings. And I think it's very, very important that we mark this event globally here in our district every year, that we reflect on it, that we pay tribute to all those people that lost their lives, and indeed to the great resistance of Jewish people and others against the barbarism that they faced, and that we attempt to learn the lessons of that period so as to make sure it never happens again. And I think that while it's very important to reflect on what happened, I think the key thing for us is to make sure that it never happens again. And I think for a long, long time, we could probably believe that people with the vision that the Nazi butchers had would never gain mass support again. But I think that there are worrying signs right now that the far right are making inroads in different parts of the world and are making gains, which is very, very worrying. So our marking the Holocaust has to be a call to action. And indeed, the slogan or the theme this year was be the light in the darkness. And I think that that's something that our council needs to play, and all of us. I was stunned, as I'm sure many other people here would have been stunned, watching events in the US on the 6th of January, where a mob stormed the US Capitol with the intent to shoot and kill some Congress people. And indeed, it was very, very clear that that Trump-inspired mob were made up of fascists, white supremacists, neo-Nazis. That's who these people were. And that they have been radicalized after 4 years of Trump. And indeed, Trump has encouraged the growth of this far-right movement. He has tried to direct it. And indeed, he's encouraged the development of the far right internationally. And it's clear that Trump and the far right have tried to use the pandemic to promote all sorts of nonsense theories, conspiracy theories, which if you scratch the surface of any of them, the QAnon and all that sort of stuff, there's always anti-Semitism. It's anti-Semitic theories and conspiracies. And that's very worrying that those kinds of ideas can get a hearing. And indeed, here in Ireland, we've seen the far right attempting to grow, both in the north and in the south.
Councillor Harkin, can you bring your remarks to a close, please?
Using the pandemic as a means to do that. So I hope that people will back this motion. I hope that people will see this as a very important campaigning issue for us. It's always an opportunity to reflect on the horror that was the Holocaust. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Councillor McKinney.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me in. I visited both Belsen and Birkenau Auschwitz, and Councillor Harkin said it should not be allowed to happen again. It's still happening. Prominent Jewish figures in the UK have said that there's a chilling similarities taking place in China against the 1 million, excuse my pronunciation here, Uyghurs, who are mostly Muslim minority and are being sent to re-education camps. right? So we can all remember what is above the camp in Bergenau, Auschwitz. It says, Arbeit, excuse me, Arbeit nach frei. Work makes you free. These people are being sent to these camps under slave labor. Mia Hassan Gross, executive director of the Jewish Human Rights Organization, Rennie Casson, said China is attempting to eradicate the, I'll try it again, Uyghurs population. So what I'm really saying here is that it's still going on and we need to speak out about it. And we fully support Councillor Harkin's motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKinney. Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Councillor Harkin, for bringing the motion on behalf of Sinn Féin. I'm happy to support the motion. And as Councillor Harkin has outlined, yesterday was Holocaust Memorial Day, where we remembered the millions of men, women, and children who were prosecuted during the Holocaust and subsequent genocides. Mayor, I want to commend the groups that Councillor Harkin has identified in the motion on their work in challenging the various forms of prejudice that so many experience within our communities, and I look forward to hearing from them. But Mayor, I don't believe this needs an amendment, but I do believe that it's an oversight. Mayor, the motion and Councillor Harkin's words described the Holocaust as a barbaric crime, and used the term carried out by Nazi they're carried out by Nazis. Now, Mayor, the Councillor McKinney highlighted the fact that it's still going on today, and I would agree with him. And there is worrying parallels from in terms of the work that was carried out by the Nazis, but and what's going on in Palestine. And our council have proudly took a stand in support of the people of Palestine, and I think it's only right that we include those groups who advocate for the rights of the Palestinian people to be included in that special meeting of council as well. But on behalf of Sinn Féin, I'm happy to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor John Boyle.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, how many times in human history have we said never again? And again, we say never again. We in the SDLP entirely support this motion because never again is something that needs to be said time and time again until it genuinely really is never again. And we can, to paraphrase Councillor Harkin, we can be a simple single ray of light in that particular darkness that he actually refers to. And I mean, there's a long, long litany. Bergen-Belsen, Sachsenhausen, Auschwitz, Buchenwald, Dachau, Plaszow, Srebrenica. It's not so long ago that we actually had a human Holocaust in Europe. So I don't dispute that that still goes on, and that's something that we as a council need to ensure we put our voice behind, and our shoulder is behind that particular wheel. The SDLP are content to support the motion. And Mayor, if I might, and please don't stop me with this, Martin Niemöller, who was a Lutheran minister, who was initially a supporter of the Nazis and later imprisoned by the particular Nazi regime of that time. And everybody here knows it, but I think the words are important. I think the words speak to all humanity. First, they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. And then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. And then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. And that list could go on forever. And then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. And this motion is our opportunity to speak for those across the globe who have no voice. That's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor, and credit to Councillor Harkin for bringing forward this comprehensive motion, which we're fully in support of. Prior to me taking the seat in this council, my colleague, my predecessor, had a motion passed with regards to persecution of Christians, and I think that fits in well with the sentiment of where we're coming from today with this motion. And you know, I look at the list that has been provided in the motion at the end there: anti-Semitism, racism, sectarianism, Islamophobia, and other forms of scapegoating in our communities. And you know, we say never again, eloquently put by the previous speaker. But there are people on this island, some of whom like to use the moniker national or Republican in some way to spout their hatred for people of different faiths, different backgrounds, different colours of skin. And we should send a message from supporting this motion tonight that they are also not welcome. We don't want their views in this city and district or anywhere else. And we will stand with those that they seek to exclude and to pester, because this city is known right throughout this island and beyond as one that is welcoming, and we will fight tooth and nail to ensure that is the case going forward. So fully support the motion and commend the member for bringing it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Alderman Wark.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me in. In Northern Ireland, more than other places, we understand the outcome of hatred, intolerance, and broken hearts caused by bigotry-driven violence. 75 years ago, the Soviet forces liberated Auschwitz, the largest Nazi concentration camp. In this horrifying camp, 1 million innocent men, women, and children were put to death only because of their Jewish faith. Adolf Hitler's plan to lead to the death of 6 million Jews and also included the mass murder of Soviet POWs, Poles, disabled, Freemasons, homosexuals, among others. This mass murder of Jews and non-Jews must never be forgotten. We need a pledge, never again. We are once more witnessing the rise of anti-Semitism and the Serb hatred, leading to the targeting of Jewish people. The scale may be different, but in Northern Ireland, we have suffered the awful outcomes of religious hatred. Yesterday was Annual Day to remember the innocent victims of Nazi brutality, highlighting the gruesome outcomes of the gruesome alloys to reinforce the liberation to ensure such shocking suffering never happens again. It should be in our promise, one to another. We support Councillor Hargan's motion here as the DUP support all innocent victims. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Wark. Councillor McCann.
Yeah, I think we all know that the name Hitler has become synonymous with evil, and his record is so, and his activity so universally abhorred, and it sometimes seems redundant even to venture a condemnation of it. And it's good to remember, and it's implicit in what some councillors have said before, it's good to remember that in 1929, Hitler's National Socialist Party could only muster just under 10% of the vote, under 10%, a marginal party in 1929. And yet just a few years later, of course, Hitler and his party had taken over Germany with the horrendous results that has just been referred to. So when we say never again, sort of, we must also mean sort of that we must be eternally vigilant about these things. And in Europe today, we see it in Hungary and Poland and Slovenia, indeed in northern Italy and in other places. we see the ominous rise of the far right and increasingly factions in the far right who make no secret of their admiration for Hitler and his National Socialists. So it's a real and present danger that we have to pay attention to. And I agree with, I forget which country it was, he said, of course, that we have the Chinese Communist Party, his persecution of the Uyghur community, the imprisonment of 1 million Uyghurs sort of in what in effect is a concentration camp. These things are reminders to us that it hasn't gone away, you know, and it never will go away. What will go, it will be inoperative and helpless if we stand against it, as the majority of people who now express abhorrence of it actually stand their ground politically. We should take the lessons from the past, not only the lessons about the need to confront Hitler, but the lessons to be derived from the complacency, in many ways sort of good-hearted complacency, just people didn't want to get involved, the complacency of so many people about, I think it's Sean has mentioned Charlottesville, the Jews will not replace us. The Jews will not replace us. A man carrying torches. They're openly in support of the guy who was the president of the United States. You know, it's all around us. Anti-Semitism sort of throbs just beneath the surface of society in our country and everywhere else. Finish on this. A couple of years ago, I was complaining around time of Valentine's Day about people sending cards. It's utterly ridiculous. I don't believe in Valentine's Day or any of that nonsense. You know, and I said, what a waste of money. And I look at the shops full of Valentine's cards, and the person standing beside me, who is involved, is not at all a right-winger, a decent, friendly person, said, yeah, more money for the Jew boys. Because Hallmark cards are allegedly owned by Jews. That was in our own town a couple of years ago. A casual remark, of course. He wasn't intending violence. But that is a little glimpse of something that lurks beneath the surface here that we all have to be careful about. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor McCann. I can never imagine you, Councillor McCann, to be complaining about anything. But thanks very much for that. Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Mayor. And after the unromantic Councillor McCann, I'm probably a bit downbeat on it. I think one of the things we forget about the Holocaust is that it wasn't the beginning of the something. This had been going on for centuries. And I mean, all countries throughout Europe, the Vatican, wherever, were constantly running down and trying to do away with the Jewish people. And as somebody has said, the Holocaust wasn't on its own. If we think back to Armenia and the millions of Armenians who were murdered, since the Holocaust, there have been other genocidal occasions. Rwanda springs to mind. Mugabe springs to mind. So it's going on. But how does it begin? It begins with an attempt to scapegoat somebody, for your own benefit, and the scapegoating leads to a demeaning of that person, a dehumanizing, and that is what we need to be careful of. And indeed, I've seen issues where Northern Ireland was on the verge of that sort of scenario, a demeaning of various populations, and moving to the situation that the Jews found themselves in on various aspects of what was happening in Northern Ireland. As Councillor Boyle has said, John Boyle, it's happened before, probably happen again, but we've got to keep saying, never again, don't let this happen. And in conclusion, with your permission, Mayor, some people will know that in 2019, 2 years ago, at the beginning of the year, I was out with the cross-community group at Auschwitz. During that time, we come back and we reflected on our visit to Auschwitz. And I penned a few words, and I'll quickly read them now. Auschwitz, we walked the line that they had trod on their way to meet their God. It haunts us now, but did they know, as they onward trudged through ice and snow? The music played, the dogs they barked, the snarling guards just smiled and larked. Dad, big brother, shoved to the right. Mums, grands and wains pushed to their plight. Lest we forget this heinous crime, that it is lost through waves of time. I trust that all will ne'er forget what we have learned since first we met. God bless them all.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Councillor Donnelly.
Thank you, Chair. I had a bit of difficulty logging back on there, and very poignant there, Alderman Hussey's words. Chair, a lot of what needed to be said has already been said, but I think one of the main things is that if we don't learn the lessons of history, then we're determined to repeat them. And unfortunately, there a lot of what is outlined here is still happening, and it's happening in our city. It's happening amongst our community, particularly sectarianism. You just need to look at any of the local news articles and the comments page, and somebody mentioned earlier, about dehumanizing people. That's one of the tenets of fascism. You have to dehumanize your enemy. You have to paint them as a threat. You have to tell, they're here to steal our jobs. They're here they take our women. They're here. They're lazy. They don't wash. That is all tenets, basic tenets of the beginning of fascism. And it's very, very much alive. And I think that everyone has a duty to call that out, no matter who that's against. If you're a unionist and it's said against your, what you would perceive as opponents in nationalism, or if you're a nationalist or Republican and that type of language is used against people in the unionist community, or people of color, or Jewish people, or Muslims, it needs called out, and we need to be consistent. We can't say, call it out in certain circumstances. It needs to be called out right across the board. So again, I'd like to commend Councillor Harkin for bringing the motion, and I want to support it in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Members, there's no further indicated speakers. I'm going to ask Councillor Harkin to sum up, please.
Thanks, Mayor. First of all, I'll just say those were beautiful words by Alderman Hussey, and very, very appropriate for the mark the Holocaust Memorial, even though we're a day after. I was part of a meeting with Alderman Hussey the other day where we discussed the Good Relations programme that Council runs, where they look at genocide and the Holocaust, and I think it's a very important programme. And I think that Councillor Donnelly really kind of summarised what's at stake here, because we commemorate the Holocaust and its victims because we never want to see it repeated again. But there is a real danger right now, because I think we're in a very polarised situation, economic crisis, pandemic, and the politics of scapegoating are all around us. And that's what we're seeing. If you look at the US with Trump, the president of the US supporting the far right, and it was very disappointing that people here back Trump. And I think it's clear now what Trumpism really is about. And I also want to say, look, people like Jeremy Corbyn, we're in this odd situation where somebody like Boris Johnson, who supported Trump, was able to condemn somebody like Jeremy Corbyn, who campaigned against fascism and anti-Semitism all his life, as an anti-Semite. That's where we are. So there needs to be some clarification, and maybe that rally on January 6th will help to bring it. I think people have spoken eloquently about there's all sorts of brutal treatment of people all across the world. The Uyghurs, Chris is absolutely right. The treatment of the Palestinians is absolutely horrendous by the Israeli apartheid state. And this is one of the tragedies of history, that the people who were, that fled Nazi Germany, there is now are carrying out these brutal attacks on Palestinians, and there's many other examples. In terms of the organisations, I think Chris is right. The Jewish Voice for a Just Peace is a group of Jews in Ireland who campaign in solidarity with the Palestinian struggle. That is what they do. It doesn't say it in the name, but that's what brought them together. They speak out about the brutality in Palestine on behalf and in support of the Palestinians. And I would have no problem with other organisations who campaign on these issues to be part of that discussion as well. So,
Councillor Harkin, can you bring the remarks to a close?
I'll wrap up. Yep. Thank you everybody for their support and their supportive words. And I think we can all be the light in the darkness and make that call, as John said, for never again and campaign on it.
Thank you all very much, members. Some really powerful contributions there. Thank you. Members, I think it's clear to see from those contributions that this is going to pass unanimously. So I'm going to take it as read that it has, unless anyone makes me aware now, please. No, thank you. Motion in the name of Councillor Harkin passed unanimously. Next motion is in the name of Councillor John Boyle. And at this point, members, I want to ask, can we put Councillor Doyle into the lobby, is it? Yep. Just bear with us, members, whilst we do this. Yep. Okay, members, thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Thank you, Mayor. Just bear with me a wee second, because I'm actually quite overwhelmed by the contributions on the last motion. I have to say, I think that was a powerful statement coming from this council, and I just thought it'd be appropriate, since I spoke on it, to just reflect on that again, and then congratulate all for standing behind the ideas presented in the motion. However, I'll move on, Mayor. We'll take,
yes, that would be useful, Councillor Boyle.
I know we've got a minute clock. So clearly we'll have to take the motions read, Mayor. Okay, so
seconded by Councillor Mary Durgan, members. Go ahead, Councillor Boyle.
Thank you, Mary, for seconding it. Mayor, I'll keep it as short as I can do. I think this is clearly a subject that's been very widely discussed. However, the concern in the motion is that it hasn't really been addressed appropriately. In many places, including in the Republic of Ireland and in Wales and indeed in Scotland, students have benefited from very specific financial support schemes, but it would appear that those are not on offer currently to our young people. The benefit system here is stacked against them, as full-time students can't access benefits. Students are typically having to continue to pay rental on accommodation, including halls of residence, and this motion really does address that particular element of concern. And student rental costs, for example, in Belfast are typically £500 a month. £500 a month for a student living in Belfast. Some students have also clearly had to pay high travel costs to return at very short notice from Britain to their family homes here, in accordance with the restrictions that have been placed. Students often rely on part-time work, particularly in the hospitality sector, to support them through their studies, and for most of them that hasn't actually been possible through this pandemic. I would suggest probably for the vast majority of them that hasn't been an opportunity that they could have availed of. Some students have had to endure being locked into their student accommodation for extended periods of enforced isolation and quarantine. I could go on and on and on, but I think I'd probably be over-egging it. But I think what I'm saying and what we're saying in the body of the motion is that it's important for this council, for us as a body, unified behind this message, to say, and I am not in any way, because I know that there will be those going, oh look, you've singled out particular departments in Stormont. That's not what it's about. Those are the departments who can actually deal with this particular crisis that students are facing, and it's for that reason that I am addressing this to those particular departments, and I want this council to support us in addressing it to those particular departments. Our students really are under severe pressure, and there's been much discussion, as you'll know, Mayor, and I'll draw it to close. There's been much discussion on the challenges that the COVID-19 pandemic has presented to society as a whole in relation to the mental health of our community, and our students are an important element in all of those considerations. So again, I commend the motion to my fellow councillors here present. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. I couldn't agree more with what you said. Arising out of a proposal from Council in November, I think I met with representatives of all of the students' unions across the north, and very much so, only a few days ago, very much so, all of those points that you raised were put across to me. I've agreed some actions out of that, which hopefully will...
Sorry, Mayor, might I also add, and it was remiss of me to thank you for doing that on our behalf. I think it was a very important intervention. So again, thank you on our behalf, and I mean all of our behalf for doing that. It was an important thing to do, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Burke.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me in. I do have a slight amendment which I've sent through to Teresa, if she wouldn't mind putting it up there.
Yeah, just bear with us, Councillor, please.
Yeah.
Okay, can I get a seconder for Councillor Burke's amendment, please?
Michaela.
Thank you, Councillor Michaela Boyle. Go ahead, Councillor Burke.
Thanks, and thanks, Michaela. So there's no doubt that this pandemic has had a devastating impact on young people right across the board, but particularly young people who are in full-time third-level education have also had the added financial pressures that they've had to endure as well. The economic impact of the pandemic has been discussed in this chamber many times, and we've seen significant financial packages put in place to offset some of the damage to sections of society. But for students who are among those hardest hit by the COVID-19 pandemic, with disruption to their education and the restrictions impacting on jobs, all the while still having to pay full fees and for many rent, there is no doubt support has been lacking. Nobody could have foreseen the direction the pandemic would take, and like so many others, students have undertaken rental agreements on properties which they have had to honour despite not being able to use. Taking into account also the current employment climate, with many of our students dependent on seasonal and casual work, which is obviously at the minute and for the past year been non-existent. And then obviously, as was alluded to by the previous speaker, alongside the fact that they're unable to access benefits in the interim, they have found themselves in a situation for many of financial destitution, and that does need to be addressed immediately. Students do need support, and they need support now, and there can be no time to waste. As a council, we should be calling for this, and I don't think there's anybody that would disagree with the motion, but we need to focus on applying pressure where it's needed, and that is with the Economy Minister. Money is allocated based on bids from departments, and any delay in funding for students is down to the fact that the Economy Minister has not brought forward a proposed bid. Only this week, the Minister of Finance has publicly stated, when asked on the matter, that he would welcome such a proposal from the Economy Minister, and has responded in full support of the needs for students. Be clear, this amendment is no way about shirking responsibility or passing the buck, as this is an issue that we in Sinn Féin believe is too important for politicking around. It's about ensuring that we as our council are united in our response and focusing the pressure where it needs to go, and that falls with the Economy Minister, who needs to bring forward a proposal and ensure students get the vital support that they need now. What is a welcome development, it seems, following this week's Economy Committee meeting, there is, albeit belatedly, recognition from the Economy Minister for the need for student support, but the time is now to produce the proposed package and get the money in the pockets of students as quickly as possible. They're paying for accommodation that the majority cannot use, fees for a university experience which is not optimal by any description. They need an urgent financial package to come forward, and the Minister should be engaging with relevant student organisations and stakeholders to ensure any package addresses the pressures that are felt most by students at this time, and to make sure that it applies sufficient resources to addressing those issues. Students need support and they need it now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Burke. Alderman McClintock on the amendment.
Yes, please, Mayor.
Go ahead.
I think nobody can be in any doubt that our young people are really suffering at this time, and those in universities are facing difficulties like they've never had before. I mean, I'm sure many of us know people personally. I know of cases where people have gone back to England to study and find that everything that they're going to do is online, so they might as well have sat at home and done that, but yet they have a commitment to paying rent to private landlords. So therefore, they are still out money. And of course, the situation really is exacerbated by the fact that many of them would have depended on small local jobs to help them through, to have some form of employment and some sort of money coming in. And that's just not possible in the current situation. I do welcome the fact that the Finance Minister, and I'm happy with the amendment that the Finance Minister has provided the money to the Minister for Economy, and the Minister for Economy has assured us that she is working on this speedily, because she is very aware of the issues that face our students at this time. And at the moment, she's just making sure that the correct mechanism is in place, and hopefully that will be delivered in very few days' time. I think nobody could underestimate the difficulties that our students are undergoing at this time, and we fully support whatever help can be given to them. And as Councillor Burke said, it does need to be given speedily, and the Minister for Economy is very aware of that. I'd just like to commend Councillor Boyle for bringing this before us, and we will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman McClintock. Councillor Mary Durkin on the amendment.
Mayor, well, I'm formally seconding the motion as well, and just to indicate that we will be supporting the amendment, and obviously it reflects the progress that's been made this week, so we're happy to support. Can I go ahead and speak on the substantial motion too, Mayor, just informally seconding?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, well, Councillor Boyle has outlined, the party's position, and we have launched a campaign on this. But, it's great to see the cross-party support for this, and I think the student body really appreciate that. And of course, as a council, we back the motion, supporting the NUS-USA campaign as far back as April. So here we are 9 months later, 10 months into the pandemic, and 10 months is a significant portion of any individual student experience. And the fact is, they're no better off, and in fact, things are getting tougher for many of them. And many of us in the chamber have signed the Students Deserve Better pledge. Many of us attended the launch of that campaign and listened to some of the very heartbreaking stories. And as Hilary says, we're hearing them. We know the people, we know students and their personal struggles and their families. And your intervention this week has been, of course, very welcome, in meeting with the student unions and indicating that you'll join them in their demands as they've set out in their letters now to the relevant ministers. Because the fact is, most students are still paying over the odds for accommodation that they can't even access. They're paying extortionate fees for a student experience so different from what they signed up for. And virtual learning has its challenges, but it actually presents barriers for many students in their learning. And I just think of myself and my peers, and we enjoyed a student experience filled with hope and opportunities and choices. And this is because pathways were created and barriers were removed by others who went before us and stood up for our rights. And likewise, we should all be doing whatever we can to protect, to stand up for, and to invest in this generation of students. And things were tough enough for students before the pandemic. Financial support in the sector has been static for more than a decade. And just to say, in other regions, as student union voices have been central.
Councillor Durkin, can you bring your remarks to a close, please?
Okay, I just want to say the ministers here should engage properly with the students' unions too. They could learn something, and I know you were impressed too, Mayor. And I just want to pay tribute to Ellen Farron, Graham Yavin, and Colette Cassidy, the relevant presidents of the student unions and the local campaigners.
Thank you, Councillor Durkin. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to say we could all learn from their leadership, and students deserve better, and I think these deserve.
Thank you, Councillor Durkin.
Thank
you very much. Councillor Harkin.
Yeah, Mayor, I don't want to speak on the amendment, so can you put me back on the list after this?
Right, okay. No worries. Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Councillor McKinney on both.
Mayor. Firstly, thank you, John, for bringing this motion, and Tina as well. I'd just like to speak on Tina's amendment there. We have a young fella who is living in Strabane at the minute and sharing a house with 4 others. They have to pay £1,300 a month for rent. They did approach the landlord last year. The landlord said he wasn't getting any help, so he couldn't do anything for them. You know, so and he also has had a part-time job, which due to COVID restrictions he's unable to attend and work. So I fully support both the motions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKenny. Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Mayor. And just like Philip there, I just want to add my voice of support to this in terms of a parent of a student. I have a daughter, final year biology student, paying for accommodation in Belfast, living here at home, trying to do a dissertation with no access to labs, no access to data. I spent the 20-minute break that we had here talking to her about the stress that she's under in terms of it. So students absolutely deserve better. And Mary covered everything really, really well there in terms of what they're facing. And I thank Tina as well for bringing forward the amendment, and thank John for bringing the motion. They have been forgot about in the midst of this, and they are under so much pressure, and it is affecting their mental health. It is affecting every aspect of their life when they should be out there making memories. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Councillor Donnelly.
All right, Chair, happy to support the motion here, and you know, it is. I'm sure, you know, I'm not unique in this, but I'm sure all councillors have been approached by students or their parents regarding this particular issue. So anything that can be done to help that situation has to be, you know, encouraged, and you know, dealing with housing issues on a daily basis. I don't think there would be anyone that would disagree with me. Some of them, one of the most horrible breeds of people can be landlords. The way they go on, the way they act. And I would take a wee bit of heart that there's nobody here that has declared an interest tonight, you know. So, and I take heart from that, because, you know, some of these landlords can get away with an awful lot, and anything that can thwart that and you know, help those who are living, and particularly students who do struggle, has to be encouraged. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Donnelly. Members, I'm going to put the amendment to the floor, but I think it's going to be unanimous. So I'll leave it hanging there for a minute. No one making me aware, member. So the amendment from Councillor Burke passes unanimously. Alderman Derek Hussey with a further amendment.
Chair, sorry, Mayor, I'll be very brief on it. It's to add in the last paragraph, for all full-time third level students, add including those students studying outside Northern Ireland.
Okay, can I get a seconder for Alderman Hussey's amendment?
Seconded.
Councillor McCann, seconded. Members, I'll give you a wee minute whilst it comes on the screen there. Thank you, Teresa. Members, the amendment is before you. Any speakers, or are we happy just to put it to the floor?
Mayor, I'm content just to put it to the floor, but just a slight declared interest for the daughter at John Moore's, who in July paid up front for her accommodation, but hasn't been across to Liverpool to use of that. It's all been done online. And I mean, there's nothing for those ones. And, you know, they are our responsibility, that, even though they're studying elsewhere, so they cannot ignore the plight that they find themselves in. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Holly McClintock, agree. Rachel Ferguson, happy to support. Members, I'm going to take it that this is passing. The amendment from Derek Hussey is passing, unless you want to make me aware now. No, it's passed. Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Reverting back to the original motion, and Councillor Sean Harkin.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, and I am going to put in a further amendment there. So I thank Councillor Boyle for bringing this to the council, and you know, I have no doubt that everybody that has spoken in support of students means it. But the reality is, the students themselves, the student leaders, have written to the executive saying we haven't had any help for 10 months. We've been ignored, and there is a reality right now where students are going to food banks and have got into debt because of all the issues related to the pandemic and their education. There was discussions before that the students were involved in that we had here about trying to get students help with landlords. Nothing was done. And so months later, students are coming back again in a context where the executive has just announced hundreds of millions of pounds are possibly not going to be spent. And they're saying we desperately need help. So I think we have to take a bit more radical action here. I think that everything that was in the original motion and that's been added is good, but I think we have to do something, or at least we have to call something. And I think we should be calling for student fees to be waived this year during the pandemic. The second point I want to make is about student nurses who have worked almost for a full year now and are going to receive a one-off payment of £2,000. They've been essentially working full time. I think we should call for that to be increased to £4,000. It's only fair. They've been on the front line. It's 10 months now that they've been doing this work. They're going to be doing it longer. I think that that's a proper way to recognise people. So students are not just 18-year-olds. Students are all ages. Students are in jobs. Students have families. So I think that when people think about sometimes when we think about the needs of students, it's like students who have free time and all that. That's not what student life looks like these days. Many of them work. Many of them are, mature students. And I think that everybody that was at that
Councillor Harkin, can you bring your remarks to a close, please?
I was just saying, many of us were at that meeting, where the students deserve better meeting, and got a real sense of the diversity of students and what their challenges are.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Thank you, members. Members, I'm going to bring in the city solicitor here for a minute or so. Philip.
Thanks, Mayor. Mayor, the amendments to a proposal must relate solely to the proposal which it seeks to amend and not, in effect, be a new proposition on a different matter. This proposal that was before the Chamber today relates to student accommodation. This is now an amendment which is seeking to deal with student tuition fees and to one-off payments to student nurses. So whilst I certainly acknowledge that it's within the broad category of student welfare, I don't think it could categorise as a valid amendment, and it would probably be more appropriate that this came forward as a separate motion to the council next month when it could be dealt with on those specific issues.
Okay, Philip, thank you for that. Members, you've heard it yourself. It's not a valid amendment to the original motion from Councillor Boyle, and therefore I would ask that it come forward at next month's full council meeting where it can be discussed in its own right in full. Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Members, no further indicated speakers at this point, so I'm going to go back to Councillor John Boyle to sum up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Very conscious, obviously, that the night time is ticking on, so I won't labour the points any further. And in reality, yes, there's always an opportunity for all of us to amend motions, but the motion is very specific and deliberately so, because it's addressing this particular concern that has been brought to me and my colleagues, and no doubt colleagues across this chamber, by students themselves and indeed parents aunts, uncles, etc. Just to say, again, we could all have spent some considerable time this evening outlining anecdotes and things we've heard about the difficulties that everybody's going through, but I completely concur with Councillor Duffy. There is a generation here who have perhaps not been forgotten about. I'd like to think they haven't been, because we've all been there and we've all been young, but they've been missed. They've slipped between the cracks in some sense. So, and I have to say too, you know, it's up to all of us as things progress to help young people, again, to paraphrase Sandra, to make memories, because student life's an important part of your life, should you be fortunate enough to actually have had that opportunity. So, in a sense, it's up to all of us to help them progress, and it's up to all of us to help them prosper. And I think this motion is an important way that we, again, as a united voice from this council, can do that. Again, I thank for no problem with any of the amendments. Indeed, just to say to Councillor Hussey, yes, perhaps an oversight, because I do agree we have young people studying all across these islands, and they shouldn't be forgotten or let up through the cracks either. So again, thank you, Mayor, thank you, and thank you all.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Members, again, I don't hear anybody speaking against this, so I'm going to take it unanimous, unless any member wants to make me aware. No, thank you, members. Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Before we move on to the next one, can we just bring Councillor Doyle back into the meeting? Yep, thank you. Welcome back, Councillor Doyle. Thank you. And the next motion is in the name of Councillor Mooney.
Yes, Chair. Thank you for bringing me in, Mayor. Take the motion as read.
Yeah. Hold on, we've got a query here from Alderman Ramsey on your motion. Alderman Ramsey, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry about this, Councillor Mooney. Our party have no problem with your motion. The only issue I have is the 70 million in EU structural funds, the loss. It's actually not 70 million. The loss is actually 17.7. That is actually the community and voluntary sector, but then there is more. There's another 6,000 then, or 6 million then, that goes to other funds.
Right, I just
rural development. I would like maybe to have that corrected, just if that is possible, that that be changed to 24.7 million.
Thanks for that.
We have no issue at all with
Alderman Ramsey, just bear with me. Councillor Mooney, you need to move, needs to move his motion first, as opposed to someone speaking against it, or about it. So I'm going to go to Councillor Mooney to get a seconder first of all.
I second that, Mayor John Boyle.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Go ahead, Councillor Mooney.
Thank you, Mayor. A number of years, EU structural funds have had a positive impact on the economy and society in Northern Ireland. They've been utilised across a vast range of departments, projects and localities. For example, funds investment has contributed to 5.9 million to tourism projects and an additional 15.9 million to Northern Ireland's film industry. In the period 2014 to 20, Northern Ireland was in receipt of around 500 million euros of EU structural funds, 40% of the European Regional Development Fund and 40% via the European Social Fund. Both funds attracted high levels of matched funding. Following Brexit, lost EU funds are being replaced by what's called now the UK Shared Prosperity Fund. Despite the promises from the UK government in 21-22, this new fund will not be equivalent in value to the EU structural funds. There is anticipated around 69 million across the executive. 45 million of this shortfall is understood to sit with the economy. We do not know what specific programmes will be impacted or stopped due to the lack of the funds. The Economy Minister the UK to match funds and provide clarity for people and businesses here on what the practical implications of any loss will be. Going forward, the Department of Economy initiatives are critical to both the COVID recovery and promoting the benefits of the protocol in terms of EU-UK market access for businesses choosing to locate here in Northern Ireland. The loss of such a large amount of funding in this department will have significant consequences for both business survival and our COVID recovery, as well as the wider economy. The UK government committed to holding a consultation on the design of the Shared Prosperity Fund in late 2018, but to date this is still not taking place. In November 2020, the UK government will use new powers derived from the Internal Market Bill to deliver the Shared Prosperity Fund, and that it will operate on a UK-wide basis. There is rightly significant concerns amongst all of the devolved administrations. The level of funding promised by the UK government will not be exactly equivalent to the structural funds, reflecting the fact that the devolved benefited more per capita terms than England. The Welsh and Scottish governments have sought cast iron guarantees no reduction in funds. There is fear that the government will use the scheme to spend more in devolved areas, bypassing the Stormont administration. Politicians here, particularly finance and economy ministers, need to push the UK government on funding the equivalence issue. They also need to push for an acceptable design of the fund that allows strategies to be designed at the Northern Ireland regional level. The impact on local government will be severe if this is not rectified. Thank you, Chair. That's me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mooney. Councillor McCann has a comment on under 8E. He wants to come on under 8E on my boy, Councillor McCann. That's passed a long time ago. So we're on 9F, I think we're on. Or somewhere around that. We're past it anyway. So Councillor Dan Kelly.
Thank you, Mayor. Hope you can hear me. In speaking, I want to begin by thanking the mover of the motion. The points raised in it are indeed significant, but I suppose there is an element of it of shutting the door after the horse has bolted, given the announcement by the Tory government last September that it was suspending consultation on the Shared Prosperity Fund in favour of an internal markets bill, which, now that that has passed, gives ministers in Westminster direct control of allocating this fund, even in areas of devolved competence. As is well documented, the Finance Minister, Conor Murphy, in conjunction with his Welsh and Scottish counterparts, have been engaging with British Treasury ministers on an ongoing basis, seeking local control of these replacement funds. All three devolved finance ministers have expressed both exasperation and frustration that Treasury ministers are still not listening. Indeed, last December, Minister Murphy referred to both the projected budgetary shortfall proposed by the Tories for this incoming year and the control of funding being reserved to Westminster as unacceptable, whilst Minister Kate Forbes of the Scottish Government described the Westminster actions as threatening to be a significant power grab. All three finance ministers, indeed all three devolved administrations, continue to make robust efforts to ensure that a like-for-like arrangement is employed in allocating the Shared Prosperity Fund as those previously employed for European structural funds. It's disappointing that such efforts are being met with a wall of Tory intransigence. So in this regard, Chair, Mayor, it's a pity that in terms of outcomes, the motion does not focus more on the substantive issue at the core of this problem, namely the Tory government's ideological assault and devolution in the aftermath of the UK exit from the EU in favour of some nebulous drive for sovereignty. A drive, I might add, with some irony, is having the net opposite outcome. However, as it stands, and to conclude my remarks, it hardly needs me to point out that had the leader of the SDLP fulfilled his pledge and stopped Brexit, then we wouldn't even need this motion. But given that the outcomes proposed in the motion have already been actioned, Mayor, there is no need to delay in the meeting by seeking to amend it, and as such, we will vote in support. Thank
you, Councillor Kelly. Alderman Ramsey.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, no, basically my issue is not the actual motion, because we 100% support the lobbying of the government. They commit to using the Shared Prosperity Fund to replace the EU funding. The breakdown of the funding based on NICFA figures, it's 728 million. That's based on 17-18 figures. Central government, statutory bodies, local councils, Irish government, EU, lottery. And the actual figure for the EU is actually 17.7 million. But whenever you add on the likes of the rural development, etc., it's actually 24.7 million. So it's not 70 million. I can give you the breakdown of each contributor as well if you wish to make up the 728 million. Do you wish me to do that?
Alderman Ramsey, you're speaking to the motion. You can do whatever you want.
Okay.
Within your 2 minutes.
Community and voluntary sector funding. Central government is 502.6 million. Statutory bodies 356.8 million. Local councils 5.1 million. Irish government 1.4 million. EU is the 17.7 million, and the lottery is 22 million. And that is the figures on the NICFA figures from the 17-18 figures. As I say, the EU funding raises to 24.7 because of the rural development and other funds. So it's just to correct that 70 million, which isn't what we need to plug. What we need to do is secure 24.7 million through the Shared Prosperity Fund. And I again repeat that we support this motion, and thank you to Councillor Mooney for bringing it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Ramsey. Alderman Hussey with an amendment.
The amendments in the chat box, Mayor.
Yeah. Teresa's just getting it organised there and putting it on the screen. Is there a seconder for that?
Second that, Mayor. Darn.
Thank you, Alderman Guy. Derek, if you could just bear with us while we get it on the screen, please. Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Having consulted with the Chief Executive and the Lead Legal Services Officer, it's the exact same issue as I dealt with in the previous one with Councillor Harkin. Whilst it's broadly around the same issue, it's a completely different topic within the issue, and therefore can't be tabled here. I would advise that you table it at the next available opportunity, which I look forward to debating it. Alderman Hussey.
I regretfully accept your determination, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Alderman Hussey. Members, no further indicated speakers. So before we go for a vote, I'm going to go back to Councillor Mooney to wind up. Hold on, just bear with me. Is that an amendment from Alderman Ramsey?
Yeah, it looks like I'm going to have to put an amendment on. I just asked for it to be corrected, but that's an amendment there to the second line that it isn't 70 million.
I appreciate that you asked for it to be corrected, but if you've got an issue with any of the wording and the motion, then I require an amendment to have it changed. So
Right,
can I get
there now?
Yep. Can I get a seconder for Councillor Alderman Ramsey's amendment?
Seconded, Morris here.
Thank you, Alderman Devaney. Councillor Ramsey, I'm assuming that you don't want to speak to it. You've already spoken to it, haven't you?
Yeah, I'm happy enough. Thank you very much.
Okay, no other indicated speakers on the amendment? Or do you want to? I'll give it a minute. It goes on the screen, members. Is that it? Yeah, okay, members, it's on the screen before you. Thank you, Teresa. Councillor Jackson on the amendment.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. As Councillor Kelly outlined, where we're fully supportive of the original motion. We don't support the amendment. We don't believe that it's accurate. I know Alderman Ramsey did read out a list of figures one of the things that jumped to me that Alderman Ramsey failed to highlight is where the €8 million that was secured as part of the Waterside Shared Village, for example, fits in amongst that. Here in the north, we've lost a substantial amount of funding coming from Europe, and we can't allow the DUP to downplay the impact of their campaign for Brexit, the impact that that's having on our communities, and the loss of opportunity. So as a result of that, as we don't believe we will be supporting the amendment that's put forward, simply because we don't see that it's accurate. Thanks, mate.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor. Two things really. Well, I suppose primarily I won't be supporting the amendment because I know Sean Mooney long enough to know that if he puts a figure down, it's right. But the other aspect of it is that actually Diana Dodds, the minister, actually quoted 70 million in the Irish News 2 weeks ago. But further on from it, there's actually a paper that I received from the Executive Office on the 7th of December. And I'll just quote this one aspect just for Alderman help. The spending review document set out that the spending profile will not be set until the next spending review. The interim funding for pilot projects will be available in the new year, meaning the full fund will not be operational until 22-23, and we will effectively lose spending power of 70 million for 21-22. This will significantly add to our pressures. So that's both the DUP's economy minister and the DUP's first minister agreeing with the proposer. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. No further indicated speaker on the amendment, and I'm going to put it to the floor. And I think at this stage we're going to have to go for a vote on the amendment, John. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Alderman Breslin.
For.
Alderman Devaney.
For.
Alderman Guy. Alderman Guy. Alderman Hussey.
Abstain.
Alderman Carrigan.
Ian Job, sorry there, I couldn't get in.
Okay, thank you. Alderman Carrigan, 4. Alderman McClintock.
4.
Alderman McCready.
4.
Alderman Ramsey.
4.
Alderman Wark.
4.
Councillor Jason Barr. Councillor
Sorry,
Jason Barr.
against.
Thank you. Councillor Raymond Barr.
Against.
Councillor John Boyle.
Against, Chief Executive.
Councillor Michaela Boyle.
Against, John.
Councillor Burke.
Against.
Councillor Carr.
Against.
Councillor Cooper.
Against.
Councillor Cusick.
John.
Councillor Dobbins.
Against, John.
Councillor Donnelly.
Abstain.
Councillor Doyle.
Against.
Councillor Duffy. Councillor Duffy.
Against.
Councillor Durkin.
Against.
Councillor Edwards.
John.
Councillor Farrell.
Against.
Councillor Ferguson.
Against.
Councillor Fleming.
Against, John.
Councillor Gallagher.
Against.
Councillor Harkin.
Against.
Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Kelly.
Against.
Councillor Logue.
It's John.
Councillor McCann.
Against.
Councillor Maguire. Councillor Maguire. Councillor McHugh.
Against, John.
Councillor McKeever.
Against, John.
Councillor McKinney.
Against, John.
Councillor Mellon.
John.
Councillor Mooney.
Against, John.
Councillor Riley.
Against, John.
Councillor Tierney.
Against.
Thank you, members. Mayor, I've recorded 7 for, 29 against, and 3 abstentions, so the amendment falls.
Thank you, John, for that. Members of the amendment has fallen. Alderman Hussey with a further amendment.
The further amendments in the chat box. I'm not over the figures, Mayor, and I'm not sure in the chamber is. What I do know is I agree with the statement that was made. It's a substantial loss of funding, and I would have imagined even more than the 70 million. So I'm proposing that we change, rather than putting the amount in, change to amount to a loss of substantial funding in EU structural funds. That's my amendment.
I'll second that, Mayor. Starn.
Thank you, Alderman Guy and Alderman Hussey. Just bear with us till we get the screen. Okay, members, the amendment is now before you. I've got Councillor Gallagher, you're on the list there.
Chair, can I speak to the amendment?
Of course.
Look, to Councillor Mooney, totally agree with the proposal. This argument around what it is, what we do know is it is substantial and it deserves to be repaid to ourselves by the UK government on the basis that part of the argument of Brexit was that there would be a net income gain to the United Kingdom as opposed to what they were paying out to Europe. Fair enough, we in Northern Ireland were in that gain situation, but the overall net gain, if the European structural funds were matched by that overall net gain of UK government, would still result in a net gain to UK government as such, with us not losing any of the amount of funding that we had previously received. As I say, I'm not over the figures and don't want to fall out about figures, but it is definitely substantial. And as I've said before, I would have imagined more than 70 million, whatever people think. If this amendment is not carried, I will still support the original. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Councillor Gallagher.
I think, to be honest, this one is even worse than the last amendment. This is just plain semantics. Substantial, it's all relative. £10,000 substantial, £100,000 substantial, million, all substantial. What does substantial mean? Depends who you're talking to. So I think this is even downplaying it even more.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Members, no further indicated speakers on that amendment, so I'm going to put it to the floor. Sorry, Alderman McClintock.
Mayor, for letting me in. I think because there is a little bit of a query over just what the figures are, it does make sense to put in substantial funding, because the last paragraph of the motion does urge the Minister for Economy and the Minister of Finance to urge the British government to commit to replacing in full the EU funding lost. So I think it really is plain and semantics if we try to sort of say this should fall because the word substantial is in there. I think that the last paragraph says it all. What we're calling for is for a full replacement of what has been lost. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman McClintock. No further indicated speakers. John, can you take us through the vote on the amendment, please?
Alderman Breslin. Alderman Breslin. Alderman Devaney.
For.
Alderman Guy.
For.
Alderman Hussey.
For.
Alderman Carrigan. Alderman Carrigan.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, could you just say again, Alderman Carrigan, please?
For John, if you
Thank
hear
you.
me.
Yep, thank you. Alderman McClintock.
For.
Alderman McCready.
For.
Alderman Ramsey.
For.
Alderman Wark.
For.
Councillor Jason Barr.
Against.
Councillor Raymond Barr.
Against, John.
Councillor John Boyle.
Against.
Councillor Michaela Boyle.
For.
Councillor Burke. Councillor Carr.
Against.
Councillor Cooper.
For.
Councillor Cusick. Councillor Cusick.
Against, John, sorry.
Councillor Dobbins.
Against, John.
Councillor Donnelly.
Abstain.
Councillor Doyle.
Against, John.
Councillor Duffy.
Makes no difference, but for.
Councillor Durkin. Councillor, thank you. Councillor Edwards. Councillor Edwards.
It's there, John.
Councillor Farrell.
Against.
Councillor Ferguson.
Abstain.
Councillor Fleming.
For John.
Councillor Gallagher.
Yes.
Councillor Harkin.
Against.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Kelly.
For.
Councillor Logue. Councillor Logue.
John, sorry there.
Councillor McCann.
Against.
Councillor McGuire.
For.
Councillor McHugh.
For John.
Councillor McKeever. Councillor McKeever. Councillor McKinney.
Abstain, John.
Councillor Mellon.
John?
Councillor Mooney. Councillor Mooney.
John.
Councillor Riley.
Against, John.
Councillor Tierney.
Against.
Thank you.
Sorry. Sorry. Against.
So is that Alderman Breslin?
Yes. For John.
4. Thank you.
I think Jim McKeever came in there too, against.
Against John. Jim
Thank
McKeever.
thank you.
Members, can I just ask, after you vote, can you turn off your mic, please?
Now I've recorded 24, 17 against and 3 abstentions. So the amendment is carried.
Thank you, John. Thank you, members. Amendment is carried. Reverting back now, no further indicated speakers, so I'm going to go to Councillor Mooney to sum up.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in. I can see, like Brexit, this year motion has debated and generated a lot of debate itself. Anyway, I'm happy whatever way it was. I was happy with the figure that I put forward, and but I'm equally as happy that the amendment, whatever way it's carried, reflects that there is substantial funding that has to be made up somewhere. So, saying that, I'd like to thank all the contributions from fellow members. Believe with that, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mooney. I would hazard a guess that this is going to pass unanimous. Members, so if I'm wrong, please let me know. I think No. Okay. Motion in the name of Councillor Sean Mooney passes unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Mooney. Next motion is in the name of Councillor Emma McCann. Councillor McCann.
I think we can have on screen, I think, isn't it sort of the amended version of this, which I sent in today?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. Yep. Councillor McCann, just bear with me 1 wee second.
Sure, of course, yeah.
Members, the text that you will see on screen is slightly different to the text that's in your meeting pack due to a few changes that Councillor McCann wanted to make. I'm happy to accept it with the consent of the meeting, that we don't have to go through a full amendment, etc. So if you are happy, members, I'm happy. Yep, not hearing anybody speaking against it. Councillor McCann, go ahead.
Okay, thanks very much.
But just bear with me, I need a seconder first of all, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Councillor Harkin, second. Go ahead, Councillor McCann.
Okay, yes, the reason I wanted indeed felt that I had to change it was, of course, to do with changed circumstances, and the most important changed circumstance that it was, of course, the publication of the report on the North and mother and babies' homes in the North. That was on Tuesday, and the subsequent statement sort of in Stormont, saying that there would be an inquiry into these matters. So that's the changed circumstance which required sort of a change in the motion. The report on the North, which has just come in, sort of is actually relevant to what's happening here. The report, which was published on Tuesday, which is pretty appalling. And I think everybody agreed that they were shocked and outraged by it when it came out. But listen to this. Wednesday, January 27th. This is the front page of the Irish News, which I was just holding up there to show you, sort of oblivious of the fact that it wasn't on video. The front page of the Irish News, we have a comment on the publication of the report from the Sisters of Our Lady of Charity of the Good Shepherd. And the spokesperson says about the period in which these atrocities happened, this was not a good experience for everyone, and we wish that we could have done more for the women in our care at such a critical time in their lives. We deeply regret that we could not and did not always meet the multifaceted needs of these women. Now, we should let that marinate on our minds for a moment. You know, that as a reaction, that it was in another time when we didn't do enough and we're terribly sorry and so on, without any admission, without any contrition, seems to me to illustrate the entirely inadequate way that the people behind these atrocities deal with them, sort of as if they were sort of a minor mistake that was made. When I think about these things, and I mean, of course, and there's many examples of what I'm talking about, I find myself there wandering down the dark side of memory lane, back sort of when people talk about mother and babies' homes and what was going on in Derry. And I can remember, you know, sort of we were a very religious family on the Bogside, you know. Well, my mother was very religious, so the rest of us pretended and went along with it. And at one point, she instituted the family rosary. It didn't really last a few weeks, but anyway, we used to say the 5 decades of the family rosary. And the 5th decade was always preceded by my mother saying, we'll say this decade for the homeboys, God help them. That was the phrase, the homeboys, God help them. What does that tell you about what was going on and the way people thought about it? People around Rossville Street, where I come, talked in whispers about what's happening in mothers and babies' home and what was happening to boys sort of at the at Termanbacker. Christy Moore wrote a song about Anne Lovett, who died sort of alone, giving birth out in the open on a winter's day, January 1984. And the song was called Everybody Knew, Nobody Said. That's very true about all the matters that we're talking about here. And in that regard, sort of, the document I have here in front of me is actually a sort of bill of sale, a manifest, taken out for Bernard Kerr. Bernard Kerr still alive, living in London, a very old man. And what it is permission for him to be taken to Australia. He was 7 years old. It's actually given, the permission is given, signed by Sister Felice, Superior, St. Joseph's Home, Termanbacker, Derry. And she signs and says that she is in loco parentis, that she has the authority to actually do this in place of guardian. Her bona fides in this matter are also added in the document. The document is confirmed and signed by the Reverend M.J. Rooney, qualification Catholic priest, St. Colum's College, Derry. So the nun says, I want this child taken to, you have arranged for this child to be taken to the other side of the world, 7 years old, on my authority. And she gets the priest to say, yes, that's okay. She is entitled to do that. There's the example. There's an example of how it actually worked. I wish we had people sort of taken in, and young women sort of taken in, but Anne Lovett sort of reminds us sort of the day sort of when a young woman sort of be sequestered away to give birth in private. I talked to a woman from this town who recalls giving birth in Donegal out of the day when she was a teenager, not married. And a nun at the end of her bed saying, as she was in the agony of childbirth, now you can feel the pain of your sin. And as soon as the baby was born, it was taken away from her. These are atrocities, which happen. And it's not
Councillor
good enough.
McCann, can you bring your remarks to a close?
Oh, sorry,
please?
yeah, that was only starting. It's sorry about that there. You know, it's not good enough to say these things happened long away and everybody regrets it and everybody's sorry. There were crimes committed here. We must have a public inquiry to lay all this out in front of people, and we need to have criminal charges brought against the perpetrators when that evidence is uncovered. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor McCann. Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor. Aim to support the motion, and I'm glad that it has been changed to reflect all of those who have some responsibility for what went on. I read the Southern report in its entirety and the Derry aspects of the Northern report from this week. I think it's fair to say if it had been a work of fiction, it would be a horror. Sadly, for the thousands of women and babies, the length and breadth of this country, it constituted a significant part of their lives. The report demonstrates this that churches, Catholic and Protestant, and a range of arms of the Irish state sought to blame, punish, and hide generations of women and children in a warped deference to respectability and a system of morals and values that deformed how women should have been treated in the 20th century. That churches took it upon themselves with the permission of the state to reform women is grotesque and could never be seen by Christians who follow Jesus as anything other than heretical. Responsibility laying with those congregations cannot go unanswered. It would be remiss of me, as a man, not to refer to the underlying current in the report of men failing women. Either as clergy, fathers, brothers, partners, or fathers of their children, men failed at every level. The treatment of Irish women by Irish men throughout the period covered in the reports and beyond remains a source of deep shame. And whilst I cannot say sorry for the recompense or make recompense for the actions of institutions or of those men, I'm sorry as a Christian man for what happened to those women and their children. As a member of a family touched by the situation, outlined in many testimonies and the reports, I have witnessed the outworkings of a shameful system of secrecy, abandonment, and exclusion. I'm sure for many of those women and their children, leaving a home was not the end of their journey. And the society that perpetrated such a vile regime continued to mete out its own mix of silence, denigration, and warped patriarchy to keep them in check and to protect the system that the land of saints and scholars should rightly be sickened by. I do think it's imperative that we refer to society's role. I looked at the report of the investigation into what went on in the north in mother and baby homes and Magdalen laundries in relation to St Mary's here in the city. The report outlines clearly that people knew exactly what went on. Businesses traded with it. Indeed, businessmen complained that it undercut their prices. I spoke with a man of that generation since the publication, and he was clear, as Councillor McCann said. Everybody knew what went on in St Mary's. There was no outcry, there were no protests, and we have to recognise that, Mayor. This is on all of us. Aintree will stand with all victims and all those who have passed.
Councillor Doyle, can you bring your remarks to a close, please?
Yeah. Who never got the chance to live. We should not and cannot disinfect a wound by wishing it all go away. It requires all of us on this island to acknowledge what was perpetrated in our name and to demand nothing short of transparent justice for every victim in every inch of this country. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor McCann, for bringing that forward. I sat this week and thought about what my response was to this motion would be. I tried to look at some of the statistics and I read through the executive reports. But all I could really reflect on is being an unwed mother of two, the opportunities that I've been afforded that women before and young girls before didn't have. I couldn't fathom the pain that they've gone through and the hard work that they were put through, all because they were pregnant. Society failed them, the state, the church failed them, and I think we all need to take that responsibility. The church does need to be open and honest, and they have to apologise, they have to compensate, and there needs to be an inquiry into what crimes were done here. This needs to be about what the victims and survivors want and need, making their stories a priority, not overshadowed by a fight between who's to blame, the church or the state. I think we need to educate our society about their stories, hopefully empowering our young girls here not to be allowed for someone else to call them shameful or fallen. We at Alliance will be supporting this motion and hope the conversations about this will open up and help heal some of the wounds and keep the story at the forefront. This is only the start. I remember many stories of my mother working with the women that were in the laundries who had educational needs and were sent away. They were purposely taught to sit on a chair to pretend to read a newspaper. They weren't taught to read, it was just to hide their disabilities and their special needs. This is just the tip of the iceberg, and we're going to learn more. So my heart goes out to all families, survivors and victims, and we'll be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Riley.
Yes, Mayor, thanks for bringing me in, and thanks to Councillor McCann for putting this on the agenda here this evening. First and foremost, the SDLP wants to recognise the victims and survivors who have been subject to so much hurt and suffering and so many harrowing experiences that have been reported since this issue came out with the report this week. The SDLP is committed to doing all that we can to support them, and to support that process we need to have victims and survivors at the centre, and it's welcome that the co-design of this pathway is merited and is the best way to lead to the truth of what has happened here. It's welcome that we approach this and that it'll be taken towards a public inquiry, because that's where people want to have the chance to have their say, but also crucially, it's where evidence can be requested and compelled, because that's part of the process. We recognise that an independent inquiry is a step, but it needs to be a full public inquiry to give people the chance to have a just and transparent process that puts those affected at the heart of the public inquiry to get to the truth of what has happened here. There needs to be a parallel process alongside that co-design of work for victims and survivors that ensures access to support services for all those affected, because they have had a lifetime of trauma, and the work needs urgently to be put into place to design a redress scheme so that people can have the financial compensation that they deserve. So Mayor, we're fully supportive of the motion before us, and I think it has to be said that many of us on the virtual chamber tonight will have heard on local radio local people speaking about their experiences, and I think that it's only right that we pay tribute to those people who have courageously taken to the airwaves to explain their story, their background, and done so in a very compelling and compassionate way. So I think it is appropriate that we mark the contributions to this debate, not only by those tonight who are speaking in this virtual chamber, but indeed the many other citizens who have spoken on other airways across the Northwest this week. They have done a very good job of telling something that's very personal to them, and they have our support. Thanks, Mayor.
Absolutely, Councillor Riley. Councillor Lough.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to put an amendment to this motion. I have sent it on earlier. And just while that motion, the amendment has been put up on the screen, the reason for the amendment is that we feel that the victims and survivors should be the co-authors of the way forward, and we shouldn't be dictating, what comes next. We feel that they should be at the heart of any process going forward. So I do hope that the members here will support the amendment, and that can I start speaking to the amendment now, Mayor, or?
I thought you already had.
Oh, no, it was just the reason for the amendment. Can I start speaking
Yeah,
now?
just let me get it on the screen, Councillor Logue, and then I'll get a seconder, and then you can speak to it. Can I get a seconder for Councillor Logue's amendment, please?
Second, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Go ahead, Councillor Logue.
Right, I'll be very quick, Mayor. First of all, I welcome the announcement of the independent investigation will be held in the Muller baby homes in the north, as well as the report from the south. I know this week has been extremely difficult and upsetting for survivors due to the publication of the research. There are some elements in the text which will cause extreme stress and anxiety to the victims of these practices, and I have no doubt that there has been financial gain by organisations involved in these practices. The report contains harrowing and heartbreaking details about the way in which thousands of women and children were failed by the state, churches and society. I want to commend all the survivors who have participated in the research and are advocating for the truth to be told. The announcement of this investigation is just the start of a very difficult process, which I hope will bring some healing to the survivors and finally addressing their experiences and ensuring they are no longer ignored. The issue of the Muller baby homes is an all-island one. We know from the research report in the north and the Commission report in the south that the homes operated across Ireland, with women, girls and their babies being taken between the two jurisdictions, as well as being trafficked from Britain. It is vital that these issues are approached on an all-island basis. I know the Minister, Roderick O'Gorman, held a meeting with Ministers Foster and O'Neill this week, and we welcome that. We must continue to work closely on an all-Ireland basis on this issue. It must be done in close consultation with the survivors so that the survivors' needs and their concerns are at the very heart of the process. It is they who need to be the co-design authors of the way forward.
Councillor Logue, can you bring the remarks to a close, please?
Yes, just very quickly now, Mayor. We must learn from the mistakes of the Commission report, which caused unnecessary distress due to insensitive and inappropriate handling of a variety of issues. There are many wrongs in this that have taken place across these islands.
Thank you, Councillor Logue.
Just the last couple of sentences now, Mayor. All that included in the report, which includes survivors not being allowed to carry on with their jobs and being excluded from partaking in public life, either voluntary or statutory. Babies and all manner.
Councillor Logue, you're well past your time. I agree. I agree.
I think given the
of
issue
course,
there,
but
that you will allow me, please.
Yeah, but I had to stop Councillor McCann, who the actual proposer of the motion. Councillor Logue, I apologise, but you're out of time.
Okay, right.
Thank
I
you.
just hope members accept my amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Logue. Alderman McClintock.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll try to keep it brief. First of all, thanks to Councillor McCann for bringing this motion, and also thanks to Councillor Logue, because I think that her amendment is a very good amendment and one that I would fully support. What happened has been absolutely horrendous. It's hard to believe that this wasn't away in the distant past, but that this situation was going on up until 1990. What happened was really atrocious, so much so that it's almost unbelievable what happened. But the voices of the woman involved must be heard, and the voices of the children who have been left behind, and some of them too are in a state of trauma as to what happened during that period of time. And I do commend the bravery of those women who have told their stories. That has not been an easy process for them, and I'm sure that it has been very difficult. It's such a sensitive issue, but what I do believe is that this is a step-by-step process. The word co-design has been used by a number of contributors here so far, and I absolutely agree with that. This has got to be a process that is led, co-designed by those who found themselves in these terrible conditions. The independent investigation should be taken in a step-by-step process, but it must be shaped by those survivors. It's a very sensitive matter, obviously, and I think there is also a speed about it, and would like to see that the process doesn't drag on and on as it has done for years already, but that maybe within the next 6 months it would be completed. I think the words never again have been used a number of times tonight, and I think this is certainly a situation, never again must we have a situation like this. So respecting the wishes of all those individuals is the most important thing here. But again, we will be supporting the motion and supporting the amendment as well, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman McClintock. Councillor Donnelly.
Chair, thank you. I'll be supporting both the amendment and the motion here, Chair, and I'd like to start by commending the survivors of these institutions, because they weren't mother and baby homes, they were institutions. But Chair, there's something that's bothered me, and like Councillor McCann there, but he described the words of what aptly named Sisters of Mercy. You know, there was comments made only a week ago by Archbishop Martin, and he said the church were expected to intervene when society banished mullahs. Religious orders should not be scapegoated. That is a comment, Chair, that has annoyed me personally very, very deeply, and I want to take that to task, because the idea that the church were some benign actors who were expected to act when society, and his words, banished mullahs, it's disingenuous in the extreme. And it's my contention that the church created a society which banished mullahs, and has not only encouraged this behaviour but enforced it. The sickening and galling suggestion by the Archbishop that the church was merely reacting to a dysfunctional state and bad political leadership has to be called out for what it is, a contemptible lie. When Dr. Noel Brown, Minister for Health, proposed the Mother and Child Scheme in 1950, which would have granted free universal healthcare to mothers and their children up until their age 16, the church flexed their political muscle. The Archbishop McQuaid and his unelected colleagues made sure the scheme never had a chance of passing. The theocracy, with the Free State government as puppets, ensured a ban on contraceptive, divorce, and other such policies meant that there was plenty of mother and babies for the Magdalen laundries, the Tuam Mother and Baby Institution, and other hellish, evil institutions. And there's one, if anybody wants to see the connection between the sectarian state and the government, then I would ask people to research Dr. Noel Brown, who apparently only found this out today, grew up in the Bogside. I would ask people to see what happened to him, and we'll see how much control the church had over the government and their influence.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Councillor Harkin.
Yeah, I thank Eamon for bringing the motion. I think it's a very important one, and I know this is one that Eamon has often talked about. It's an issue he's often talked about. There is a debate going on about who's responsible, and the way I would describe it is some in the state and church leaders are trying to say society's at fault, and that we were a part of it, but really we all have to bear responsibility for this. And the thing about that is, that's even happening right now with COVID. It's like, who's responsible for the deaths? Is it policies or is it individuals? So there was resistance. There was the fear of the church. People have to remember that. People did stand up to them. Men stood up to them. Mothers stood up to them. Children stood up to them. And it was not easy to resist the power of the Catholic Church that was backed up then by the state. And that applies both sides of the border. So we have to remember a lot of people did try, and this wasn't about blind obedience. People knew that it was very, very difficult to speak out against the church. So when we talk about who's assigning blame, that is absolutely crucial. And people on this island have more and more thrown off the fear of speaking out against the church, and that's very, very crucial. And that's what's happening here as well. I think that Councillor Lough's point about it being very much survivor and victim centred in terms of next steps is very important, and that's what this campaign has been. They've been driving this forward. Without their campaigning, we wouldn't be here, because this would have been swept onto the carpet as it's been many times. I believe that many of them are already calling for public inquiries. So that does this. So that that's just a point to make. The last point I want to make is, I think some people, even locally here, have spoken out very well and represented themselves very well and articulated their own experiences on the radio and the press. And I think we have to commend all those people who've done that. And that's really why we're here and discussing this. And the last thing for me, I think all the demands that's in there for full understanding, for compensation, for
Councillor
accountability.
Harkin, can you bring your remarks to a close, please?
And the last thing I'll say, I mean, for me, this makes very clear why the church should have absolutely nothing to do with education. We clearly have to have a separation of church and state. We can't allow this institution to continue to dominate education. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Councillor McCann for bringing the proposal. And indeed, the amendment is a very appropriate amendment. This wasn't just the Catholic Church, and there's been a lot of talk about the Catholic Church involvement, the state involvement, etc. It involved all the major churches. As I found out about 9 years ago, I was working in my own lounge over a weekend, and my wife came down to me and said, "There's a man who wants to speak to you in the bar." So I went up and seen this man, didn't know who he was. He introduced himself as my cousin. And I then discovered that he was a lost cousin because of this sort of situation that we're discussing here now. He had grown up, he had been sent out and adopted. He didn't know who his mother was, and he came to me, when he did find out, he came to me to find out about my aunt, his mother. That's a very traumatic thing. His mother had died at that stage, and he died a couple of years back. And I'm certain that the trauma that he endured in his life shortened his life, and indeed shortened the life of my aunt. So I think one of the issues that we need to be careful here is, yes, we need the investigation. Yes, we need the people who know, who experienced it, to tell their stories, but it needs to be done now, because as time goes on, there are less and less of those who can give genuine evidence. I support the motion and the amendment. Well done to all involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Councillor Riley on the amendment.
Yes, Mayor, thanks for bringing me back in on the amendment. I suppose it's specifically the point that it's removing. The amendment is removing the need for the public inquiry, and I agree, as I said earlier, that this needs to be a process that's shaped by the victims and survivors themselves. But as Councillor Harkin has indicated, a number of them are making that call now for a public inquiry to get the evidence into the public domain that is required. So I have concerns about the public inquiry being taken out of the amendment, but I'm also conscious that I think it would send out a strong message from this chamber if people were unanimous in the motion and in the conversations around it. So with that in mind, I think we're content to support the amendment, but I do think that there is an importance that a public inquiry is where this goes, because it's only through the public inquiry that the testimonies can be compelled and evidence can be compelled. But as I said, it's the solicitor and others that are acting on behalf of the victims will probably make that case. So happy with the amendment on that basis. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Councillor McCann on the amendment.
Yeah, I don't hide the fact that this is awkward, and there's an awkwardness about the whole a position we now find ourselves in. It is of course, one agrees not just in this instance, but in other instances of abuse and injustices, that the victims have the right to be involved in the shaping of any inquiry. I can only say sort of that I've spoken and written. I've written hundreds of thousands of words, probably by this stage of my life, on the whole question of the church treatment of women and children in Ireland down through the years. I have talked to scores of victims, including in the last couple of weeks, and sort of some here in Derry over this last few days. I know that people do want to be involved, but they also want this thing to be out in the open, not for the executive or anyone else to be deciding sort of the type of thing. Let me assure you, let me point out what is going to happen. If you say sort of what we want to avoid above all else is a year of discussions and debates and representatives of one sort or another debating what sort of inquiry do we need. I don't care what is, as long as it is public and as long as it is sworn. We have to shine light into this darkness. And I think there's a bit of shilly-shallying involved. Sorry to be so suspicious, but it seems to me there's a bit of shilly-shallying involved when people rush forward and say, we want to support the executive's position. I say, well, the executive could have moved in this a long time ago. But I'm quite happy to try a wee bit of creative rewording here and get in both things. I don't want to lose the idea of the public sworn inquiry. So often, we've had scandals, which is called for, and the inquiry doesn't really go anywhere, and it hasn't got evidence at the end of it. I would someone to the effect that council believes that there ought to be a public sworn inquiry into the treatment of women and children in homes in the north and into the transfer of children from these homes and other parts of the world. Semicolon. Council commands the executive position, and then the rest of us in react. Can I do that?
Not just yet. Because there's already an amendment on the floor.
Okay, well, I'm giving notice out of what I would like to see, sort of, do you want to think about that a bit more, Brian?
No.
No, he okay?
I'm grand. There's already an amendment on the floor, Councillor.
I know.
Once I deal with that, I'll come back to you if you can put it under the chat box so we can get it.
I will put it into the chat box and just explain to people that when they come to vote, that is what I am proposing to be sort of the sort of vote. The amendment down is not that you just forget about it. That's what I want to do. Okay, thank you, Councillor McCann. Members, putting the amendment from Councillor Lough to you, as there's no further indicated speakers. And I think we're going to have to go through a vote. John.
Thank you, Mayor. Alderman Brasland. Alderman Brasland. Alderman Devaney.
For.
Alderman Guy.
For, John.
Alderman Hussey.
For.
Alderman Carrigan.
For, John. And I think
Alderman
voted there before. I think he came in there.
Was that Alderman Brasland? Yes, did you say? Yeah. Thank you.
John.
Thank you. Alderman McClintock.
For, John.
Alderman McCready.
For.
Alderman Ramsey.
For.
Alderman Wark.
For.
Councillor Jason Barr.
For.
Councillor Raymond Barr.
For.
Councillor John Boyle.
For.
Councillor Michaela Boyle.
For, John.
Councillor Burke.
For.
Councillor Carr.
For.
Councillor Cooper.
For.
Councillor Cusick.
For.
Councillor Dobbins.
For.
Councillor Donnelly.
For.
Councillor Doyle.
For.
Councillor Duffy.
For.
Councillor Durkin. Councillor Durkin. Councillor Edwards.
For, John.
Councillor Farrell.
For.
Councillor Ferguson.
For, John.
Councillor Fleming.
For, John.
Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Gallagher.
For, John.
Councillor Harkin.
Against.
Councillor Jackson.
For, John.
Councillor Kelly.
For, John.
Councillor Logue.
For.
Councillor McCann.
Abstain.
Councillor McGuire.
For.
Councillor McHugh.
For, John.
Councillor McKeever.
For, John.
Councillor McKinney. Councillor McKinney, Councillor Mellon, Councillor Mooney, Councillor Riley,
For John.
Councillor Tierney.
For.
Okay. Mayor, I've recorded 36 for, 1 against, 1 abstention. The amendment passes.
Thank you, John. Thank you, members. Councillor McCann, have you got your further amendment ready for us? Councillor McCann? No, he's not there. Is Emma McCann still online? Yeah. Councillor McCann?
Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry about that. I'm attempting to type this up. Sort of my stubby fingers don't type as well as some other people. I'll be with you in a second, okay?
Okay, members, if you bear with me, please.
It's late at night now at this point, Mayor. I think we have to give everybody a chance.
I say, Brian, sorry about the delay. Sorry, can I say to expedite things even further? I see that Derek Hussey has put in a wording, an amendment for possible amendment, which I'm happy to accept, and it does simplify things. On a statutory footing to include the possibility of a public sworn inquiry. Is that okay?
I need it in the chat box, Councillor McCann.
Yeah.
It's Eamon's amendment. I've only made a suggestion to him.
I apologise, but I can't see either of them. I just see Councillor McCann's now. Teresa, can we get that on the screen, please? And can I get a seconder for it?
Happy to second, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Okay, members, the amendment from Councillor McCann is in front of you, seconded by Alderman Hussey. Which affairs and happy to support. Members, am I content to take this as read? Councillor Riley wants to come in on the amendment. Councillor Riley.
Not just to thank Councillor McCann for tabling the amendment and to indicate our support for it. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Riley.
And just to say, Chair, the DUP will be supporting the amendment as well.
Thank you. Members, are we happy that the amendment's carried unanimously?
Support.
Thank you. Yep, that's okay. Right, so we revert back now to the original motion. And I'm going to ask Councillor McCann if he wishes to sum up on it.
Well, all I want to say is I'm very pleased that the motion has gone through and that we played the little part that we can play in attempting to shine light into this darkness that has surrounded us for so many years. Just to say that we have an awful long way to go, and I pay tribute to the survivors who have organised and put on the pressure. And as I said, I'm not trying to restart the debate. Sort of the question of doing this in public, sort of in a sworn basis, comes from survivors themselves, from over and over and over again, north and south. They wanted out in the open, sort of, and sort of, we don't just owe it to the survivors. That's the most important thing, of course. But our society has been distorted. Sort of for generations, our society has been distorted by attitudes to women, to attitudes to female sexuality, to attitudes to childbirth. And there's a twisted society, and it affects every other aspect of our society. Now, leaving this sort of from John McCourt, is the great hero sort of the among the survivors for pursuing the idea of an inquiry and bringing it out into the open. I spoke to John just yesterday. And we talked about sort of what all the things that we've seen and all the things that he has experienced. And he said, you know what? He says the worst thing is the deprivation of self. The fact that you're reduced to nothing, so that they can take your name away, which they did with children who went to Australia. Tell you you've got no name, you've got no history, you've got no family. That's what was done to thousands of children, sort of here, by the church and by the state. And let me say at the end of this, we can't put all the blame. The nuns didn't come out and snatch the children off the streets, did they? Like the nuns acted on behalf of society with the backing of the most powerful elements in society. So that's what would happen here. And it's for that reason that I say that the whole of society owes the apology. The whole of society must look into itself and do what it can to exculpate itself at this late stage. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor McCann. Members, I'm sensing that this is going to pass unanimously once again. So I'm going to take it as read unless any member wants to make me aware of anything different. No, passed unanimously. Councillor McCann's motion. Thank you, members. Members, item number 10, 11 and 12 are open for information. Are members happy? Councillor Duffy?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just in relation to responses to motions, I think it would be remiss of me to allow it to pass without comment. Item 2.14, which was the Road Safety Week motion, which we have a response from the Minister for Infrastructure on it. I just want to say we had this motion in December. It was a really good motion put forward by the Alliance. It was strengthened by an amendment from ourselves around writing to the Infrastructure Minister. There was a wee bit of silly beggars going on at the meeting in terms of, for whatever reason, we couldn't write to the infrastructure minister. We had to write to the executive. We now have the response, which was, as I predicted, that the letter would be passed to the infrastructure minister because it was her responsibility. I just wanted to point that out because we wasted probably about half an hour of that meeting fighting about it. So just putting that on record. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. God knows how much of this meeting we've wasted listening to that. But anyway, thank you for pointing it out to us.
About a minute, I'd say.
Yeah, probably a wee bit more, but thank you anyway. Councillor Harkin.
Thanks. Thanks, Mayor. Just one on the responses to motion regarding the opposition to privatisation of the housing executive. I just want to say that I've noted the response from the department. It's very disappointing, and that with the trade union consultative committee now coming out clearly against the proposal, momentum is obviously building to oppose this plan for privatisation. And then the second one I just wanted to note as well was the Donegal Council proposal for a feasibility study to reopen the Letterkenny to Derry line for the rail. I think that's very important, and it's good to see that we're on the same page with our counterparts.
Well, thank you, Councillor Harkin. Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Mayor. On the response to motions, the response on page 149 from Conor Murphy, Minister for Finance, is in regard to the Brexit protocol, and can I the last line of his response. And in doing so, I will continue to press the government to take whatever steps it needs to in this regard, including where further resources are required to ensure the protocol can be operated as effectively as possible. And on the basis of that reply, I wish to make a proposal. It's the one I tried to make earlier on. Mayor, I'll read the I tried earlier on with regard to the protocol and wait for Philip to tell me if it is appropriate at this stage. As we become increasingly aware of the negative financial and economic consequences of the Brexit Northern Ireland Protocol, this Council urges the United Kingdom Government to seek a further extension of the Northern Ireland easement to enable mitigation of any damage to Northern Ireland's economy to be considered. The Government of the Republic of Ireland to support such an extension. And that is on the back of the reply from the Minister of Finance, Mayor. The letter's on page 149 of our minutes.
Mayor, this is the response which we have here is a response from the Minister of Finance, and therefore I think that was the thrust of the original motion, was to request that we write to the Minister of Finance on this point. I think this motion is taking us off in slightly different directions, and therefore it would still be my view that it would be more appropriate that this be brought forward as a separate notice of motion to the next council meeting.
Fair enough, Mayor. I did try.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Councillor Farrell.
Thanks, Mayor. It's in relation to what's responses to motions, item 2.15. So it was the letter, well, two letters that we had sent, one to the Arts Council and one to the DFC regarding the £619,000 funding announcement for Ulster Orchestra, the Lyric, the MAC and the Crescents Arts Centre. We had raised this as an issue. We had concerns around the funding process back in November. The Derry Journal carried the story and they got a comment from DFC. The comment was bizarre. It probably created more questions. So when I opened up the pack last week and saw that there was a response regarding this, I thought, right, happy days, we'll get a look and we'll see what they're on about. But when I opened it up, DFC are basically saying, oh, the Arts Council is going to respond, and they're seemingly passing the buck to the Arts Council, and they're seemingly washing their hands of this decision. So I look forward to seeing what the actual response is from the Arts Council, but I'm disappointed that the DFC didn't respond, basically.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell, for that. Members, I think that's everyone on the list. It is everyone on the list.
Sorry, can I raise a wee point before we leave it? Just under, sorry, Brian, sorry, under, where are we there? 10.2.3, it's about air quality. It's just I want to mention, it'll take me a few seconds. When we're thinking about what comes to my mind sort of is the proposed pool facility along the Foyle. Sort of, and residents of that area to whom I've been speaking are very concerned about the effect of the air quality, the potential effect on the air quality around their homes. So I just want to raise that, sort of, and ask councillors to take note of it when we are considering questions to do with air quality. Be sure we are not harming the air quality ourselves.
Thank you, Councillor McCann, for that. Members 11 and 12 are open for information, so no one has indicated they wish to raise anything. So can I get a proposal to go into confidential, please?
So proposed, Morris here. So
Seconder.
proposed, Morris.
Thank you, Morris. Seconder. Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Thank you. Just gives a wee minute to the broadcast switches off, members.